is the host of Dolly Vision on YouTube. Check it out, folks. He travels around the country covering all types of cases like this.
What is up, my beautiful people? It is good to see you this morning. And of course, if you're just jumping in the chat room, make sure you give this video a like. It's free this week. You can like it as much as you want. Won't cost you absolutely a penny. Not a penny. So, and if you're brand new, make sure you sub up, ring that bell for notifications, and feel free, of course, to share this face, this one right here, on any social media platform you choose. Okay, so Harmony Montgomery, her daddy, Adam Montgomery, goes to court today. So right now, jury selection is going on. Okay. Crazy story to what this man has done to Harmony Montgomery. So there'll probably be a lot of trigger warnings today. So they figure by 1 p.m. today, they will have selected the jury for Adam Montgomery. Now, he has been seen smiling, coming in the courtroom, sticking his tongue out, different crazy things. Now, he looks like a psycho. He absolutely looks like a psycho. And I don't know what's going to happen, but they need to bolt this dude, tie him to a stake in the town center, and light his ass on fire. That's what I think would be justice, because, you know, he was moving this little girl around like she was a suitcase for a very long time. So he was carrying her body from one place to another place. And the story is just horrific. Now, I got the timeline pulled up because, Dolly, my memory definitely ain't the best. Okay. But I know a monster when I see one, and people doing drugs and not caring about their kids. And you know, listen, the mother is just, it's all bad. It is all really, really bad. And of course, you know, like I said, court TV I've been keeping up with because they've been going over the whole live stuff with the jury selection, all that. Let's jump over to a little bit of that real quick. Let me share the screen with you guys. Make sure you got audio, share, add to the screen. Okay. So I don't know. I guess that's what they're guessing is jury will be, see, this says notify me in 4 hours. So this is day 1, New Hampshire versus Adam Montgomery trial. So this is day 1 of the trial. Morning. Good morning, Tanya. Now let me pull this timeline up real quick of everything that went down so I can just refresh my memory. Okay, here we go. Let's share this. And this is the timeline of how everything occurred. What is this? What is this playing? Oh, hold on.
As it relates to the case regarding my daughter Harmony, I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
Okay, that's when he went. Okay, because you know he got 30 years, guys. He got 30 years for some gun charges. Okay, June 2024, Harmony is born to Crystal Sorey is her sole caretaker, and her father, Adam Montgomery, is in prison. And this is in June of 2014. In August of 2014 to January 2018, Harmony is removed from Sorey's care 3 times because of neglect related to drug use, according to the Massachusetts report. Harmony visits her father in prison twice in January and July of 2015. Why would they take that little girl to go see her father in prison? September 2015, Adam Montgomery was released from prison and moved to New Hampshire. 1 year after his release, Adam Montgomery contacts the Massachusetts Department of Children and Family for the first time to resume visits with Harmony. Okay, well, that's where everything went bad right there, okay? February 2017, after visiting with Harmony once per month for 5 months, Adam Montgomery stops responding to DCF requests for future meetings. August of 2018. Adam Montgomery meets with Harmony for the first time in 11 months and the 9th time in her life. He has contacted DCF in September 2017 after a 7-month period with no contact. This is a sad story. They should give this dude a damn electric chair. Okay, July 2018, Crystal Sorey, mother of Harmony Montgomery, loses custody of her daughter in Massachusetts. Sorey later tells police she lost custody because of drug addiction issues, and Harmony was placed in foster home. Okay, and December 19, 2018, the Massachusetts Department of Children and Family requested a home study by the New Hampshire Division of Children, Youth, and Family at the Montgomery's home in Manchester. The request did not include the necessary information to home study. It says, okay. Let's watch this video.
Well, Harmony's mother, along with her family, gathered here at this park in
What
Manchester
happened?
tonight. Everyone coming
Everything went
together,
black.
vowing to bring Harmony home. Crystal Sorey holds hands with her family as they gather for a vigil and pray for the safe return of her daughter, Harmony Montgomery. The 7-year-old girl has not been seen since October of 2019. Crystal last saw Harmony in April of that year.
Last time I saw her was Easter. I had a FaceTime with her. I showed her her basket. I said, next time I see you, you're going to have this basket I got you.
But Crystal says after that call, Harmony's father and legal custodian, Adam Montgomery, cut all ties with her and her family.
Everyone, his family, me, like even my sister reached out, others, nothing.
Worried about her daughter, Crystal says for months she called DCYF, law enforcement, anyone who could help her track down Harmony.
Anybody I could, I reached out to all of my family, listen, we need to come forward, something's happening.
But it wasn't until 2 years later, New Year's Eve 2021, when Manchester police announced a missing persons investigation for Harmony after officials say they became aware of her disappearance just days earlier. Since then, police have set up a hotline, established a $94,000 reward for information, and conducted numerous searches for Harmony. On Saturday, investigators were at her last known address, a home on Guilford Street. And as they continue to follow leads, Crystal says she has made it her mission to bring Harmony home.
It is so sad that they know everything that happened to this little girl, but they still haven't recovered this little girl.
Never giving up.
No, never. We're coming, we're going to bring her home.
None of them.
We're never going to stop.
And now if you have any information on the whereabouts of Harmony Montgomery, you can contact the Manchester Police Department at 603-203-6060. Reporting in Manchester, I'm Tim Callery, WMUR News 9.
Now, I expect this dude to try to pull some crazy shit in court. Okay. Now, I don't know if he's going to be one of these people that go try to jump over the bench at the judge, but they should probably bring this dude in shackled like Richard Allen from the Delphi. You know what I'm saying? With some mittens on, a damn Hannibal Lecter mask, wheel his ass right up into the courtroom so he don't get a chance to do all that shit. Okay. Put a bag on his head so he can't even look at the cameras. That's what I feel like should happen to dude. Like, he seems like when he gets in front of the cameras, he likes the attention, and that ain't never good. All right, let me see something real quick here. How do I blow this up? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm running into a couple little technical difficulties and trying to figure something out here. Oh, my stuff's not working. Why is this page not opening up? Now, let me try it this way. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm having problems with something opening. Like, my stuff is not. I almost want to kick it. For some reason, it's not letting me share what I want to share, and it's not letting me move anything on my screen. Something stuck on my keyboard is what it is. There we go. That's what it was.
Can you tell me that she's alive?
You can play the same word games that you played with me the other day.
It's not word games.
I got nothing else
Because we
to say.
care, man. We want to know. Why is it you have so much trouble talking about Harmony?
I got nothing else to say.
Mr. Montgomery has been charged with the following 4 crimes. Second-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Harmony Montgomery by repeatedly striking Harmony in the head with a closed fist.
So we just need to find out where she is. I have nothing to say.
5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
Now, her own father stands trial for her brutal murder.
The murder of Harmony Montgomery trial. Live coverage this week on Court TV.
So, yeah, this starts in 4 hours. We'll go over some of the trial once it starts. But this dude is a monster. Well, you know, he got a little teardrop on his eye. You know, I think in prison that means you killed somebody. I could be wrong. I ain't never been to prison, but I think that's what it means. So, you know, what a monster could sit there and beat their kid in the head like that. Hit that like button, everybody. Definitely hit that like button. Give me 1 second. Let me blow this screen back up. Now I got everything working. I can pull the videos back up like I had planned. Hold on, whoever's blowing my messenger up.
Sure, because nearly 5 years after police believe 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery was killed, her father now heads to trial. Jury selection started today for the murder trial of Adam Montgomery. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. I'm Melody Mendez.
And I'm Colton Bradley.
Y'all hear that?
It is expected to be an emotional time in a Manchester courtroom here. Harmony's body, we know, has never been found. NBC 10's Oscar Margain live for us outside Manchester, New Hampshire, outside court there. Oscar.
It's here at the Hillsborough County Courthouse that Adam Montgomery's fate
is everyone ready for the jurors
will be decided by a dozen jurors chosen out of a pool of granite staters. A jury that may finally bring an end to a years-long case involving the death of 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery, whose body is yet to be found.
A lot rides on this selection of jurors.
Legal analyst Michael Coyne explains how rather than seeking impartial jurors, the prosecution and the defense will search for those who will side with their case.
What you're entitled to have as both the prosecution and the defense is jurors who, despite knowing some information about the case,
Good morning,
will
Ashley.
pledge to determine the guilt or innocence of this defendant solely on the evidence presented at trial.
Once selected, the 12-member jury will comb through years of collected evidence presented by both sides, including testimony by Adam's estranged wife, Kayla, who, according to court documents, told investigators how Harmony died, saying Adam punched Harmony to death while riding in a car with Kayla and their 2 boys in December of 2019. Police say Adam moved Harmony's body from place to place, disposing of it months later. Adam has been...
That is so sad. Like, you know what they should do? They should drag this dude outside by his toenails and light his ass on fire. That is so terrible to hear. Punch his daughter to death. Not whip your kid, not spank your kid. He was literally with a fist, trigger warning people, punching this little girl in the head until she started seizing up. And then he panicked and didn't know what to do. Like, you know what you shouldn't have did? You shouldn't have been punching your daughter in the head, you piece of crap, man. Why do we even waste money on people like this? I sent you a law and crime video, Dolly, just summarizing the case. You needed one. Okay. Okay, I'll play it right after this.
Been awaiting trial for more than a year now and has pleaded not guilty to a slew of charges, including second-degree murder. The 34-year-old is already serving a decades-long prison sentence for an unrelated weapons case. The prosecution here has the burden of proof despite...
Yeah, I watched him when he went to court for the weapons charges. He asked the judge not to punish him for, you know, what's going on with his daughter because of these weapon charges. And they gave him 30 years for the weapons charges. I was like, shit, you got punished.
Not having found Harmony's body, while the defense will need to sway jurors and have them sympathize with Adam.
It is a high-stakes game because at the end of the day...
It ain't nobody in the world in their right mind going to sympathize with this guy. Okay? He looks like a monster.
It is the jury that's going to determine whether he's guilty or not guilty.
And cameras will be allowed inside the courtroom during the duration of the trial, which is set to start tomorrow and last about 3 weeks. Reporting in Manchester, New Hampshire, Oscar Margain, NBC 10 Boston.
Okay, it's supposed to last about 3 weeks. Okay. I might have to drop in. I might have to get me a rental and swing up there, sit in for this monster. His eyes, Dolly. I know, right? See, I try to tell people you can't hide the crazy in your eyes. How many of y'all want some live coverage from this trial? I can jump in the vehicle. We swing on up there, sit out there in the cold. I've then got used to the cold, you know, and I got used to it. I wonder if I can get into the courtroom. It don't look like there's no huge crowds like the Karen Reed trial or nothing. I wonder if I can go sit in. That man's pure evil. Am I blocked? No, you're not blocked. Yes. I see some ones. Y'all want some live coverage from this? Dolly live coverage in the courtroom, sliding around like JLR. I see some yeses. Well, I ain't too far. New Hampshire, Virginia. I don't know. What is that? 10 hours? I see some ones. Y'all want some live coverage? Well, you know, the trial starts today. I wouldn't be able to bring you day one, of course, because I'm still here. Y'all see some thumbs up? Yes, 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 yes. That's a lot of ones. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do. I already got my suitcase packed. I've been looking for something to do to get out of the house. You've been following the case? That's a lot of ones in the chat. Damn. Okay. Maybe we can do something then. Maybe we'll do something. Yes, Dolly and PJ take a road trip. Well, PJ wouldn't be able to go. It would just be me. Okay. PJ works a full-time job. You know, she don't have the luxury of being a YouTuber. You know, everybody's not blessed. So she got to work. So it would just be me. Y'all get this. You know, I know y'all love PJ to death and all, but sometimes you only get Dolly. And she says, I got to work. And Lolo is at the house. So we got a dog too. Preschool granny, everybody. So y'all want me to go to New Hampshire? Dolly in New Hampshire. Okay. Road trip. Oh man, to fly in. I don't know. Rental 10 hours. It said it's going to last 3 weeks. Okay. Maybe I drive 5 hours one day, 5 hours the next day, and I'd be there by day 14. No. Yes, poor baby. Maybe I will do it. Maybe we can do something like that. That sounds like some fun. I ain't never been to New Hampshire.
This is a case that got so much attention across the country, really. So we're going to stay on top of it here on NBC 10 Boston. We'll have complete coverage of Adam Montgomery's murder trial. We will be live streaming the trial on our website. Go to NBC10Boston.com if you want to watch.
Okay. Well, if y'all streaming, I'm streaming. We all streaming. Okay. But I might go. Why not? I mean, there ain't nothing going on. I was waiting for the Karen Reed stuff to kick off. Because, you know, that's a circus. Dolly loves a good circus. This don't seem as circuses. Like there don't seem to be crowds of people out there screaming free Adam Montgomery. You know, there ain't no crowds out there saying burn him at the stake either. Not that I seen, you know, so there's no real circus. But I want to sit in on some good criminal cases. I mean, it's cool watching it on TV, but wouldn't it even be better being there to see it? You can see this dude sweat. I was him. He knows, though. He knows he is going away forever. This man knows already he's not getting out of prison. That's why I want to be in the courtroom when he goes crazy and they got to tase him in the neck like Ernie Shell. Okay? Because basically, that's what's going to happen. Because he knows as soon as they, especially when they sentence him, when they go, oh, you know, life in prison, or do they got the death penalty? Do they got the death penalty? I don't even know. Yes, go get us the scoop. The scoop is he's going to prison forever. I can almost do that from my chair, but I could go. Hold on, let me play this video PJ sent me real fast. Give me 1 second. Let me get it pulled up. And this will go over the timeline of everything. Because, you know, this has been so long for me. I can't hardly remember everything.
The high-profile trial for a New Hampshire.
I mean, I know what he did. I just don't know all the circumstances around it. All right, let me jump back over here to this screen. Boop.
Hampshire man accused of beating his 5-year-old daughter to death, then hiding her young body is just weeks away. Adam Montgomery faces several charges, including second-degree murder and falsifying physical evidence in connection.
He don't look as crazy there, to be honest. Like, he still looks a little, a little rough around the edges, like he just left a motorcycle gang, with the neck tattoos and the teardrop on his face. You know what that says to me in life? As soon as you start tattooing your face, it's like you're never going to have a job in your life. Okay? I mean, that shit is great if you're a rapper, or just say you're a YouTuber. I could probably get away with a Mike Tyson tattoo. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't got to show up for a job and punch a clock. But right at that moment, you decide to tattoo your face. You decide to be a permanent fucking loser. Okay? Just in my opinion, somebody might be watching right now, got a face tattoo talking about fuck you, Dolly. Right? But I mean, when you make that leap to face tattoo, just make sure that you're financially secure. I ain't saying you can't tattoo your face. You can. But make sure that you're secure in your future. Don't be a 17-year-old boy tattooing your face. Okay? Because one day Mickey D's might not even give you a job. Right? Ronald McDonald's their mascot. That ain't who works the fucking counter. It's one of those things. If you good, if you a blown up rapper, yeah, tattoo your fucking eyeballs. I don't care. But when you just some regular dude and you got your face tattooed, it screams loser to me. Okay? If you don't get out of Bentley and your face is tattooed up, you need to seek counseling. Okay?
To the suspected murder of his daughter, Harmony Montgomery, whose body has yet to be found. Harmony was reported missing in November 2021, nearly 2 years after investigators say she was killed. The details surrounding the crime are heinous. Prosecutors say Adam beat his daughter to death in a fit of rage after a bathroom accident in the car. Then,
probably why she used the bathroom on herself? Because she was abused. Physically abused child, scared, and uses the bathroom herself. And then she's punished on top of that. This dude they need to beat him to death. The law should be the way you kill somebody is the way you should have to die. Okay? If you beat somebody to death in this world, they should beat you to death. You shoot somebody, they should shoot you. You stab somebody, they should stab you. He needs to be beat slowly so he don't die. Okay? And then beat again, then beat again, and then beat again. They need to walk in there and punch him in the face in that cell every day would be justice to me. Okay? Don't execute him. Just get the biggest, baddest dude you can find to walk in the cell and punch him, slam in his face every day for the rest of his life till he takes his last damn breath. Okay? I vote for that. I vote for that.
And moved her body in different hiding places in an effort to conceal her remains. As both the prosecution and Adam's defense attorneys prepare.
And then after they beat him to death in prison, don't tell nobody for a couple of years. Okay? Hide him in different parts of the prison. Punch him every day until he eventually, his tattoo falls off his face, and then hide his body in different places in the prison. Let the prisoners play hide and go seek with his ass. Okay? And then go, oh yeah, here he is. But we don't know where he's at. We just know he's dead. What a piece of crap. What a piece of crap.
Prepare for trial. In the latest courtroom filing, the defense now says they want several pieces of key evidence to be kept hidden from.
The judge should jump over the bench and punch him in the face. Okay? I wouldn't even be mad at the judge. If the judge jumped over the bench and ran up and punched this man slam in the face, and then the prosecutor did a flying elbow off the bench with a Randy Macho Man Savage, ooh, yeah, I'd still be cool with it. I'd be like, yeah, that's what you get, homeboy.
The jury. The attorneys representing Adam say prosecutors plan to present what could be damning evidence against their client. They say prosecutors plan to share disturbing details that include Adam allegedly purchasing 40 pounds of pelletized limestone, another 40-pound bag of limes, a power grinder, a metal cutting.
I would take a blowtorch and burn him in the forehead till he told me where that kid was at. Okay? We just live in a society that don't punish people. But let me tell you this. If you promise you wouldn't lock Dolly up and you put me in a room with this man, with him handcuffed to a chair because he looks a little crazy, he looks like he might be able to whip my ass. I guarantee you this. I guarantee it. I would walk out that room knowing where that little girl was. And it would look like a scene from Hostel. But I guarantee you when I walked out that room, he wouldn't have that tattoo on his face. And I would know where that little girl is. They need to take his ass to Guantanamo Bay. Okay? That's where they need to take his ass.
Diamond blade, a lithium-ion battery and charger, all for the purpose to conceal Harmony's body. But in court documents filed by the state, it further explains the grisly and chilling details prosecutors say will help support them in trial. In a 12-page response to the defense motion, prosecutors say Adam's estranged wife, Kayla Montgomery, informed officers he purchased lime because he believed that would assist in decomposing Harmony's body and prevent her body from being found. Kayla.
It does. It hides the smell and it will eat through the body quicker, you know, and especially small bones, it may eat through the bones.
Also revealed to investigators that he had Harmony's body in a bag and that at one point he took the body out of the bag and into a hot shower to manipulate the body to put her in pieces. The documents go on to state investigators later obtained bank records from Adam and Kayla's shared account that revealed more. According to records, in February 2020, a cash withdrawal was made from the account at an ATM located directly across the street from the Home Depot where Adam worked. Officials.
This is so trigger warning. Yeah, PJ, I'll throw that on the screen for everybody. This is pretty brutal, you know, and there's no way he's getting out of it. Let's be honest. It don't matter what jury you pick. He's guilty as all get up out of here. I just think they should line him up and let everybody in the courtroom punch him in the face. I'd stand in line. You know what I'm saying? That's just, it's horrible. It's horrible. And this thing about this, he goes to prison for the next 20 years. Is that justice for that little girl? While he's sitting back, getting 3 trays a day, watching cable TV, he can get messages on the damn chaos or kiosk or whatever the hell they call the little thing. You punch all it. They get emails and everything in jail and shit now. That ain't no justice. That ain't no justice. You shouldn't get none of that. They give everybody internet access and cable TV. In prison sound pretty good. They ain't got to pay rent.
Say one cash purchase of limes was made on February 15, 2020. Another was made on February 26, 2020. Just one day later, on February 27th.
We need to go back to the era of the damn chain gangs. Okay? You commit some crime, you're going to be digging holes. Okay? We're going to put you in a mine. Like the ancient Egyptians. You're going to be fucking, you're going to work 23 hours a day until you collapse. That's justice.
Prosecutors say there was a work order made for Adam's apartment to snake the drain of the bathtub. And according to more court documents, officers learned Adam disposed of Harmony's corpse between March 3rd and March 4th of 2020. Just 5 days after the ATM withdrawals and cash purchases were made at Home Depot and 3 months after investigators believe she was killed. Authorities say in March of 2023, Kayla was able to match the bag used to conceal Harmony's body to the purchases Adam allegedly made at Home Depot back in 2020. Fast forward to 2024.
The mom is just as bad. All right. I say lock all these people up. Don't never let them out of prison. All right. And punch them in the face every day. Okay. Every day.
Ahead of his upcoming murder trial, lawyers for Adam are firing back against his estranged wife, Kayla, saying she downplayed her role in disposing of Harmony's remains. His attorneys say Kayla actively assisted in the manipulation of Harmony's remains.
How can you be a mother and do that? How could you do that?
and knew full well a saw, blade, grinder, or battery were not used. The defense wants to block any mention of the 80 pounds of lime, a diamond blade, and the power grinder purchases from getting in front of the jury at the upcoming trial, where Kayla...
Did he need all that? Let's be honest. Like, we trigger warning, guys. Did anybody did anybody see where that dude cut his dad's head off the other day? And they had it posted up on YouTube, right? He cut his head off with like a knife. I mean, why would you need diamond tip blades? And seems like a little bit obsessive to trigger warning, guys, to cut up a small corpse. I think that's the best way to say it. That's a little much, don't you think? What's up, Jimmy and crew? This crap is sad. It is absolutely sad. And this is like, when you born into this world, if they didn't want a kid, why didn't they give her up? They could have pulled up to any fire station, any hospital, and dropped her off. It's a safe haven, you know, and not been charged, not be going to prison forever, you know. And then this dude is probably he's probably going to get killed in prison. All right. If they put him in any type of population in prison, he is probably going to get killed. People are funny, even in jail, about your kids. You cannot be in jail for crimes against kids. You are a huge target, even in the jail. In prison, they put this man in any type of population. And let me tell you this one thing: when you locked up, everybody in the place knows what you're there for. Okay? Because deputies are cool with inmates, and they tell inmates shit, and then the inmates spread it through the jail and prisons. So everybody knows why you're there. They know you're there for hurting your kid. And people in that bitch miss their kids more than anything. They could hate their wives, but miss their kids. And they will get you for that. And this man, you can believe we'll hear him go, you know, he'll go to prison. 5 years from now, we'll hear on the news that the father of Harmony Montgomery was found dead in a prison cell. You watch. Them crimes, some crimes in this world you can't get away with. There's prison justice for it.
Is expected to be a key witness. She testified previously as a state's witness in his 2023 weapons trial under a plea agreement.
Where do you currently reside?
The state prison for women.
And how long have you lived there?
Since November 2022.
Why do you live?
They asked her where she lived. Prison, bitch. I'm in prison. Okay. I live in a 4x4 cell with my girlfriend.
In the women's prison.
Perjury charges.
Were you convicted of those charges?
Yes.
And sentenced for those charges?
Yes.
Were you also charged with receiving stolen property?
Yes.
And those charges were dismissed as part of a... Were those charges dismissed as part of a plea agreement?
Yes.
And you admitted to lying to the grand jury?
Yes.
Okay, so we know now you're a liar, and I hope you would cover Harmony's justice. Yeah, I may go sit in. I got a little bit of free time, and you know, this trial is just starting. This is a crazy one. I'll be sitting there the whole time wanting to throat punch people. You know what I'm saying? Because stuff like this, these are the worst monsters in the world. Look, a monster's a monster, you know, but these are the worst. These are like to me, they're worse than serial killers. Okay. Like, this dude is worse to me than damn Brian Kohlberger. And some people are like, oh, how can you say that? Because that baby trusted. This is the person you're born into the world, trusted these people, and they took her life and beat her to death in the most horrible way. Brian Kohlberger's crazy, killed somebody. It ain't the same. This dude broke that bond between parent and kid. You know what I'm saying? The person that's supposed to protect you. I just think he's worse than somebody like Brian Kohlberger. I think he's worse than a serial killer. And Lee's a serial killer. They kill you quick. He literally physically beat this kid to death and did nothing when she was seizing up and hurt. He did nothing to render aid to his own child or try to help her. He didn't even try to come up with, oh, if she fell, you know what I'm saying? Like most crazy parents do. They say, oh, my kid fell downstairs and really beat you in the head with a frying pan. He didn't try to render aid or nothing. So he was an abusive parent that just didn't give two shits. I mean, that is a monster. That is a super big monster.
Did you admit apologies? Did you admit to lying to the grand jury?
Yes.
If you can do that to your own baby, imagine what you could do to other people. If he could beat his baby in the head till she was dead, imagine what he could do to somebody if you made him angry. What he would do to somebody else. He's a killer. Monster. I hope they don't ever get out. I hope they don't never, ever, ever put you under the jail in a Hannibal Lecter mask.
Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony here today?
Yes.
The charges stemmed from an unrelated 2019 incident where Adam was accused of stealing and possessing a rifle and shotgun, then selling them as a previously convicted felon. While on the stand, Kayla testified Adam stole the weapons to swap them out for money or drugs. But she also gave insight into their home life in the months leading up to her.
You seen the pictures of her in the thumbnail, right? How strung out on drugs she was. Now, listen, this is why you just say no, right? Because look, the last story we covered, Kansas City 3, drugs. Harmony Montgomery, these people cared more about getting high than they did their kid. And in a fit of rage, he beat his child to death. Sad, man. What is wrong with the world we live in? This is why you just say no to these fucked up drugs. I mean, it turns people into monsters. They might have been monsters before the drugs. Drugs don't help it, though. I know that.
Harmony's death.
So focusing back on that time period, September, October 2019, what was your life like back then?
I was working up until November 2019 at Dunkin' Donuts.
Now, here's the thing. There's people on drugs all over this country that don't beat their kids to death. Okay? There's people on drugs in this country right now that don't hurt their kids. See, there might be people on drugs in this country that take good care of their kids right now. Just because they on drugs is no reason whatsoever on this fucking planet to beat a baby to death. There's no excuse. I don't care how high you was. I don't care if you was on cloud 9. Ain't no excuse for it.
I would work 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Adam would be home with the kids while I'm at work. And he would drop me off and pick me up from work because I didn't have a license. And then after he would pick me up, I would be at the house with the kids, and he would leave some nights because we were using drugs.
Yeah, using a shit ton of drugs.
When you say we were using drugs, what do you mean?
Like getting high, using heroin and crack and weed.
Oh, she threw weed in there. After she said heroin and crack, you could have left the weed out, okay? Weed didn't make y'all do none of the shit y'all did. Don't be blaming it on the weed. The weed. It was a weed, right? Get a damn Snoop Dogg. If it wasn't for that damn Snoop Dogg video, this wouldn't have happened. Lady, you just said name 2 of the worst drugs on the planet, and you ended with weed. Okay? You just literally said y'all were smoking crack and doing heroin. And weed. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
And when you say we were getting high and using heroin and crack and weed, who's we?
Adam and I.
I ain't never smoked a blunt and been like, let me beat my kid. Okay. Usually, the only thing I abuse on weed is cookies, cereal, candy bars. Okay. I've never thought one time. I usually don't have the energy. I abuse Snickers, damn cupcakes, anything edible, right, is in trouble. But far as, you know, using that as a reason that y'all covered up and abused your child and murdered and damn weed.
And what was your drug of choice?
It was both heroin and crack.
She wasn't picky. She said, what drug? I can't think of which one really right now. Can we go with all of them, Chuck, for 300? Okay. I like them all. I'm an equal opportunity druggie is apparently what she said. She was like, shit, I don't care. You know, she didn't say weed. You know, she didn't say weed on that one. She didn't say weed. She went straight to the crack and heroin. Yo.
Sober now?
Yes.
What did it take for you to become sober?
Prison.
Going to jail.
At least she was honest. At least she was honest, right? She's honest. Sober, she's honest. What did it take you to get clean? Fucking prison. Oh, at least she's honest, right? I know she's been lying in court, right? I know she did a little lying in court, but maybe she's over the line at this point and she's just going to be 100% truthful, because that was a straight ass truthful answer right there. She's like, prison made me stop. Oh, Lord. Yeah, you ain't doing no drugs anytime soon. I don't know. There's drugs in prison, you know?
I asked you about.
Anybody remember that HBO stuff from a long time ago? It was like a soundbite. It was like, Treetop always said the best sex he ever had was in prison, about tossing salad. I remember as a kid, I heard it for the first time, tossing the salad. I was like, what the fuck are they having salad in prison for?
Your drug of choice back then, what was the defendant's?
Heroin.
What did the defendant do for work back then?
He was home with the kids.
And he'd leave at night, you said?
Yeah, he would leave after I'd be home for a couple hours, and go for rides.
You probably go rob and steal to get money for drugs. Okay. Because, you know, when you're a drug addict, you got to supply that habit. That demon is always there, you know? So, you know, he's taking off for a couple hours at night. He's probably scamming, stealing, robbing, just trying to get by.
Okay. Do you know, back then, how did you get your drugs?
I had money from my job, and that's what I remember up until.
That's what she remembers up until.
We got kicked out. Evicted from the house.
And you mentioned,
see where drugs lead? See where drugs lead right there. She had a job. She started doing drugs. They get kicked out the house. They're living on the street, miserable, get worse strung out on drugs, get aggravated by the kid, beat the kid to death. This is horrible. It's a sad story. This is the downfall of drugs. You know, they might have did this without the drugs too.
Harmony, Declan, and Seamus.
Here's the thing. You know, somebody says she sounds high right now. When you do these drugs, it destroys your brain. Okay? This shit ain't, none of that shit they're doing is good for you. When you start doing this, even when you get clean, it has a lasting effect on you. Right? And you can see that in her. That she's been clean in prison and she still kind of looks drugged out her fucking mind because she's done burnt her brain up. Okay. When you start doing these drugs that she's naming, these are the hardest of the hard drugs. This ain't like, people don't start off with that. That ain't no gateway drug. You know what I'm saying? That's the hard shit.
How did you support them?
We had food stamps, and my income, which was barely anything at the time.
Adam was ultimately convicted in his weapons trial and sentenced to spend up to 6 decades behind bars.
That's what you get. All that begging he did to the judge too, talking about, please don't hold what's going on with my kid against me. I have nothing to do with that. Just, basically judge me on what's going on with these charges. And that bitch got so many years in prison. I was like, you ain't never getting out. Right now, they're just throwing, they're just putting the last nail in his coffin when this starts up at 1 o'clock. They're just putting, they done dug the hole for him. Let's, know that with the gun charges, they dug the hole. He's in the hole. They just nailing up the coffin right now, and he will never see the light of day ever again.
Before the judge handed down his sentence, Adam denied having anything to do with his 5-year-old daughter's death.
So I understand that I was found guilty by a jury, and I'm not here to dispute that at all. The only consideration that I ask of you this morning is for you not to consider anything as it relates to the case regarding my daughter Harmony. I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims. Probably won't believe me when I tell you that I didn't wake up one morning and choose to become an addict. I don't want to be an addict. And I will spend my time in prison utilizing it to the best of my ability to change things about myself.
No need to change now, bro. You ain't never getting out. You ain't never getting out of prison ever in your whole entire life. Okay? You can change everything about you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to change what's going to happen to you. Ain't going to change what's going to happen to you. And to hear him talk like this, and this man beat his daughter to death. Beat his daughter, defenseless little girl, to death. It ain't man enough to tell people where she's at so this girl can have a proper burial. Piece of shit. This a piece of shit person right here. Like, I'm glad the judge didn't feel sorry for him. I'm glad they gave him the maximum sentence they could give his ass. And I hope they give him the maximum they can give him over the next few weeks, because this trial apparently is going to go on for 2 or 3 weeks. So just God. Ugh.
I could have had a meaningful life and I blew that opportunity through drugs, but I loved my daughter unconditionally and I did not kill her.
Okay. So the mama's lying. You didn't beat the kid in the face. What is he going to say? She choked on a chicken nugget and he carried her body around in a suitcase for 2 months, moving her from here to here. What about all the stuff if you going to buy to, to dispose of this little girl's body in pieces? I don't know. This should be a quick one. I mean, the jury's going to be out for what? 3 seconds? They might not even have to leave. They'd be like, well, we already came to our decision. They ain't even left. They didn't have to go back and sit. Everybody's looking at each other like, yep, you're gone, bro. What a scumbag. This dude and Chad Dorman, okay? Chad Dorman, the one that shot the 3 little boys, trigger warning, in front of their mama. Oh my God, dude. Like, it's shit like that. I lose faith in the justice system, right? Like back in the old days, these dudes would be dead right now. They wouldn't even be talking about them. They'd be eating cornbread and biscuits and shit, doing something else. These dudes would have been executed so quick. They'd have been hanging at the gallows. Okay. Just done, beheaded. Now you get to live. You get to sit on a computer. You got an MP3 player. You watching cable TV. You probably watching Dolly. Okay. You got a cell phone in your butt. That ain't justice, okay? I mean, the cell phone in your butt's a little bit of justice, but it ain't enough.
please don't consider anything that relates to those charges. Only consider the facts to this case.
It was a different tune from Adam's 2021 police encounter where body cam footage shows officers questioning Adam about his daughter's whereabouts. The footage is captured on December 31st, 2021, the day Manchester police first announced a missing persons.
Now, here's the thing. If anybody's kid went missing, my kid's grown right now. She's about to turn 24. If she was to go missing, I'd be screaming to the fucking rooftops, help me find my kid, begging people, pleading, and she's grown. You know what I'm saying? But I'd be begging everybody. Like when you show up and people don't care, like this dude didn't care. Oh, I don't want to talk about my daughter. Like your daughter's missing. And if you didn't do it, it would be your biggest concern in this whole entire world. Just like when we talk about Don and Candace Wells, you would be screaming to the rooftops. Okay. You would be wanting everybody to listen, everybody to help. I don't matter who. You wouldn't give a damn. You wouldn't fight the system. Okay. That's one time in this world you wouldn't fight the system. You would want everybody's help. You would want law enforcement. You would want everything. And then when you go against that, that is the biggest red flag ever. And not only saying you're guilty, but I'm just saying that big fucking red flag is so hard to get past. And it 90% of the time when them flags go up, you guilty as hell. Okay. And this is one of those cases of it. People, I know people deal with grief and different things a little bit differently, but for the most part, everybody's going to handle a missing child similarly. They're going to be panicky. They're going to be worried. They're going to want everybody's help. Real people. Now, if you done offed your kid, of course, you're going to not want people on the hill. You ain't going to want YouTubers digging into your background. Cool. You ain't going to want none of that shit, right? Because you guilty.
Investigation for Harmony, who hadn't been seen alive since 2019. Adam was found sleeping in a car in a parking lot when authorities caught up with him.
Okay, do I have any turtles in here that are from this area that this has transpired? Press 1 in the chat, okay? Is anybody in this area? Tracy, everybody in this area? Okay, y'all send... Later on, shoot me a message on my Facebook, okay? Dolly might pop up in town, okay? Dolly might pop up in town, and I need to know a couple people why I'm there, okay? Just in case I need access to any amenities. Katie of New Hampshire. Okay, so yeah, I may pop in. And check this out a little bit, okay?
Fall asleep. We make contact right now.
Couple days.
Your hands.
You guys want to code it all, or you guys good?
Keep your hands where I can see them. Step on out. Hey, keep your hands where I can see them.
What's going on?
What's your name, my man?
What? Adam.
Adam? You have anything on you?
No.
All right, come right over here.
What's wrong?
I'm just going to pat you down, make sure you don't have any weapons. Put your hands on top of your head, okay? On top of your head.
What's going on, though? What's the problem right now?
All right. Who's this in the car with you?
My girlfriend.
That beeping drive me crazy.
A day or two?
Where were you before you were here?
With her name.
Sorry?
With her name.
With her name?
Why? What's wrong? And common.
Okay, trigger one. Kelly, Sue morning, sweetie. Is good to see you today. I'm in Mass, but we'll go to trial any day you want. I'm 30 miles away. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure there's some turtles in that area. Okay. It's good to see. I didn't know so many of y'all were from that area. Good Lord. Okay. I got damn turtles everywhere. Turtles everywhere. That's good. Okay. Because I might pop up.
I'm sorry?
Carmel, maybe?
Carmel, man? Where is that?
That's up north.
It's up north?
Yeah.
You sure you don't have anything on you?
Yeah, I don't have nothing on
Super
me.
crazy. I haven't seen you in a long, long time.
Okay, what's going on?
You got a couple detectives that are coming down to talk to you.
Okay. For what?
What's that?
For what?
Just
People are wondering where Harmony is.
Yeah, we want to talk to him.
That's something that you can discuss with them.
Can I just get a cigarette, please?
Cut the car off, man. Cut the damn car off. There you go. Thank God.
I will keep coming to talk to you. I can't. You guys know I don't want to talk to him.
You can have that conversation with them.
I don't want to have that conversation with them. And I don't want to.
People are concerned about stuff.
Because I'm not talking to police about nothing. I'm not under arrest.
Right now you're being detained, yes. Not under arrest, but you're being detained. Okay.
I'd be like, what am I being detained for? But, you know, he's a monster. You know, these cops right here wish they could bust him in the head with a billy club.
Any particular reason you don't want to talk to them?
I don't talk to the fucking police.
What's that?
I don't. Should I call a lawyer?
Where's your phone at, my man?
Don't worry about it.
Once investigators arrived, Adam was asked about Harmony, but he refused to answer.
Wait, am I under arrest?
No, you're not. You're not. You don't even want to.
All right, I got nothing to say. Adam, right? Montgomery. Yeah. Do you remember?
He said, I ain't got nothing to say. Well, everybody knows now, and don't try to talk now. Too late for talking, homie.
From the Elliott Hospital from a while back, man.
Yeah, I got nothing to say.
Right. So hey, man, the only thing we're trying to figure out is where Harmony is. Okay.
Okay.
So the concern is that you guys are the same, right? You're not in trouble. Nobody said you're losing your daughter. Okay. So I want to make that clear. Swallow, you know, I have a body tomorrow, just like everybody else is being on the report. So you just need to find out where she is. That's all I'm concerned about. You're not in any trouble right now that I know of. Okay. You have no warrants. Okay.
And my thing is, I guess, you know, the whole thing, you know, if he tells where the body's at, it's like, do you offer him a deal, you know, as the prosecutors, just to recover the body? Or do you just throw the book at him and never recover the body? That's one of those tricky questions because the parents are in jail. So it ain't like you're recovering the body for the parents, you know, because the parents are going to be in prison forever. I don't know what decision you make as to try to recover this baby. Do you give him a little leniency? Because I guess, you know, he would never get out of prison either way. But to make somebody's life easier as a killer, I'm sure they did offer him a deal. That's when it gets, you know, like, I don't know. I just think that's a hard decision to make. Do we cut him a little slack so he tells us where the baby's at? Because the whole thing is he's never getting out. Jules, thank you for becoming a member. That's a good way to keep Dolly alive right there. Big virtual hugs to you. And thank you so much for being a member. Harmony's mother is not in jail. Oh, shit, I didn't even know that. I thought she was in jail. She just said she was in prison. Is she out of prison? There ain't no way they let the mom out.
Where's your daughter so we can check on her and make sure that she's okay?
Right now, I have nothing to say to you guys.
But that's not what I'm just asking.
Okay, I have nothing to say.
Stepmom.
So you don't care if your daughter's okay?
I do. I listen. I have nothing to say.
Is your daughter?
If I'm under arrest, you guys can arrest me.
I'm not saying you're
under arrest. Okay, I have nothing to say then.
Okay, I got you. I got you guys.
You just don't care how your
that is the stepmom. I got you. Okay. I still wouldn't let her out of prison. They let her out? I don't care if she's stepmom, half cousin, a stranger. If you insisted in the disposal of this little girl's body and you out of jail, what world we live in? Okay, who the fuck comes up with the laws in this country? Maybe I need to pay more attention to politics because something is definitely wrong. There is something definitely wrong with our criminal system if people like this are walking the streets.
I do. Obviously, I do. My kid. Yeah. About all my kids. Yeah, but other than that, I have nothing. I remember you talking to me about it at the Elliott.
Oh, the real mom is not in jail. Is the stepmom still in jail? Okay. Okay, I got you. The stepmom is in prison. The real mom is not. Okay. Okay. Thank y'all for clearing that up for me, because I was like, what? I was like, what? The lady helped dispose. I'm like, damn. Next time somebody wants me to help dispose of a body, I'm going to do it. Apparently, there ain't big punishment for it. But yeah, that's good to hear she's in jail. All right. All jokes aside. Hell, dude. Like, yeah, we can't have monsters on the streets. And how could you not report that? That is just horrible.
Remember me, John? Yeah, I do remember. You do? Yeah. Okay. So I was there to help you out then. I know. I want to make sure you're doing okay. I know you do. I know you will. And I have a job to do. Like I said, you're not in any trouble. I'm telling you dead ass right now, you're not in any trouble. Okay.
Dead ass.
I care about how your kids are doing. Okay. My job is to check on kids. Right?
John, I appreciate that. I told you. I remember you from up there. I don't have nothing else to say.
Later during Adam's police interview, he seemingly still played coy about any information regarding Harmony, and more so voiced his frustration about being picked up on assault charges rather than letting investigators know where his daughter is located.
This dude, man, cops got a tough job. How could they sit there? Like, I'd be like, hey, can that camera glitch for a minute while I beat this dude in the head with a phone book?
We got a lot of worried people and scared people right now in the community. I know you're worried about the well-being of your daughter, and I kind of want to get ahead of this.
That dude ain't worried.
Because I don't want you to be painted as a monster.
Well, that's what you guys are already doing.
Dude, he said, y'all guys are already paint. Dude, you a monster. You paint yourself as a monster when you got that teardrop tattooed on your face. When you decided to be a drug addict and hurt your child, you painted your own picture. The world is just looking at the picture you painted.
I am? No. Oh, yeah. Can you explain that to me?
You guys are already trying to do, man.
Explain to me how I'm trying to make you, or whoever is trying to make you out to be a monster. Who's telling you that stuff? Is there somebody that I work with that told you that? Somebody you're close with, that they told you that?
No.
All right. But you understand this whole thing is getting a little out of hand. Would you agree?
Of course. But
so that's why.
Look, it's just the way you guys are going about it.
And again,
yeah, I don't not you specifically, but
You notice he makes zero eye contact with the two people interviewing him. You can see the police, they're staring him down right in the face. He will not look them in the eyes, right? He's deflecting. The man clearly shows all kinds of, I'm not a body language expert, but if I had to look at a mofo and say they're guilty, I could look right at him and say, man, look, you wouldn't be this nervous and you wouldn't be this scared if nothing was wrong. There's something making you act the way you're acting. And that's our place. It's our character. You're not acting normal. Why ain't you acting normal? That's what they should be asking them. Why are you so nervous, man? You know?
yeah, nobody comes out there like that for a second-degree assault charge. Nobody. Been arrested for worse charges. They don't come out and throw fucking flashbangs at my girlfriend's car and ram us into the fucking guardrail. They don't do that for a second-degree assault charge.
Again, you understand what the charges are, right?
Second-degree assault, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There's also an endangering the welfare charge.
Okay.
And interference with custody. Okay,
So how did I interfere with custody?
So that paperwork that we served you the other day, remember that?
Okay.
When they were in the alleyway, remember outside of on Lake Ave?
Yeah.
There's paperwork that you have to comply with. You understand that, right? We had that conversation, did we not? Right? So that's what that's all about.
So second-degree assault charge, what is this referring to?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Well, explain to me what I'm being charged with it. What the hell am I being charged with it for?
Well, your daughter had some injuries that you know about when you lived on Guilford Street.
No, I do not. What are you referring to?
Well, you were there, I wasn't, right?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to her having some good marks.
What are you referring to?
Marks that were left on her by you.
Absolutely not. I have nothing else to say. But you're sitting there telling me that right off the rip that there was something wrong with my daughter because of me. No, that's bullshit.
Okay. So if your daughter had marks on her at some point when you lived over there, how would you explain those?
How was she got those marks?
Well, I would love to know when that marks were there because DCYF came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And we know that they came there.
Right.
Okay.
And closed the case.
Okay. Do we know that DCYF is the
This is one of those cases where, sometimes, listen, the social services save a lot of people, but sometimes they fail some people in it too. You know what I'm saying? And because we live in such a crazy world, sometimes people slip through the cracks and then terrible, horrible things happen.
flagship agency in the country?
No, but if there was significant marks like you're referring to, I believe they would have flagged something at that point, and they would have said something. They wouldn't have came there and seen that the kids were well taken care of. All the kids loved being at the house with me.
Investigators later revealed to Adam multiple people saw Harmony with a bruise on her face, which Adam chalked up to just being hearsay, but still refused to speak about Harmony.
I can't sleep until I know that she's okay. And I know that you know where she is or what happened to her, but I can't do it without your help. And if you don't want to look like this animal, because I don't think you are. Not that I don't think you are, I know you aren't. But
You lying. That man is a monster. This dude is the biggest monster, piece of crap. Like, whatever happens to him, it ain't justice in this world. He should be taken out back and horrible, terrible things done to him.
I can only do so much for you, man. I know. I'm begging you to help me. Because as much as you're hurting inside, I'm also hurting inside. And I don't know how you can sleep at night because I'm sure it's eating the shit out of you. Am I wrong?
No, see, me and pies. I know I'm not seeing my wife, I'm not seeing my kids. You guys are just playing games like this.
Dude, but I'm not trying.
We're not trying to play games again.
Can you make me a promise? Like, man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive?
You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other
No,
day.
it's not word games.
I got nothing
Because
else
we
to
care,
say.
man. We want to know.
You want to know? He asked him, "Can you tell me man to man she's alive?" And he can't even answer the damn question. I mean, this is horrible. It's horrible to even watch. Poor little girl, man. You don't pick the world you're born into. And some people are born into worlds without even a fighting chance.
This isn't gonna go anywhere. Like, this isn't gonna stop. So
No, I know it's not.
So either get on the bus now or get run over.
I got nothing else to say.
And here's what else we know surrounding Harmony's disappearance, now presumed murder. Harmony was born in June of 2014 while Adam was in prison. Her mother, Crystal Sorey, at the time was her sole caretaker. Between the time Harmony was born until January 2018, she was removed from her mother's care 3 times because of neglect and her mother's drug use.
So the original mom wasn't that good. The baby daddy wasn't that good. The stepmama assisted in dismembering and hiding the body of this little girl. Man, that is so sad. Poor little girl.
July of 2018, Harmony's mother lost custody of
And
her
then,
because of drug addiction.
Just think about this. The few years she had on this planet were rough years. Right? That is so terrible.
And she was placed in a foster home. By February 2019, Adam gets out of prison and was granted legal custody of Harmony by a family court judge. But a couple months later, everything changed. Around Easter of 2019, Harmony's mother says it was the last time she spoke with and saw her daughter. In July of that year, Child Protective Services reportedly received an anonymous call alleging abuse after the caller reported seeing Harmony with a black eye. Between July and October of 2019, Child Protective Services made several visits to the home Adam, Kayla, Harmony, and their other children lived in. They ultimately concluded the abuse was unfounded, but the family was at a risk for future child welfare concerns. Investigators believe Harmony was killed in early December. In January of 2020, Adam told a Child Protective Services worker Harmony was living with her mother in Massachusetts and had been since Thanksgiving of 2019. Then a whole year goes by, no sighting of Harmony. By November of 2021, Harmony's mother called police to report that she hadn't seen her since Easter of 2019. Police then questioned Adam on New Year's Eve of 2021. On January 4 of 2022,
Okay, it's starting to come back to my memory a little bit because I remember a lot of this stuff now. It's been such a good while since I've been over the Harmony Montgomery case. I have forgot a lot of the stuff that was going on, but it's starting to come back to me now. Now I remember what's going on.
Adam was arrested and charged with second-degree assault, interference with custody, and endangering the welfare of a child. His estranged wife, Kayla, was arrested 2 days later for theft. She was released from jail in May of 2022, then a month later arrested on perjury charges, accused of lying during her grand jury testimony. She was released a few days later, then rearrested again in September, where her bail was revoked. By August, the state's attorney general announced the investigation is now a homicide investigation. And 2 months later, Adam was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. In November, his estranged wife, Kayla, pleaded guilty to perjury and in turn must fully cooperate in any future proceedings, including testifying in Adam's murder trial. And in another twist, his defense attorneys are seeking to sever the charges against Adam and to...
So basically, they're not going to do too much to the stepmom. She's the key witness the prosecutors, I guess, are going to use against him. I get it. So they got her with the perjury for lying in court. So they got her locked up. So they got her ready to testify against him. So yeah, that he's pretty much done.
Separate trials, meaning one trial for the assault charges, another on the murder charge. A judge denied that motion in January. To this day, Harmony's body has still yet to be found, prompting investigators to establish a tip line to help authorities find her. Adam has remained behind bars since his January 2022 arrest and will remain there due to his firearms conviction. Jury selection for his next trial is slated to begin on February 6th.
Okay, so they expect that jury trial to be finished up by what, 1 o'clock today, and the trial will actually start today on the Adam Montgomery. Now, you know, he's been smiling at the cameras. You know, is he going to act a fool when they give him a whole bunch of years? Okay, we got 367 likes and 777 people in chat. Don't forget to hit that like. That is absolutely correct. All right, let me set this down. Let me cut my camera back on. Let me pop back up here on this. Bow, there I am. So I've seen a lot of people that are interested in maybe me swinging up there and covering a little bit of this trial that's going to be going on for the next few weeks. And I may be willing to do that. I can't stay up there too long, but I've never been to New Hampshire. Okay. So maybe I'll come up and be a little bit of a tourist for a little bit, sit in on some of this trial. I don't think I can sit there for 3 weeks, but you know, I might be able to check it out for a couple days for you guys. Is Court TV going to go live or cameras close to the public? No, it will be live. Okay, it will be broadcasted on Court TV, Fox, a few different places. I'll broadcast some of it live until I'm there live. Okay, because I'm thinking about going up there, swinging through, you know, kicking it with the crew. Let's watch. I don't know. I would rather go when he's going to be sentenced, you know, but I might go sit in a few days. I have a tip from years ago of the death of a state trooper on a high-speed chase. What did I say? Hold on. The people got away, and one of them admitted to me recently it was them on the run, but just my word, enough? I don't know. Report your stuff to the authorities. You know, if you have a real information on a real crime, don't go to YouTubers, okay? go to the police. Look up whatever state it happened in, the city. I'm sure all of them have websites. You can contact them through that means. Google the number to the police station, call the non-emergency number, and tell them that you have a legitimate tip, and they'll tell you how to report your tip. If you give it to a YouTuber, you know, YouTubers will take it because we need stories. But the best thing for you to do, the most honest, truthfully thing, if you have real legitimate information out here, guys, don't give it to YouTubers. Give it to the fucking police. If it's real. Now, if it's some bullshit, yeah, give it to the YouTubers. But if it's something legitimate, it's some rumor you heard, yeah, you can spread that with YouTubers. If you know something to be fact, report that to the authorities. Okay? Because that could be the difference in somebody going to jail and somebody getting a fucking 10,000 clicks. Okay? The important thing is people go to jail for these crimes. The talking about the crimes is second. The main thing is people get the hell locked up. That there's justice. Number one key thing in all of this. Now, if you give me a tip that's something, if you give me a tip that I think is legitimate, I'm going to turn it over to the police. So you can avoid the middleman shit and just turn it over to the police yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to see people get away with crime in this world. You know? And you do the crime, you do the time. Or you pay the fine. Whatever it be. You know? For every law I've ever broke, I've paid for. Right? Either with my time sitting in jail or fines or whatever it may be. And if you do it, there's consequences for it. You got to pay those consequences. This dude, he's going to pay the consequences. But it ain't justice. Right? That's just what society is deemed okay. You know? But that ain't justice. You know, when I was watching, you know, the Idaho 4 parents talk, and what is it, Steve Gonzalez? I can't say his last name, Gonzalez or whatever, how he says his last name. He was talking just like me. He sounded like Dolly. I was like, this dude sounds just like me. He had the same opinion on when you do wrong, what should happen to you, as I do, you know. And some people in this world just eye for an eye. I don't want nobody hurt. I don't want to see people eyeless, you know. But if you go chopping off hands, you deserve to have your hand chopped off. So let's jump back over here. Let me close some of this stuff I got open, guys. I got a lot of stuff open on my screen because I was trying to get stuff to play. And as it was freezing up. So I have all these extra tabs open.
Sure, because nearly 5 years after police believe 5-year-old Harmony.
This grueling investigation started more than 2 years ago, Jen and Jamie. It remains active to this day. The tip line is open and still gets calls. Everyone close to this case wants to find this child who suffered so much in her short life and lay her to rest.
That's the thing, you know, if he don't tell, right? And the stepmom, you know, she don't know where the baby's at. This kid's never going to be found without him telling it. Like, he might as well just give it up. You know, give it up, dude. You're done. You're caught. You're busted. It's over with. Just tell people so they can bury this little girl.
That crooked smile, those pink glasses. Harmony Montgomery captured the hearts of the community and the world when police announced the urgent search for a missing child, New Year's Eve, 2021.
This is a 7-year-old girl. Let's find her.
Born blind.
Well, I think if the stepmom knew at this point, she would have done told it, you know, because she's in custody and she's working with the prosecution. If she knew where the little girl was, they would already have this little girl, I think. I think he's done buried her somewhere, and he's the only person that knows.
In one eye, her father in prison, her mother in a shelter in the throes of addiction. She liked books and dolls and loved to eat fruit, veggies, even onions, according to a Massachusetts state report that examined how she ended up in the custody of a violent felon, her own father, after just a handful of visits, adding up to 40 hours.
This is a little girl.
So 40 hours of visitations, he could get custody type thing. A violent felon. Lord.
That asked for none of this. Was unfortunately, not dealt the best cards in life.
Manchester Police Chief Alan Aldenburg led an intense, unrelenting investigation, bringing New Hampshire law enforcement to a marsh in Revere, Massachusetts, a frozen backyard in Manchester, a Union Street apartment, down a city sewer pipe. And sources tell News 9 investigates down to Florida and up to a remote area of Maine to locate the body of a little girl who suffered in life and indignities to her body in death, according to a horrific affidavit. Adam Montgomery was defiant.
Wow. Thank you, Mab. Oh, shit. Mab must have won the lottery. He just gifted $5 memberships. Okay. Big Mab investigates. Make sure if you got a membership that you thank Mr. Mab for it. Okay. And this is horrible. These people done traveled all around the country with this kid in a duffel bag. Now, what does that sound like? Kind of sounds like that whole trigger warning, Michael Monkey Vaughn and Brandon having that duffel bag. Okay. Not to be jumping stories, but there's some similarities when you get into these monsters. Okay. And he knows where that bag is at. And I say they lock him in solitary confinement until he talks something. They got to do something. Don't give him no privileges in the prison, nothing. He gets nada. Don't even feed his ass until he talks. That's how I feel about it. You want a chicken biscuit? Tell us where that kid's at.
At his sentencing trial last year on unrelated weapons convictions. Tomorrow, he goes on trial for murder.
Boom! Jumper on board, the gifting train. Emma, you rock, girl. Make sure if you got a membership from Emma, you thank her. They ain't free. She's working hard, and she just hooked you up. So make sure you thank Emma. All right. And you guys are the best. Big virtual hugs to you. And maybe we will get up here, cover a few days of this stuff live, see what's going on, see if we can slide Dolly up into the courtroom. Right. Lots of gifting today. People are awesome. You guys are the best. I got the best turtles in the world. Best turtles in the world. And definitely thank you to everybody who has been donating to our ChromaCon 2024. Okay. To get me to ChromaCon 24, because that shit's super expensive. Right. Our booth is $1,200 and we've already raised $755 or something like that. So thank you guys. Thank you. We are almost to the booth. Okay. And that is the first step to lock it in, because ChromaCon's not to May. And then we have time to get our banners and stuff done, but we're trying to lock it in as soon as we can. So thank you guys that have been looking out for the cookout. You guys are the best, definitely. And we're going to have a good year this year for sure.
Sure.
I did not kill my daughter Harmony. I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
And coming up tonight at 7:30, why the star witness in this trial could be hard for some jurors to believe. Plus, video and audio of Adam Montgomery that the jury won't get to hear. Jen?
So, Amy, after jurors are chosen, they'll be taken to visit some locations from this case. Where will they go?
So the first stop is 77 Guilford Street in the...
All right, we're going to 77 Guilford Street. All right. We're going to hit these locations in the next couple of days. What do you think? Y'all want to take a trip? Yeah, anybody want to take a field trip? Anybody want to take a field trip? Let me know. All right. If y'all are interested in it, Dolly will go up there and cover it live, but only if y'all interested in it. I don't want to go up there and nobody gives two shits about it. Okay. If I go, you have to watch it. You're forced. You're locked in. Okay. You're swearing on your soul to little baby Jesus.
city of Manchester. Harmony lived there with her 2 half-brothers and Adam and Kayla. The backyard of that yellow house was searched just days after the announcement that she was missing. The FBI was part of that effort. Nothing was ever found, though, in that backyard. And the second location, Jen, is the Colonial Village Apartments, where police believe Adam, Kayla, and 2 other children were living out of the car for a while. This was right after they were evicted from the Guilford Street house.
Okay, Amy, we know that you will be following this very closely. Thank you.
Okay.
The life of...
Damn. They were 2 years late on this case. Yeah, I mean, you know, how do you know a kid's missing when it's with his mom and dad, and the mom and dad don't report it missing? If they don't have, like, you know, let's just say regular contact with many people, and the parents are off, your stepmother and stuff of that nature, how do you know she's missing? You know, you wouldn't until they report it missing, or somebody else reported it missing. It sounds like it took the biological mom over a year not seeing her kid. Now, these people don't sound like the best parents from the very beginning. The what is it, Crystal Sorry lady, battling drug addiction, horrible. You know, hope she kicks the drugs. You know, you can't wish bad things on people in this world. But there was a lot of contributing factors that led to this girl's death. But it sounds, you know, what makes it so sad is it don't even sound like the little girl had a decent life. You know, I mean, the picture, she has a smile on her, so I hope there was points in her life she was happy. But it just seems like this little girl's life was filled with a lot of misery, and then even in death. And that is super, super horrible.
Of little Harmony Montgomery is almost too tragic to talk about. Her death was so violent and so utterly reprehensible that it's almost too disturbing to mention. But
I mean, how is there a good way to talk about somebody that balled up their fist? And listen to this. That ain't the first time he did that to this kid. That's the first time she died from it. He been beating on this kid, abusing this kid. I don't know what type of rage this man's soul holds, but I hope somebody punches him in the face every day he's in prison. I hate to say that. No, I don't even hate to say it. Just, he deserves it.
But tonight, we will talk about both, because Harmony deserves to be remembered. And this little angel...
They bring him out in front of that judge. He should have 2 black eyes and a bloody lip. I'm losing respect for law enforcement, okay? By the day. Somebody needs to, like, cut off a body cam, all right? Them batteries die in them body cams every day, all right? The battery could go dead. The camera malfunctioned. He slipped. He slipped. What's wrong with our justice system where people make it into court without slipping? I want to see some slips and falls before this bitch gets in the courtroom. Okay, when he gets there, he should look like he just survived like a UFC fight. Okay, I want to see the dude walk in the court like Chuck Liddell was the guard in the back. Somebody slapped the shit out of him before you bring him out into the courtroom. Right? If he's smiling, make sure when he walks out there, he don't have a smile on his face. We're too good to people. We're too good to people in this world. Okay? Where's the real police? Where's the real police? A real police would have done whipped his ass.
Deserves justice. Harmony was born to Crystal Sorey and Adam Montgomery.
Now police be going to prison. They scared to slap the shit out of anybody. Okay? We can't have that. We can't have that. There's certain criminals police should be allowed to slap the shit out of. Okay? In Guantanamo Bay, they waterboard you. We can't get away with slapping the shit out of one dude, right? Guantanamo Bay, they waterboard you. Here, we can't even slap you, okay? They can't even whip his ass before they take him into the courtroom. But what they could do is they could throw him in the cell with the right person. Now, that ain't got nothing to do with the police. They can't help what other people do. Okay? They just need to put him in the right place at the right time. Deputies, do y'all not watch YouTube? You know what I'm saying? Help!
But unfortunately for Harmony, both her parents suffered from addiction problems. These issues were addressed by a judge in family court in Massachusetts in a questionable hearing where Adam, a career criminal, was granted sole custody of Harmony in New Hampshire.
Okay, I guarantee you this. Ain't no more career criminals getting custody of no more kids. This is a story of when the system fails you. Okay. If that child would have went into the foster program and got adopted, she would still be out here with us. But sometimes they just keep that rotating door, putting you back in bad situations from one bad person to another bad person. Sad.
Harmony then lived with her father and stepmother, Kayla. The couple was evicted from their home and began living in a car. That's where prosecutors say Adam murdered his daughter in 2019.
All in the car because she used the bathroom in the car. Like, here's the thing. If you're homeless and you trapped in a vehicle, where did they expect, it ain't like the kid can just run to the bathroom anytime she wants. Right? She was probably trying to hold it till she could get somewhere to go, and she couldn't. And then she gets beat to death for that. Well, if she would have had a home and parents that wasn't drug addicts, she could have walked into the bathroom and used the bathroom. Where was she going to walk to in that car? In a parking lot. Horrible people.
2 years, no one reported her missing until Crystal started making some noise and alerted authorities, who began searching for Harmony. Harmony has never been found, but now
he would have never reported his child gone. He was just going to let his child be gone and move on around and not say nothing, and hope that nobody ever finds out. Thank God the mother, even though she sounds like not the best person in the world, at least at some point she came forward. Late as hell, but she did come forward.
Adam has been charged with her murder, and Kayla, his estranged wife, will be the prosecution's most important witness at trial. Tonight, we go in depth into the life of this beautiful little girl and try to answer the question, what happened to Harmony?
Well, right now, we kind of pretty much got a picture of what happened to her. The big thing is, is where she at? Where is she at? And we live with them traveling around the country. They could have placed this little girl anywhere. And if the estranged wife that's in jail, stepmother, why they not charging her with more, trying to force her hand to tell where that baby's at? Or she don't know and he's went somewhere by her, but she would know the general area that he last was with her at.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Vinny!
How could this happen? Blue? How could this happen? When you think about the life of Harmony Montgomery and you look at her face.
Pretty little girl. The monster that did this is the person that was supposed to be there to protect her the most. That's what makes it so bad. I don't understand how anybody could hurt their child. Okay. I mean, I can understand whipping your child, disciplining your child so they don't get hurt or kill themselves in the future. But far as abusing and beating your child, I don't see how anybody can do that. Like, I've always looked at my kid as like an extension of me. She's like my arm. Would I break my arm off? It's just another part of me. How can people hate themselves? And like a lot of people say this in the Leilani Simon case, that baby looks so much like her and she hates herself. That's why she abused the baby. I know that sounds crazy, but it does make a little sense.
And you look at that little smile and you think to yourself, how could anything terrible happen to this little girl on purpose?
I don't think that's the case, that people should have to take an IQ test to breed, because, you know, I'm dumb as a rock, and my kid is smart as hell. You know, so this two dumb people can have a good kid, okay? Two bad people can have a good kid. Kids are born a sponge. They absorb their environment. So if they're in a good environment, they're going to absorb good things. If they're in a bad environment, they're going to absorb those bad things.
How could grown people allow anything terrible to happen to this little girl? It did. It did. And tonight we're going to try to figure out how this could happen.
Vinny, drugs, okay? Bad people having kids is how this happened. A slip through the system, glitches in the matrix, terrible, terrible people in a horrible society. That's how shit like this happens.
She was missing for 2 years, from 2019 to 2021, before she was reported missing. Let's go back to the first question. How could that happen? How could it happen that a little girl like that?
Well, I mean, it can happen, you know, the mom hasn't seen the girl and she knows it's off with her daddy. So it could happen, you know. And then when she found out, she started reporting it. You know, the mother was in a bad place herself. So maybe it took the mother that long to get her shit together. And she figured when she called, you know, she was going to be able to see her kid and everything was going to be okay. And it won't.
Could just vanish for 2 years and no one notices? No one says anything? Nobody wonders where's Harmony? Where's that little girl? There's no relative, no family friend. There's no one wondering where she was for Christmas, for Thanksgiving.
I mean, that all depends on how big your family is, all different, you know, different things. Some they might have just went unnoticed. You know, hey, they were together, they're gone, we ain't seen them. Everything was okay last time we seen them. And then, you know, shit, I got friends that check on me once a year.
For Easter? Why she's not in school? No one is asking any questions? No one from family services? Like no one? Like a little girl just vanishes and no one says anything or does anything?
Well, vanish is a weird word to use, Vinny, because at the point she was with her dad, her biological father, and apparently his new wife. So she didn't vanish. She was with them, you know, but she really wasn't because they did something horrible. But other people were probably just thinking, oh, she's with her dad. You know, they ain't thinking, you know, she's missing. They just thinking they probably ain't seen the dad.
Or notices anything for 2 years? How could this happen? Custody in this case was granted to a career criminal.
Vinny,
her father.
That is a hard pill to swallow for anybody. That this dude been in and out of prison, breaking the law, and they give him custody of a child. Like what they should have did had him pissing in a cup, you would think, but you know, he is going a little Nancy Grace. I mean, look, it's outrageous. Like when some of this shit you just can't believe, you know, you're like, what the hell? And I think Vinny's at one of the moments where he's like, what the hell? I can't even believe this.
A career criminal.
And you know, he's a former prosecutor. So he's just probably like, how the hell did this dude get a kid?
Who's now in prison because he's a career criminal who possessed a weapon. If he just possessed a weapon, maybe you do some time, maybe you don't. But if you're a career criminal who possesses a weapon, you go to prison forever.
Get him, Vinny. That is right. We don't want criminals out here in the society shooting people and killing people. Your ass get caught with a gun, you ain't supposed to have one. Rot your ass away in prison.
But somehow, if you're a career criminal, you get sole custody of a child?
Well, you know what we call that, Vinny? Hell to the nah. Where I come from, we call that hell to the nah.
How could this happen? How could this happen? What world was Harmony living in?
What world are we living in? That's what I've been asking. It ain't just Harmony, it's the whole world, right? You know, it's kind of hard to see it in the penthouse, but when you on the streets down here on the DOLLY level, I see it a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I see it a little bit more than you would think, okay? Because you got to be around areas where there's poor people to see some of these crazy things.
Where the
shit like this don't happen at the Ritz there, Vinny. Just let you know. You my boy, Blue.
Best choice, the best place for her to be, and the legal standard that our courts use is best interests of the child. Someone explain to me how on earth the best interest of the child is to be in the sole care, control, and custody by a career criminal.
I don't know. I couldn't sell you on that one, Vinny. I don't think nobody can sell anybody on that one. Whoever thought that was a good fucking plan, they need to lose their job. They don't need to work in the social services. Like whoever came up with it, let's give this dude straight out of prison a small girl to take care of when he couldn't take care of himself in the real world. How the hell is he supposed to take care of a child in the real world if he couldn't take care of his own responsibilities?
How could that happen?
I'm asking the same shit, Vinny. We on the same page on this one. I'm like, what the hell?
Then she was beaten and murdered. Beaten.
I told you it's brutal. I was like, yo, man, I think this is a worse monster than Brian Kohlberger. And Brian Kohlberger is a serial killer. I'm the only person to tell y'all that on the internet. Remember that. There's a lot of sleuths out here on the loose, but the only person that was right about Brian Kohlberger being a serial killer is DOLLY. Okay. From the beginning, when everybody was blaming the kids, DOLLY said, nope. This is an outsider. And I was even right about Brian Kohlberger not being Papa Rogers. Okay. DOLLY be right. Okay.
By an adult. Like an adult is going to beat her to the point of death. This little girl. How can this happen? How can this happen? And we cover murder cases all the time, and we're always like, well, what was the motive? Was it money? Was it someone's cheating, etc.? Like, you know, bad business deal, bad drug deal, whatever, breaking and entering. Like, how could this happen?
Because he's a monster. Okay. A terrible monster. That's how this shit happens. Like when drugs and yourself is more important than the others around you, like when something becomes a burden to you. And that's what he looked at this little girl like. He had no love for this little girl. If he loved this little girl, he could have never done the things he done. Okay. He had no love in his heart for this little girl. She was a burden to him and to his new girlfriend and into their situation. And he didn't care. So he did what a monster does. Hey, sorry, dude. I swear they should pull his toenails out.
Someone's going to beat to death this little girl? So many questions that come back to the same question. How could this happen? For those of you not familiar with the story of Harmony Montgomery, Ted Rowlands has more for us tonight.
So, I mean, I don't see what's going to be going on for weeks, because they're saying, you know, estimating 3 weeks on this trial. How could this take 3 weeks to convict this dude and put him in prison forever? Like, he's guilty as shit. I mean, I know everybody deserves a trial, blah, 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 blah. But look, there's just some people in this world so bad. I don't even think they deserve that. Okay. I don't even think they deserve to walk into the damn courtroom. Like, you wasting time. You wasting society's time. Like, can we get somebody an express bus from some of these monsters up off this planet? Okay. Bro, you got to go. Like, I know the country's divided on things like that. We got to get rid of these monsters. They got to go. We don't got room. We don't got room. What they did in Alabama, thank you, Alabama. They put a dude to death, nitrogen. They literally gas chambered this man. If that don't send an example to the rest of the country, we need to bring back capital punishment. People shouldn't be able to do this shit. They got to go. Okay. I'm talking about the express lane is you, Joe. Okay. Straight to Satan. You know, we need a tube to hell and we need to drop them in it. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And I want you to know that I never stopped looking for you and I won't stop fighting.
I think courts for people that ain't monsters. These monsters push them in a pit of hell.
Until I find you.
Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019. For 2 years, nobody reported her missing until November of 2021, when her mother, who had lost custody of Harmony while dealing with substance abuse, called police.
I've been begging for any type of answer since 2019.
Harmony's father, Adam Montgomery, and his wife, Kayla, had custody of Harmony. They told investigators that they left Harmony with her mother after.
Yeah, we know that was a lie. So, I mean, that's how it got overlooked so long. So when they came to look for her, they said, oh, she's with her mom. So they just kind of played the system a little bit, you know, putting it off until eventually it took a while, but you know, it all came crashing down on them.
They were evicted from their home. Eventually, in January of 2022, police had enough evidence of physical abuse against Adam Montgomery. He was arrested for assault of his daughter. He pled not guilty. Adam's wife, Kayla, was arrested as well for perjury. Both said they had no idea where Harmony was.
Just tell it.
Well, there's some discrepancies.
I mean, just tell it. That's the thing now. I would say, hey, look, man. Okay, let me ask, what is it? New Hampshire? Hey, Alexa, does New Hampshire have the death penalty?
New Hampshire still has a death penalty statute, but it is not used currently. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, closely. Okay, they have a death penalty statute, but it's not used currently.
Thanks for your feedback.
Okay, you're welcome. So does that mean he can get the death penalty, or can he not get the death penalty? That was a little confusing. Anybody know? I know there's a bunch of people in here from New Hampshire. Can they death penalty? She looked like a sweet little timid girl. The smile breaks my heart. Really, Dolly, my Alexa are all going off. Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was to your voice. Like you program your voice in it so it knows your voice. Send him to Alabama. Definitely Granny Bassmaster. See, Alabama knows what's up, right? And it takes a while. You know, it took that family a while to get justice. I watched the two sons of their mother was killed. And they kept saying, they're calling my mother that lady. My mother had a name. I forget her name. Sorry. But that's so true. People forget over all these years that the people they killed are real people. And they have real families and real loved ones. And they deserve what they get. Like, I would have had no problem walking in that room and turning on the valve. You know, some people would say, Dolly, you're a monster, but no, there's no room for these people. Okay. You can't let these people breed. There'd be more monsters on this planet. I got to go to the store too. I don't want to get stabbed in the neck.
Between what you're telling us and what other people are telling us.
Like, this isn't gonna stop. So
I know it's not.
So either get on the bus now or get run over.
Well, I got nothing else to say.
He said, get on the bus now or get ran over. He's definitely getting ran the hell over, right? I mean, he ain't going to talk. But I mean, if you you ain't never getting out of prison, what reason would you have to talk? I mean, you had to make threats to them behind the scenes, and they are. We're going to send you to the worst prison we can humanly find. We're going to put you in there with people that are going to kill you. And that's going to be your life, bro. Tell us where the baby's at. I'm sure they're trying to get where this kid is at. Either way, even without the body, they're going to convict him. He is going to prison forever. And I don't know about the death penalty because my Alexa, I think she's smoking what they were smoking lately. She be telling me she don't know and shit. I thought Alexa knew everything. Okay. Come to find out, she don't know everything. Alexa, do you know everything?
I don't have all the answers, but I'm always learning.
There you go. She's always learning. So I thought I didn't even need a brain anymore, but apparently you still need a brain in 2024. Okay. I thought that shit was like, I would never have to do any thinking. I'd never had to like look up the definition of anything. I just thought it was good to go for the rest of my life, but come to find out, I be teaching Alexa shit, right? Like, this ain't fair. Technology needs to catch up, right? So we're going to take a vote. Let me put up a poll. Oh, I can't put up a poll. I'll just ask y'all in the chat. How many of y'all would like to see me go up there and cover some of this live? Okay. First, hit the like button and then press 1 if you want me to go. 2 if I should stay the hell home. But make sure you hit the like button first before you let me know. Okay. So let's get those likes up. So share this face. And maybe we can pop up and cover this live. It's cold as shit there too. I looked at the temperatures. I see some ones. Okay. All right. Stay home. Yeah, I kind of like that too. This chair is pretty comfortable. It is a pretty comfortable chair. I don't know though. I've been having like, off topic guys, but I share my life with y'all a little bit up here. I've been having like real bad sciatic pains down my leg. And I don't know if it's because of this chair, because I spend so much time in this chair, or the way I sit, but it's like a pain that is like, it's like, it don't hurt all the time. It's just like somebody struck me in the leg with lightning every now and then, like this shooting pain down my leg. Right. And it's right down, like around the side of my hip and right down the back of my leg. So I know it's my sciatic nerve, but it hurts when it hits. Like I could be walking and all of a sudden it's like, bam, like little baby Jesus struck me with lightning right in the leg. So I'm like, it's been bothering me a little bit. So if y'all see me shifting around, that's probably why, because I'm trying to get comfortable. And I don't know if it's the chair. You think so? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm going to do more live streaming from standing up, like when I did at the beach, right? When we're doing the sunrises, when the car kind of went off the pier. And okay, a little update on that. It was the missing man from Virginia, from this area, that drove off the pier. I know this is a little off topic. So for people that's been following the show, of course, me, that we were out at the beach and the car kind of tanked off the pier. The man lost his life. They're not going to name the man, so I couldn't came up here and tell you his name. The paper just released that, in a situation like this, that it was intentional, and they gave out a lot of mental health resources. It's sad, but the family guests don't want it released, so they're not going to release who it is. But the man basically was going through some mental distress, and he drove his car off the Virginia Beach Pier. But them mornings that I was out there, I did all the live streaming from standing up. Maybe I need to do a little bit more of that, and that might, stop this sitting on my ass getting hit by bolts of lightning every now and then from this chair, or get me a different chair, something big and fluffy and soft or something. But how I think he was 57 years old or somewhere around there, 67 years old. He was an older white male. Okay. And drove off the thing. Whatever was going on in his life, I wish he would have stuck around, because look, life gets bad and then it gets good. Then it gets bad and then it gets good. And then some people get good and it's good forever. But usually life is a roller coaster for most people. And that's how I look at it. When you hit the very bottom, you can't go anywhere but up, right? And you're not going to stay on the bottom long. Sometimes you need to hit the bottom to get to where you're going. Like, I think of life as like, if I hadn't have made bad decisions, some of them terribly bad, but I wouldn't be on the path that I'm on right now, because everything leads you to where you're at in life. Like, because I was talking to PJ about, I wish I had a time machine so I could go back and tell young Jimmy things that, because I was so invested in things, I wish I could go back and tell the young Jimmy some things. And the PJ asked me probably the smart thing, he goes, but don't you think that would change everything? And I was like, you're right. Life has really led me to where I'm at. I wouldn't really want to change anything, because you don't, that little change could change everything. And I think I'm, the path that has been written for me, I believe I'm on. It came with a lot of curves, a lot of hills, a lot of ups, a lot of downs, and it's continuing to do that. But that is life, right? And if you can accept that there's going to be some misery that comes with your life, and everybody's going to experience it, and depression, everybody's human, everybody needs a hug. And I've learned this the hard way, because I've lost friends to them unaliving themselves, is I found, and this ain't fact or nothing, this is my opinion, that it's the people that bottle things up, that seem happy and nothing's wrong. Them are the people that for some reason tend to do these horrible things. All my emo ass friends, oh man, the world hate, blah blah, whiny ass friends, they all alive. Okay. They all, because they cry out so much, they get those hugs. It's the people that really bottle it up, and you think everything's okay, and it's not. So when you see, people, even though they may appear happy, that don't mean they always are. So, and it's hard, like, because, like I said, I've had friends a lot I wish I could have talked to. Wish I didn't even know they were upset. Little things that, like, man, I wish I could have been there. But once it's done, it's too late at that point. You can't go back and change anything. So just love everybody, man. You never know. Even the happiest person you see could need a hug. That smile could be fake as shit, or they could be happy at that moment, and then 20 minutes later be in a state of, nobody cares, this world don't love me, that shit. And everybody is human, and everybody goes through that stuff. Everybody does. And it's nothing ever wrong with seeking help for depression. If you're sad in this world, go talk to somebody. There's people that'll make you happy, okay? Or help you get back on the path to happiness. People go through shit. I don't judge people for mental health problems or anything like that. You can be perfect one day and have a nervous breakdown the next. It just is what it is. One wrong move in this world could lead to severe consequences. I mean, you think little things in this world put you on directions in different paths in life. These little choices. And this dude, we're talking here, Adam Montgomery, he got a path. You know where his path is? He's going to hell. Straight to it. If it exists, and it ain't just some bullshit, he's going. Okay? If not, you're going to sit in a dungeon for the rest of the life that you got left.
Investigators also uncovered evidence that Adam Montgomery had stolen guns. He was slapped with multiple charges, including theft and being an armed career criminal. Then in October of 2022, he was charged with Harmony's murder.
5-year-old Harmony was murdered in Manchester in early December of 2019. Mr. Montgomery has been charged with the following: second-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Harmony Montgomery by repeatedly striking Harmony in the head with a closed fist.
How is that just second-degree murder? How is that not first-degree murder? If you close your fist and beat a small child in the head, you know you're going to kill her. How is that second-degree murder? How is that second? Why is he not charged with first-degree murder? My second-degree murder. He didn't plan on doing it. You got to, I think he did. When he closed his fist and hit that child, he planned on killing her. You got to know, as a grown-ass man, you close your fist. That's like me closing my fist and running up and busting a 5-year-old upside the head. I know that shit'll kill him. I'd go to prison for it. You know it, doing it. You a grown-ass, big-ass dude hitting a little tiny girl. You got to know that that's going to kill her. Second-degree murder. It's that makes me mad.
According to the probable cause
I know he ain't never getting out. It's just the principle.
Kayla Montgomery, Adam's wife, told investigators they had been evicted and were living in their car when, quote, Adam was extremely upset that Harmony was not saying when she needed to go to the bathroom and was having accidents in the car.
You're living in a car. Where the hell is she supposed to go to the bathroom? Okay? She's probably scared to death. She's watching her mom or her stepmom and her dad bang drugs and smoke crack in the car with her. Okay? Think about that. They're doing these things with all living in the car. What do you think? They get out the car and do their heroin? You think they get out the car and smoke their crack? They're smoking crack right dead ass in front of the little girl with the windows rolled up. This is horrible. It's horrible. I don't even know. It's terrible. It'll hurt your heart.
While Adam was driving, he turned his body and delivered sets of 3 to 4 blows to Harmony's face and head on 3 separate
sets. So he beats his kid in the head, and while she's back there crying, from probably the first shots, he continues to beat her. He won't last long in prison. I hope. Granny Bassmaster, look, they say you ain't supposed to wish death or jail on people. And I usually don't. But there's some certain cases, okay? There's some certain cases right now that, man. I hope they put him in the right prison cell. Okay? Trigger warning, people. PJ, keep the trigger warning. I just hope they put him in the right prison cell. This dude is something else. Wow. And the woman, look, I don't know what kind of deal you worked out, but you need to be in prison forever too. You didn't report that shit. You watched it. If you watch something like that and you don't do nothing about it, you just as responsible as the person that did it. That shit is horrible. That is so horrible. And here's the thing is this lady will probably get out of prison because she's the key witness. She might get some time, but this lady will get out one day. Oh my God, that is so bad.
separate occasions over a course of a few minutes. After the final blow, Adam said, "I think I really hurt her this time." Kayla said they eventually discovered Harmony was no longer breathing, and Adam stuffed her body in a duffel bag. Despite numerous searches, Harmony's body has never been found. Adam Montgomery, her father, denies that he killed her.
Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty? Guilty.
Okay. Oh yeah. And I want to thank the turtle that sent me this shirt. It says things of that nature. Dolly. Dolly quotes, right? Dolly quotes. Another thing I say a lot is make that make sense. But I also do say this things of that nature a lot. So thank you for the shirt. All right. All you turtles. I got the best turtles in the world, right? The best crew. And anybody's watching is like, what the hell is a turtle? We are the turtle gang. That's just what I call my crew, the turtle gang. All right. I remember this lady told me, she said, I'm 73 years old. She said, I went to my grandkid and told him I was in a gang. That's too funny, right? That's too funny. But hey, we may be an older gang, but we still the gang. All right. We OGs out here. We OGs. We've been around the block a few times.
June of 2023, a jury found Montgomery guilty of the weapons charges, and at his sentencing, he spoke to the judge asking that she not let the pending murder charges impact her decision.
The only consideration that I ask of you this morning is for you not to consider anything as it relates to the case regarding my daughter Harmony. I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
Adam Montgomery was sentenced to at least 30 years and up to 60 years in prison. And now, Harmony's family and all those who have followed her case are waiting for justice.
I want to make sure we honor her in every way possible.
Dolly quotes and Dolly laws. That is right. Okay. That is absolutely right. The world would be a better place. I can tell you that. I think it would. It might be worse, but I don't know.
All right, I want to walk through the timeline of what happened here, because how could this happen? You have to take a look at what we know happened and then try to...
Dolly, you better not go. You might jump over the bench and give him a ninja move. I would want to. I ain't even going to lie. I would want to, but I wouldn't. I would control myself. I just got out of trouble. Okay. I'm a free man. Oh, and for just an update, let me, everything in court for my Georgia stuff is over with, officially over. Okay. So everything that transpired in Georgia is officially behind me. Dolly don't got no probation, no nothing. It's done. Okay. So now Dog the Bounty Hunter can't come looking for me. None of that stuff. Georgia stuff is completely done. No more court, no more nothing. It is done and over with me in the rear view. All right. So that's the good news, because, you know, yesterday morning was court, but I didn't have to be there. So my lawyer was there to represent me without me physically being there. But if something would have went wrong and they would have sentenced me to jail, I would have to turn myself in type thing. But court went smooth. They dropped the charge against Dolly, and I'm a free man. Okay. So no bonds hanging over my head no more. So now I can get back to moving and grooving. But that don't mean I'm going to go out and get in trouble. Okay. That don't mean I'm going to go out and get in trouble. Just because I'm out of trouble, I'm going to try to stay out of trouble. Okay. So if I show up here, I should be fine, because there ain't a whole bunch of trouble to get into up there. The only place that, you know, there may be some trouble is when I show up in for the Karen Reed thing, because them turtle riders are fucking nuts. I don't want no problems with anybody. So I may take a little bit of security with me there. You know, one to keep people away from me and one to keep me away from people. You know what I'm saying? Like, just keep me away from everybody, you know, because you may say something to me and, you know, I trigger easy. And I know that. So I'm going to avoid those things and stay out of trouble. Okay. Because I'm human. You know, I'm a person. You say something crazy to me, it's hard not to react. So I gotta be, you know, I gotta be like, have somebody with me, with like, every time I go to say something, they just, you know, trigger warning. Glad to hear Dolly is free. Yes. So I'm glad I'm just glad it's over with. It wasn't that crazy anyway. It was just a misunderstanding between people, but I'm glad it's over with and it's done and behind me. And I don't have nothing hanging over my head. And that, you know, believe it or not, that stifled a lot of stuff that took place last year. Because I'm like, man, I'm out on bond. If I go anywhere, anything happens, I'm going to jail. I ain't going to be able to get out. I'm going to be like Turtle Boy. Okay. But the only difference is I had a good lawyer and he has a shitty lawyer. All right. My lawyer would have had it where I didn't even show up to court. I never went to court. Not once. I mean, I don't know what they would put you up in there and let Turtle Boy talk, or I just know he had a bad lawyer and he ended his ass up in jail. I didn't want something like, you know, I played it different. I'm like, yo, I'm going to stay out of trouble. I ain't going to go nowhere. I ain't going to do much. Just because people will try to trigger you or do these things or show up somewhere and harass me or for some weird ass reason, follow me places. There's already people talking about harassing me at Comic-Con. Okay. This is the bad thing. Because once I tell people where I'm going to be, people know where I'm at. Okay. And these people are already talking about showing up at Comic-Con and they're mad that people have been donating to us to go. And they say, if we get money, they're going to raise money to go there and raise hell. I can tell you now, you will go to jail out there. Okay. You show up at this place causing hell. They got their own security. It ain't going to be nothing to do with me. You're going to end up in jail. So we thought about that from the get. We go, okay, well, this is where we have our meet and greets and people can't act a fool because if you do, your ass will go to jail. And then, you know, these people try to make these threats and stuff out here to try to shut down what we're going to do. And that's not going to stop. It's not. What we're going to do is what we're going to do. No matter if you like us, if you dislike us, if you don't believe in what you do, or what we do, or if you do, we moving this year. We ain't just because people think, oh, we show up, we would cause problems. Fuck it, cause problems. Okay, that's on you. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm going to keep doing me. When I'll watch y'all go to jail and videotape it and put it on YouTube. Okay, but I'm not engaging with any crazy people. So if you come out anywhere that I'm at, you act crazy, we just going to notify the authorities. We grown ass people. We ain't kids. I'm not getting out here fighting with other YouTubers and acting stupid. Okay, I ain't doing that. It costs me too much money. All right, costs way too much money to be acting fucking stupid because people are stupid and want to bait you into arguments and fights and things. And I ain't doing that. Anybody show up anywhere I'm at and you act a fool, I'm going to have call the fucking police on you. Get away from me. You know what I'm saying? And in some places I'm showing up with professional security. Just so I know that no shit pops off and I don't get myself in trouble. I ain't really worried about nobody hurting me. I'm worried about getting in trouble. Okay, going to jail. You know, that's all I'm worried about. I don't want to go to jail. That's it. So leave me alone, people. All right, leave me alone. I spent a whole year because people wanted to harass and bother me and troll me, show up places that I'm at. It cost me a year of good shit that I could have brought to YouTube. I ain't doing it this year. I ain't doing it this year. If I'm going to show up at a place, I will hire a security company to be there with me. Just as simple as that. I'd rather pay somebody $300 than fucking $3,000 to get out of jail. Okay. So that's what the bond was in Georgia, $3,000. You know, so and you know, you did lawyers and court fees and all these things. Hey, hell no, it's cheaper to call up damn The Rock from the WWE and be like, yo, show up with me. I ain't spending all that again fighting with anybody. When in certain places where I know there may be some confusion or somebody might fire off or pop off or act a fool, you do that to my security. You won't do that to me. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, hey, that's why I pay you, bro. You know? So you ain't gonna be able to do nothing to me. You ain't gonna be, nobody's gonna be able to hurt me out here or threaten me on these YouTube streets. Just y'all might as well get that out your mind. It sounds good on YouTube for your viewers, you know, that you're going to do something to me like, oh my God. But the truth is you're not. Nobody's going to do anything to me. The stalking stuff, maybe you may scream some things out. And I'm fine with that. I don't have any problem. Y'all want to fucking scream and holler. As long as nobody tries to put their hands on me or gets close enough to me that I feel like you violating the DOLLY bubble. Okay. Because once you come through that bubble, I'm firing. You know, that's just, I'm one of those people. I'm going to protect myself at all costs. So as long as you stay out my bubble You can fucking stand across from me and call me the worst names in the world, and I'm good with that. You violate that bubble. You know about the DOLLY bubble.
Figure out where the problems were all through the life of Harmony Montgomery. Joining me tonight from Boston, Massachusetts, Boston 25 reporter Bob Ward back with us. Bob, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. I know there might be some potential problems with you hearing me. I can repeat myself, not a problem.
I'm hearing you fine.
Okay, that's fantastic. Let's start. I want to start on this timeline and sort of follow.
Well, listen, 2 years ago, I was new to this. Even in that Georgia situation, I was still pretty new. I had never experienced trolling like that, of that level, It was a pretty high level, but you got to remember, there was like 50,000 people watching the videos, and there's just trolls coming out of the woodwork. They were showing up. That fucking clowns show up. I mean, literally a real clown showed up. Okay. A real clown. You think I had a problem with the lady with the bullhorn? You know what I'd have done to a clown? I'd be in prison right now. I'd be in damn prison for breaking my foot off in a clown's ass. Okay? I'd be in prison right now. They lucky I left before the clown. Like, the clown was a day late. You better thank God. Okay? Because you think I got a problem with bullhorns? I really got a problem with clowns. Okay, I really got a fucking problem with clowns, right? Literally, a clown showed up. You can't make it up, right? And listen, I had no experience in that. I had no clue. That wasn't my world. That completely wasn't my world. I'm a real dude. This shit became a show, okay? I'm a real person now. I'm out here with damn fucking lions and tigers and fucking clowns. How I got sucked into that, I just don't know. Like, the world takes you to some crazy places. Like, you know how I always say, I just flow like water. I just go wherever the world takes me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I might be in New Hampshire tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I just go with the flow. Sometimes that shit takes you some crazy places. Let me tell you.
What happened to Harmony Montgomery. And we begin February 2019. Adam Montgomery is granted custody of Harmony. April of 2019 is the last communication, a FaceTime call between Harmony and her mother, Crystal. Then in July of 2019, this is significant, Adam Montgomery's uncle, Kevin, observed Harmony.
Okay, hold on. I'm seeing on court TV right now that Adam is waiving his right to be in court today for opening. Can't even show his face, shake my head. Okay, good, because I ain't there yet. I want to be in the court, okay? I want to be there. I don't know. I wonder if he has the Leilani vibe. I can't really tell on TV, right? I got to kind of be with you, because I'm telling you, like, I know if I can get around you, I'm a vibe person. I can feel your vibe. I can tell if you're a good person, bad person, but I got to be able to get in that range, right? Like, when I met Leilani, I knew she was bad, like bad, worse than bad. Like Leilani don't care. Like, you know how she's in prison, you think she's being punished. She don't care at all. She is that dark and she is that empty. It is, you can see it on TV, but until you are there and she's standing there talking to you, you just don't know. You just don't know to experience the evil that I was staring into, right dead into the eyeballs, talking about give me some Dolly soap, right? That shit is like, you just don't know. You don't know. If you ain't never looked eye to eye with a monster, Dolly has, and multiple times. Like, there's something to it. There's some, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I know when I know. And I don't got to convince anybody. I just need to know for myself. But when I know. Like, it was no doubt in my mind that I was standing there talking with the biggest monster I ever spoke to in my life. It's almost like having a conversation with the devil. True. How many people get that close to evil? I'm an evil tourist. I mean, basically, that's what it is. It interests me. Why? I have no fucking clue. It's always interested me since I was a little kid when I started reading books on serial killers. Never killed nobody. Never wanted to hurt anybody. Just something that interests me. It's the mind. It's something about the mind of a killer that I always wondered the point of that people snap. That trigger that goes from I'm a normal person to I'm going to slaughter my family in the middle of the night. Or I'm a normal person and I'm going to go out and just butcher street workers like Rex Huberman. It's always made me wonder what the fuck goes on in people's minds. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not even really as much as interested in the fact of what they've done. Is I'm more interested in when did they snap? Like, when did something happen in your mind that made you go, it's okay to brutally murder all these people? I've always been curious of that. And it's always had me into these murders and things of that nature since I was in junior high school.
With a black eye, and Adam allegedly tells Kevin, I bashed her around this house. And then Kevin notifies DCYF, Family Services, about Harmony's injury. So let's start first with Crystal and that last communication. What was going on in Crystal's life, and what was she doing while Adam had custody of Harmony after February?
Bless Mom says, where is the link for CrimeCon? PJ can post it for you if she's still in the room. I usually have it pinned at the top, but I don't have it posted. Do I have it in? I don't have it available right now. Maybe PJ, one of the mods, could post it for you. Texas Mom.
Yeah, Crystal was in treatment for her addictions, and she lost custody of Harmony. And that's why all of a sudden little Harmony is in Adam's orbit, and she's seeing her father in prison for the first time. Now, that last time that Crystal Sorey ever saw her daughter was over FaceTime at Easter. And she says that she noticed that her daughter was tentative. She was scared that something was wrong, and Adam wouldn't really talk about it. And that was the last time she ever had contact, ever even saw her daughter, was in Easter 2019.
So Adam Montgomery, career criminal, gets custody.
Yeah.
And then his uncle noticed Harmony in July of 2019 with a black eye, and Adam admits bashing her around.
So they failed this kid horribly. Hold on, guys. I'm going to get this link for you guys real quick. Let me see if I can. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Here's the link, though. Here's the link for the mods. I can't pin it because I'm on StreamYard, but that is the link for the CrimeCon.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, right. He says that she's been misbehaving. I think, if I remember correctly, that he claimed that Adam said that he wanted to take a shower, and he asked Harmony to watch the infant. And of course, when the infant started crying, Harmony didn't know what to do, and Adam hit Harmony and bruised her. I mean, it is just off the charts.
So they had this little kid babysitting other little kids, and she didn't do a good job. They beat on the kid. Man, that's just insane. Like, something horrible. Like, dude is a monster for sure.
Bad. And that's just a few months before Harmony disappears forever.
So at that point, Harmony is living with her father, her stepmother, and then has a sibling. Is that's
Okay, hold on. We got something going on. I thought they wasn't starting this till 1. Let's see what we got here. Okay, because it said it wasn't starting at 1 o'clock. It ain't 1 yet. Let's go live. That's what's going on. Okay, we're just looking at a damn court wall. The child was failed by so many. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely agree. So what is going on in the court right now? I seen somebody come in and say he wasn't going to show up in court today. Hollow eyes. Yeah, so we got nothing popping off at court TV right this second. But it said it wasn't starting until 1 o'clock, and it started early. So maybe the jury selection has already been picked. All right, here we go.
Please be seated.
Get going.
You can be seated. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's popping. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back with y'all guys. What did I miss? What did I miss? Let me pause it real quick so they don't hit me with no kind of strikes. Did I miss anything?
What?
I'm glad he got a woman judge too. That's what he gets. But then again, I don't think it matters what judge he gets. I think, you know, a man, woman, anybody's going to throw the book at him. No, nothing yet. Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to keep an eye on everything. See what goes down today. And like I said, if y'all are really interested in some live coverage, I don't mind going up there and hanging out for a few days. I'll have to get with PJ today and discuss it, get everything, you know, in order. And if I got any people up that way, shoot me a message. Okay. Yes, absolutely. He's a monster. Definitely a monster. So they basically got the sound. We're just waiting for stuff to kick off. PJ is invisible. No, PJ, I seen you. Shake my head. You know I'm not always looking at the chat. I glance at it here and there. Plus, I'm multitasking. I'm doing something, talking to you guys, waiting on the court TV stuff. So just a whole bunch of multitasking going on. Claudia, it's good to see you, Claudia. How you been? I haven't seen you in a little bit. Or if you've been in the room, I've been kind of, you know, I'm blind. But thank you, Claudia. It's good to see you. And thank you for gifting the 5 memberships. Claudia is awesome. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Is this the trial? Yes, this is the trial. I guess it starts today. You know, maybe I'll pack a bag and I'll be there with you guys. I don't know. One day. He kept her in the cooler for a minute. Yeah, he kept moving her around, you know, and that's the crazy thing. So what he did with that lime that he got is that lime also helps cover the smell of the body. So like I lived in this old house and the sewer line busted. Okay. So the plumbers, they had to come out there, they had to dig a trench, they had to take up the sewer line, and it smelled so bad. But so what they did to kill the smell was they came with these bags of lime and they poured all this lime in it, right? And then you couldn't even smell it. Like it covered the smell of straight, you know, sewage. And I believe that's why he kept just so much lime in the bag, is so you couldn't smell the decay or the stench, and people could still smell it. So, I mean, in dead bodies, they got a certain damn smell to them, that's for sure. Ron has been a member for 13 months. Dolly and PJ, thank you for everything you bring us. Thank you guys for being here with us. And right now, guys, Court TV has the sound off. It ain't me. So I don't know. Lime covered scents. Yeah, it'll cover the smell of stuff. Yes. Dolly, we put lime in our outhouse back in the 60s. Yeah, because it'll also it'll eat up like human waste and stuff like that. If you pour lime on it, like it'll eat it away. Like the smell and like, I don't know, it just like, I don't know how it actually operates. I just know that's what they use. Dolly. So Adam's girlfriend took a plea deal. Yeah, she's taking a deal. She is the one that's going to testify against him. She's their key witness because she's the one witnessed him punch her in the face, you know, in sets of 3 times. Like he'd punch her in the face, then he stopped, and he punch her in the face, and he stopped. And then I guess after he beat her to death, he was like, oh, I think I hit her too hard. You shouldn't be punching her in the face at all, right? The person that needs to be punched in the face is him for the rest of eternity. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on this. Let's go back to a little bit of the story. Give me 1 second until this really gets kicking off. As soon as I say something, they start showing the judge again. All right, let's go back to it. The sound is all the way up, so that's no sound on it. So sad. Definitely sad situation. Why don't we have any audio on this? It kind of goes in and out, like it was on for a minute, then it's not.
All
right, here we go.
Smith, Attorney Brooks, ready? All right, we'll bring the jurors in now. Bring them in. Please rise for the jury.
Everybody stand up. So they're all rising for the jury right this second.
All rise for the jury.
So they picked the jury.
Ask the jurors to please remain standing. Everyone else, you may be seated.
Members of the jury, I'm going to swear you in now. So if you could please raise your right hands.
All right,
And at the
everybody raise their right
conclusion of the
hand.
oath, if you would please say, I will. You so solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges or charges against the defendant. So help you God.
I will.
Thank you.
Everybody hit
Members
I
of the jury,
will in the
please be
chat.
seated.
I want to see some I wills. We the jury.
I'm going to now read the charges to you in this matter. There's 5 charges. The first is charge ID 1937947C. This states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester, New Hampshire, of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire, between approximately July 1st and July 22nd, 2019, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of second-degree assault, in that Adam Montgomery did knowingly cause bodily injury to HM, date of birth 6/7/2014, a child under the age of 13 by striking her in the face. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge in this matter is charge ID 2027112C, and this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire on or about December 7th, 2019,
Oh, Lord.
at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Adam Montgomery did recklessly cause the death of Harmony Montgomery, date of birth
This dude is guilty as shit.
6/7/2014, a person under 13 years of age, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, by repeatedly striking Harmony Montgomery on the head with a closed fist.
With a closed fist,
Said acts
guys.
being contrary to the form of the
That ain't how
statute
you
in such
discipline a
case made and
kid.
provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge is charge ID 2027113C, and this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire between approximately December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of falsifying physical evidence, in that Adam Montgomery, believing that an official proceeding, as defined in RSA 641:1, Roman numeral 2, or an investigation was pending or about to be instituted, did purposely alter, destroy, conceal, or remove the body of Harmony Montgomery with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge in this matter is charge ID 2027114C.
So what is it, 6 charges?
And this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester, New Hampshire, at Manchester, between December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020, did commit the offense of abuse of a corpse, in that the defendant did purposely and unlawfully removed, concealed, or destroyed the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof. And this is against the peace and dignity of the state. And then the last charge is charge ID 2027115C. And this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire between approximately December 7th, 2019 and January 4th, 2022, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, in that Adam Montgomery, believing that an official proceeding as defined in RSA 641:1, Roman numeral 2, or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, did purposely attempt to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Adam Montgomery, has been arraigned on these charges. And
That's
he
the
has
infant
pleaded
is
not
assembling
guilty,
that the
and
new
obviously
wife.
puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. Assistant Attorneys General Benjamin Agati and Christopher Knowles for the state have joined the issue, and you are to say by your verdict if the defendant, Adam Montgomery, is guilty of the crimes wherever he stands indicted or not guilty. Hearken to the evidence. Thank you.
Members of the jury, shortly you will hear opening statements by counsel. Before that, I'm going to give you some general instructions as to the law that applies to this case
Okay,
and some
here we
other
go.
matters, which will give you some guidance as you consider the evidence in this case. After you have heard the evidence and you have heard closing arguments, you will hear further instructions from the court, and then you will retire to the jury deliberation room to decide your verdict. You should consider all of the instructions I give you, both now and at the end of the case as a whole, and not single out one particular instruction as stating the law. You will also have written copies of my instructions with you in the jury deliberation room. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a memory test. What I ask of you now is just listen carefully to the instructions that I give to you. You will have as many copies as you like in the deliberation room when it comes to decide your verdict. So you will have written copies of both the instructions that I give you now, as well as the ones that I give you at the end of the case as a whole. And every juror can have one available to them. So please just listen carefully now as I give you these instructions. The function of the court and the jury. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you have to understand the
All right.
definitions of the crimes with which the defendant is charged. You have to understand how convinced one way or the other you should be before deciding your verdict. You have to understand what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness. These instructions will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict.
Gotta be fair. Gotta be fair.
It is your duty as jurors to follow all of the instructions I'm about to give you. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, the law as I explain it to you is the law you must follow in reaching your verdict. It is up to you to decide the facts. You must decide the facts solely from the evidence in this trial. You must apply the law given to you in these instructions to the facts and in this way reach a fair and just verdict. You should decide the facts without
And then you should drag that dude out to the street and burn him at the stake.
prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. You should decide this case based solely on the evidence presented and the law as I explain it to you. The evidence in the case. In deciding this case, you should consider only the evidence in the case. The evidence consists of testimony under oath of the witnesses, exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, facts of which I take judicial notice, and stipulations of certain facts. During the trial, the lawyers may make objections. The lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence is not admissible. If I sustain an objection or exclude any evidence, you must not guess as to what the answer or evidence would have been. If I order that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence.
That's hard to do right there. You know,
A judge is
once you hear it, you hear it.
required to be neutral, and I am in fact neutral. If during this trial or at any point during these proceedings you believe that I have expressed or suggested an opinion as to the facts in my rulings, you should ignore that belief. It is up to you alone to decide the facts. In short, you should consider only the legally admissible evidence in deciding this case, that is, the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, stipulations, and facts of which I took judicial notice. We talked earlier that there will be a view in this case, and I'll give you an instruction on the view later, but the view is also evidence in the case, but You'll hear an instruction on that in a little bit. The indictments are not evidence. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and indicted is not evidence of guilt. The indictments are simply a way of giving the defendant notice of the charges. The indictments are a formal way of accusing the defendant of a crime in order
Formal way of accusing of you did it.
to bring the defendant to trial. You must not consider the indictments as evidence of guilt. Multiple indictments, one defendant. Each of the indictments against the defendant
I don't know, honey
constitutes
dip,
a separate
how
offense.
anybody could defend this
You must
dude.
consider each indictment separately and determine whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
We know he's guilty,
The fact that
Judge.
you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on one of the indictments should not influence your verdict
Allegedly.
with respect to the other indictments. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentence is solely for the judge. You should base your verdict only on the evidence and the law without considering the
He's
possible
guilty.
punishment.
Allegedly.
The presumption of innocence. As you were instructed during the general selection process, there is a presumption of innocence that applies and continues throughout this trial until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty
I'm
of each and
convinced.
every
Can we
element
get
of
this
the
over with?
offenses with which he has been
I'm
charged.
convinced.
And the defendant has no obligation whatsoever to prove his innocence in this matter. And that includes the right not to testify if he so chooses. You are not allowed to draw any unfavorable, adverse, or negative inference if the defendant does not take the stand in this matter. The jury's recollection controls. You will hear the lawyers discuss the facts and the law in their opening statements and closing arguments to you. These statements and arguments are not evidence. Their purpose is to
I don't
help
know
you
how this could take
understand
3
the
weeks.
evidence and the law. If the lawyers have stated the law differently from the law as I explain it to you in these instructions, then you must follow these instructions and ignore the statements of the lawyers. If the lawyers state the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. Direct and circumstantial evidence. There are two kinds of evidence.
Most of the people
direct
think
and
they're guilty. I think
circumstantial.
he's guilty. I
Direct
mean, that's just my
evidence
opinion.
is direct proof of a fact,
Court is
such
so
as the
boring. Yeah, I know.
testimony or statement of a person about what the person saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, proof of a chain of facts from which you could find that another fact exists, although it has not been proved directly. For
Now, me,
example,
I don't mind
if you
court when
look
it ain't me
outside
in
and
it.
see water droplets falling from the sky, that is direct evidence that it's raining. But if you look out the window at night and the ground is dry, and again the next morning and the ground is wet, that is indirect or circumstantial evidence that it rained during the night.
Somebody
By
could have wet the grass.
circumstantial evidence, I simply mean that you may infer the ultimate fact from another fact shown. You should feel free to reach reasonable conclusions from proven facts. Conversely, you may not reach conclusions based on facts that have not been proved.
He did
In
it.
the rain example, wet ground alone may support an inference that it rained during the night. But in the absence of additional evidence, it will not necessarily support inferences about how much rain fell or for how long a period of time. You should consider both kinds of evidence. You are permitted to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. However, to be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence must exclude all other rational conclusions. This means that if from the circumstantial evidence it is rational to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the rational conclusion consistent with circumstantial evidence in isolation. Rather, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all of the other evidence, which includes all other circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. You must understand, however, that this circumstantial evidence rule does not apply to direct evidence. If there is a conflict between two or more witnesses who offer direct evidence concerning certain facts, you should resolve the conflict. For example, suppose there are two eyewitnesses to a crime, and one testifies
Why
that the
don't they go
defendant
over this
committed the
behind
crime
the
and the other
scenes with the
testifies
jurors?
that the defendant did not commit the crime. This presents a situation where there is a conflict in direct evidence. In this situation, you, the jury, should resolve the conflict and must decide whether, based upon all of the evidence, the state has proved the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, she's
should
required by law to. I would figure they would do this behind the scenes before they brought the jury in, but
consider all of the direct and circumstantial evidence in the case, as well as any reasonable inferences you draw therefrom, in deciding whether the state has proved all of the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The credibility of witnesses. In deciding this case, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. Use your common sense and judgment. Consider factors you use in deciding important issues in your everyday lives.
let's get to the good
For
stuff.
example, you may consider the following: the witness's attitude, behavior, and appearance on the stand,
No, he's
and the way
pleading
the
not
witness
guilty.
testifies. The witness's age, intelligence, and experience. The witness's opportunity and ability to see or hear the things about which the witness testifies. The accuracy of the
It
witness's
has to be on
memory.
record. Okay.
Any motive of the witness not to tell the truth. Any interest that a witness has in the outcome of the case. Any bias of the witness or friendship or animosity the witness may have for or against any of the other people in the case. The consistency or inconsistency of the witness's testimony. Whether or not what the witness says appears reasonable or unreasonable. Whether what the witness says is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of other witnesses or with statements the witness made at another time. In deciding which witness to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examination of the witnesses. If you believe that part of a witness's testimony is false, you may choose to distrust other parts also, but you are not required to do so. Inconsistencies and contradictions within a witness's testimony or between witnesses do not necessarily mean that you should disbelieve the witness. It is possible for
Alexa
honest
said they
people
have
to
it, but they
witness
don't
the
use
same
it.
event
The death
and
penalty.
see or hear things differently. You should evaluate inconsistencies and
No making noise or eating
contradictions
in court.
and determine
I
whether
muted
they
it,
are
so y'all didn't have
important
to hear me
or
chew.
unimportant. You need not believe any witness even though the testimony is uncontradicted. Nor are you required to accept testimony as true because some or even all of the witnesses agree with each other. You may find the testimony of one witness or of a few witnesses more
Thank you, little
persuasive than the
dove.
testimony of a larger number.
That's a good
These
thing. I got
principles
mute.
apply to all witnesses, whether they are ordinary citizens, police officers, experts, or otherwise. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness.
Can we
and
get to
give
the
it
trial
weight you
already?
think it deserves. The weight to be given to the evidence should be determined by the quality of the evidence, not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or the quantity of the evidence, but the quality of the evidence that is important. The judge decides what is admissible. Testimony, writing, objects, and other things presented during the trial
Claudia,
are evidence
his
only if the judge
ex-wife,
accepts them as evidence.
seen it,
Throughout
witnessed
the
it.
trial, I may rule on whether certain evidence was admissible or not admissible. These are legal decisions which do not concern you because only the judge is permitted to decide legal questions. I may make three types of legal decisions with regard to the evidence. First, I may stop some information from being presented at all. You are
Don't do
not to
that.
imagine what that information might have been had I allowed it to be presented. Second, I may rule that some information was not admissible after it was presented to you. You are to ignore this information and not use it as evidence. Finally, I may allow some information to be entered as evidence after hearing objections by one of the lawyers. You are not to give such evidence any special importance as a result of my ruling. It is not my duty, and I do not try to determine whether the evidence is important when I make my rulings. The burden of proof and reasonable doubt. Now, I've addressed what you should not consider and what you should consider in reaching a verdict. I'm now going to discuss with you how convinced one way or the other you must be, and this is referred to as the burden of proof. Under our constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond
You're
a
guilty to
reasonable
proven
doubt.
innocent in this world. Come
Burden
on,
of
let's be
proving
truthful.
guilt is entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. As I told you earlier, the defendant enters the courtroom as an innocent person, and you must consider him to be an innocent person until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of every element of the alleged offense. If after all of the evidence and arguments, you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant having committed any one or more elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, a reasonable doubt is what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based upon reason.
Can we
It is not a
reasonably put this
frivolous or
dude in prison
fanciful
already?
doubt, nor is it one that can easily
We
be
know he's
explained
guilty.
away.
Allegedly.
Rather, it is such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence that the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more elements of the crime charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find the state has proven all of the elements of the charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty.
He's guilty.
With respect to
Done.
the final
It's over.
instructions regarding the offenses, I will wait until
Allegedly.
the end of the trial and after closing arguments and discuss it with you at that time. So as I said, I will give you another set of instructions after closing arguments at the end of this case. You will have all of these instructions with you in the deliberation room when it comes time to decide your verdict. As I said to you earlier, there's a form of this instruction that I'm about to give you. We call it the communication instruction that I'll give you. I've given you some of it before, and I'll continue to give it throughout the trial. Please listen very carefully. Do not discuss the case at all, not with the other members of the jury or with anyone else, until jury deliberations start at the end of the trial after all of the evidence and final arguments have been presented.
We got it, Judge. Let's do it.
Please
He's guilty.
keep an open
Allegedly.
mind until you have heard all of the evidence in the case. During the course of trial, please take care to avoid any contact with any persons involved in the case, the lawyers, the witnesses, and the parties. So I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, as you come in and out of the courthouse, you may see the lawyers or other people involved in the case. They have been instructed that they are not to communicate with you, so they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence or smile at you or say hello as you may pass them in the hallways. But you must, they are required to avoid any contact with you, and you are required to avoid any contact with them. So no contact with anyone involved in the case, please. Also, please be sure to avoid any television, radio, online, or newspaper coverage of this case. I anticipate that there will be media coverage of this case. As I indicated earlier, you know that there are cameras in the courtroom. They have been instructed that they are not to take pictures of the jurors in the case, but I expect that there will be media coverage. You are instructed that you must not read any articles or view any media coverage on television, online, or elsewhere. So avoid your local papers, have somebody pull the international section if you want, but don't watch any media coverage of the case, okay? You are instructed to turn off any notification or banners that come through your smartphone, computers, smartwatches, or other devices, okay? Finally, do not conduct any research or investigation of your own. You must render your verdict based solely on the evidence submitted at trial. So don't look up the law. That will be given to you in the court's instructions. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names. Don't look anybody up on social media. It is critically important that your verdict in this case is based exclusively on the evidence that's presented at trial. Our trial day will generally go from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We will also generally take a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break. I try to look at sort of natural break points in the case to determine
Okay, so 9 to 4.
when those breaks happen. But generally we'll have a mid-afternoon, mid-morning break, and we'll also have a lunch break. Please make sure they are silenced or turned off altogether.
All right,
As
we got
I
a lunch
said to you,
break.
you will be permitted to check your phones when you are on
No,
break.
it's not in court.
However, you are not to look at any news reporting or media coverage of this case, as I have already told you. Additionally, you are not permitted to take notes of any kind, not on paper nor on your phones. The reason for this is that it is important that your recollection of the evidence is what controls. Sometimes if notes are taken, they can be given undue weight, and it's important that when it comes time to deliberate, you are using your individual and collective memories about the evidence, and one note or one written recollection doesn't control.
I agree
You
with
should
that.
also be aware that there will be no transcript available to you when it comes time to deliberate. So although we have our excellent court monitors here and there's an audio recording, that is not available to the jurors, and there will be no transcript. So your individual
Gotta
and
remember that
collective
shit.
recollection is what will control as you go into the deliberations. Therefore, please listen carefully to the evidence as it is presented. If during the course of this trial,
What if you got a
have
bad
any
memory?
questions or problems, you become thirsty or need anything else, just get the court officer's attention, either of our court officers or my attention, so that we can assist you. If at any time during the trial you cannot hear, please raise your hand so that I can ask the witness or the lawyers to speak up. That goes as well for any monitors. If you cannot see, please do let us know. It is important that you are viewing and listening to all of the evidence as it's presented. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 20 of. I had indicated to you earlier that I thought we would go right into opening statements, but based on what I anticipate the length of the opening statements will be, I think that would hold your lunch off for quite a long time. So, after speaking with the lawyers, I think what we're going to do is we'll take an early lunch break. So we're going to break now. Please come back at in 1 hour, so 20 to 1. And then we'll move directly into opening statements. So don't talk about the case, not with each other, not with anybody else. Don't look up any media. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you in an hour after lunch. Thank you so much, ladies and
Hi,
gentlemen.
Judge.
All rise for the jurors.
All right, there you have it. They're going to lunch. Everybody's going to Mickey D's. The judge is buying. Okay. Everybody gets nuggets. 6 pieces for everybody.
You can be seated. Do you have anything preliminary, or do you want to just come
Judge
back
said,
in?
"You ain't messing up my damn lunch break." I don't blame her. She get hangry.
Or what would you like to do?
Hey, you're cutting into our lunch break, bro. You're cutting into the lunch break.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Here we go. It is officially lunch break time. So let me pull my face back up on the screen. Bam. Okay. So right now they're taking a lunch break for an hour in the case. Let me see if there's anything else that popped up that we need to see that can hold us over while we wait to see what happens. Okay. Let me do this. Give me 1 second.
So joining us now is Nancy Grace. She's host of Crime
Oh,
Focus on Fox
Nancy!
Nation. The father has now been arrested. What does that tell you?
Well, that's a common ploy to arrest someone that you're looking at in the disappearance of Harmony on another count. However, these counts are directly related to now 7-year-old Harmony, a felony assault and a second-degree assault. And that's
What's up,
for the
SCW
black
crime?
eye
True crime.
she had back in 2019 when her uncle Kevin called police. They came there. The little girl had a black eye, and they left her there. And let me tell you something else. We've done a little bit of digging as this father, so to speak, pulls his jets behind bars right now, waiting for an arraignment in just a few
Get him,
minutes
Nancy!
on these charges. Let me tell you something. DFACS, Department of Family and Children's Services, put this child in the home with him. And if Boston News 25 is correct, he has got a rap sheet as long as the interstate. And I am talking
As long as
about
the interstate.
in Haverhill, 2014, armed robbery, assault with intent to murder, what I think to be a drug shooting, burglary, assault, stalking.
What?
They never did a home visit. They just put a 5-year-old little girl in the home with a convicted felon, and they didn't think
Get
that
'em,
would be a
Nancy.
problem. They thought that would turn out just fine. And where's the mom been? She hasn't seen
Where's
her
the
daughter in
mom?
custody since 2019. We failed this girl horribly. And I believe Department of Family and Children's Services needs to be behind bars with daddy.
There you go, Nancy.
You
Tell
make
'em.
some excellent points. The one thing about the mother has said that
Nancy
she
spit
was
facts, boy. She spit facts. When Nancy come in, she ready, boy. She was mad, just ready for that segment. She's like, yeah. Where was the mom?
trying to raise the alarm and trying to get information, but you're a little skeptical of that?
Well, you know what? According to the adoptive dad of Harmony's little brother, I spoke with him, and he says the mother, to her credit, kept saying, something's wrong, something's wrong. He has blocked me. I can't find Harmony. I can't reach him. So is that raising the alarm? I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. I know where my children are right now. They're in school. In fact, I've got their schedule. I know what class they're in. So it would be a cold day in HELL. I would count on Facebook to find my daughter.
It is crazy. I mean, it kind of shows, you know, if you don't care, like Adam, he acted like clearly he didn't care. Most dads would be like, hey, let's put a search party together. Let's find my daughter. Not, I don't want to talk. Soon as people start being like, I don't want to talk, because you should want to talk. If your kid was missing.
I mean, that's just me, though.
So he will be arraigned today, and then I understand that detectives will continue to try to get information from this tip line that they've put forward. Any final last thoughts on that?
Yes. Even if you think you saw Harmony 18 months ago, 6 months ago, 2 years ago, it's worth calling the tip line.
There you go. I mean, if you've seen these people anywhere, because, at this point, they don't know where this baby's at. So she's still out there, probably buried somewhere, or he's put her somewhere or in something. Dolly, he shot a guy in the face in 2014. That is crazy.
Now, local police there have told the public, don't be a sleuth. Let us handle this. BS.
Hey, we can't not be sleuths. That's what we do. Okay. You talking to the Captain Sleuth over here. I'm on the way now. I'm packing a bag later today, and we on our way. We go into all the locations.
That is how we found Gabby Petito's body.
That's we going. We on the way. We on the way. Sleuthing. YouTubers found Gabby Petito. If it wasn't for the buffoons, YouTubers, we would have never knew the answers to Gabby. They'd still would be looking for Gabby Petito right now. You need YouTubers. You need Dolly.
Is that the public joined in the search? And I beg you
We're super
to help
sleuths.
us find Harmony. This little girl, blind in one eye, left in that cesspool by police and Department of Family Service.
You tell them, Nancy, cesspool. Doing drugs in the car with the kid in there doing the worst drugs too.
The only thing we can do now is try to find her and put her in a good home.
Indeed. Nancy Grace, wonderful to see you. Thank you.
Okay, let's pause that. Jump back over here. Boom. All right. Let's close that. The dude's smiling. Like, how worried is a dude that looks like this in court, right? Let me share this picture with you guys. Look at him smiling. Okay. Smiling. His daughter's missing. You about to go to prison forever. You walking into court smiling. See, there should be a slap the shit out of you law. Like, you shouldn't. That's so disrespectful. Like some people ain't worried about prison. He done been in prison most, off and on anyway. He probably missed his girlfriend and he wanted a reason to go back. He walking out there smiling all happy. Yeah, I'm back in jail where I belong. Damn weirdo, man. I know. I said the same thing. It means they killed someone. And look at this dude walking with his chest all out. Let me show y'all these pictures. Like, look at him like he's all swelled up, like he's somebody important. Dude, you getting attention right now because you're a monster. But soon you'll be behind bars and nobody will give two shits about you, but your prison boyfriend, okay? This dude, in my opinion, absolutely 100% without a doubt guilty as shit, allegedly, okay, for entertainment purposes. He's actually sticking out his tongue. Yeah, he was smiling, sticking out his tongue, and he's going to end up doing something crazy in the prison. When they get ready to sentence him, they should bring him shackled like Hannibal Lecter up in there. They should treat him like the Delphi, put him in a prison ran by Odinist guards, okay? That's what they need. Let the Odinisms guard over his ass. All right, let me pull this down. I don't want to miss nothing from this. We still got a little while to go before she said 20 minutes to 1 their time. So the jury's out getting chicken nuggets and shit like that right now. So it's going to be a few minutes, but we're going to hang out and kick it. Let me see what else I can pull up for you guys in the meantime that we can go over that kind of dives into this case. Give me 1 second. Just pulling some stuff up. And if you haven't yet, guys, and you're here, make sure you give the video a like, and we'll see if we can get the likes up to 1,000 a day. Would be awesome. I don't know how many we got now, but we're working on it. All right, let's see. Court TV is live. We went over the law and crime stuff. He's wearing shackles. I want to see this while we wait. And this is the stepmom. What is that clicking noise? I think it was my headphones. This is so low.
Okay, Kayla, can you please state and spell your first and last name for the jury?
My name's Kayla Montgomery. Kayla Montgomery.
Okay, and how old are you, Kayla?
32.
Where do you currently reside?
The state prison for women.
And how long have you lived there?
Perjury is what they charged them with.
2022.
Why do you live in the women's prison?
Perjury charges.
Were you convicted of those charges
Yes.
and sentenced for those charges?
Yes.
I've seen a lot of this.
Were you also charged with receiving stolen property?
Yes.
Let's jump a little
Any
more.
objection?
I think she may have fixed it, or the question may have, as you remember it, but I think I'd like further foundation.
Yes.
All right. They just mute. Tracy, turtle. Thank you so much, Tracy. Thank you for your super sticker. That's super awesome of you. Jump a little ahead.
The living room is right in the front, and then you walk through, and there's the kitchen. But there's a wall that separates the kitchen and the living room. But there's still the walkway to walk through.
So you can walk through from one to another. I'm going to take those back from you. If you need more water, just let me know.
When she was on
So
drugs,
focusing back on
horrible.
that time period, September, October 2019, what was your life like back then?
I was working up until November 2019 at Dunkin' Donuts.
Thank you, crazy nerd. She's working at Dunkin'
Worked
Donuts.
6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Adam would be
Somebody
home
gotta make the donuts.
work, and he would drop me off and pick me up from work because I didn't have a license. And then after he would pick me up, I would be at the house with the kids, and he would leave some
Drugs make
nights
you look horrible. Look how
because
much different she looks.
We're
Clean and sober.
using drugs.
When you say we were using drugs, what do you mean?
Like getting high, using heroin and crack and weed.
And when you say we were getting high and using heroin and crack and weed, who's we?
Adam and I.
And what was your drug of choice?
It was both heroin
All
and crack.
of it.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
What did it take for you to become sober?
This is my favorite
Going
part.
to jail.
She was so honest there. Going to jail.
I asked you about your drug of choice back then. What was the defendant's?
Heroin.
So they were junkies.
And you mentioned working at Dunkin' Donuts up until November of 2019.
Yes.
What did the defendant do for work back then?
He was home with the kids.
So he was
He'd leave
Mr.
at
Mom doing heroin.
Yeah, he would leave after I'd be home for a couple hours, and go for rides.
Okay. Do you know, back then, how did you get your drugs?
I had money from my job, and that's what I remember up until we got kicked out, evicted from the house.
Through Kimberly?
Yes.
Do you know where she lived back in September, October 2019?
I remember she lived on Russell Street in Manchester.
Had you been to her home on Russell Street?
Yes.
Mama the boss.
How many
Thanks for being a
times would you
member.
say?
That's awesome.
I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 times that I can remember.
And who did she live with back then in her home on Russell Street?
Her husband, Chris Frayne, and her daughter, their daughter.
And you just mentioned Chris Frayne. Did you know him as well?
Yeah,
How'd you know him?
through Kim.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
It was, I don't know, we were all
Definitely
just
looks burned out to
friends.
me,
Like, he was
too.
just a really nice person.
And have you kept in contact with either Chris or Kim Frayne?
I was in contact with Chris back in January, the end of December, January, before I got arrested.
And Kayla, I want to turn your attention specifically to October of 2019 and the theft of firearms. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
What am I referring to?
The firearms got taken and stolen out of Chris Frayne and Kimberly Frayne's house.
What kind of firearms were stolen?
I have no idea what the names of them are. I just know they were big. I don't remember the names.
Let's back up. You said firearms. Was this more than one?
Yeah. Yes.
How many are we referring to?
2 that I remember.
Okay. And how would you describe them?
Like a rifle type. I don't know. They were just big. Rifle, shotgun. I don't know what the names of them are. I don't know.
So he stole a couple guns from their friend's house.
So a rifle, shotgun?
Yeah.
Did you personally see these?
Yes.
I want to talk about the first time that you saw them. Can you tell us about that?
I know that there were people at the house that came so that we could buy drugs off them, and Adam was showing them to those couple of people that came by trying to sell them. And I remember I was taking care of the kids, and
she sounds so burnt out. Okay. You know, and that the trial is starting, I can think about 30 more minutes or so. And then as soon as it does, we will kick back over to that. I just wanted to listen to some more of the stuff that she had to say. But dude, that crack and heroin has fried this girl's brain. She seems so kind of like she's half-ass asleep.
I was looking to see what was going on in the living room from the kitchen, and it was just chaos in that house at that time, that same night.
Why is that?
Well, they could have her on some antidepressants or something like that in the jail. It physically changes your brain, I guess so. I mean, you can tell she seems a little, you know, for a young lady, 32 years old, she seems a little too young to have your brain burnt like that.
Why was it chaos?
It was just a lot of people going in and out, and
meds and jail. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
And taking care of the kids at the same time. It was, I don't even know.
And I think you said that night. Are we talking about nighttime?
Yes.
So the incident that you're describing, were you already aware at that point that the guns had been stolen from the Frayne house?
Yes.
All right. And you said people had come to sell drugs?
Yeah.
Zircon said you could be meds in jail too.
To Adam, but I was going to be doing the drugs too.
Okay. So they came to sell drugs to Adam. You were going to do the drugs as well.
Yes.
And it sounded like you said he offered to sell them the firearms.
Yeah, to trade them or buy them. Buy the firearms or trade them for drugs.
Okay.
That's
so he had them at that point, and he was
when
going
they
to trade
can't
them
afford your
or sell
drug
them
habit.
for drugs.
Yes. Trade them for drugs or sell them for money.
At that point, did you know what he was wanting to get for them?
No, I had no idea, because I don't know. I never dealt with that before. I just let him deal with it because I don't know.
And the individuals that you're referring to that came to the house, do you know their names?
I remember Mike. I don't remember his last name. And I don't remember if the other two came that night, but there was always somebody with Mike all the time. And I just remember Ish and Manny. I don't know their last names.
Okay. So Mike, Ish, and Manny were there that night to sell Adam drugs?
I believe, yeah.
And I think you said he offered them the 2 guns.
Yeah.
So it sounds like he was trying to trade
And how long
guns for
after
drugs because
you
he's a drug
found out
addict.
about the theft was this incident that you're describing?
It was within the couple of days, like the next night or something like that. It was around that time, same time.
You described it as chaos. How did Ish, Manny, and Mike react to this offer of the guns?
They were checking them out, and they were just checking them out, looking at them, and they were saying that they would think about it. But they also knew that the guns were missing from Chris and Kim's house, but they didn't know that those were those guns yet.
Okay.
Okay, so dudes buying the guns knew the guns were stolen, basically, and they knew who they were stolen from.
When did you first become, let me strike that question. At some point, did you become aware that the defendant had stolen Kim Frayne and Chris Frayne's firearms?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
I know Kim was freaking out because she noticed that they were missing, and she was trying to figure out where they went and who took them before Chris came back home because he was on the road, truck driver or whatever he did. And so Kim called and asked if we knew anything or if anybody was in and out the house. And then the other people that I mentioned that she was involved with, she was asking everybody if they've seen them or taken them or anything like that. But and something Kim's, I guess the night they got stolen, well, I know the night they got stolen, Chris, Kim left her door open to her house and she was passed out.
And let me stop you there. Were you there that night the guns got stolen?
No.
But you said you
So she wasn't there when they stole the guns.
know the night that they got stolen. How do you know that information?
Because Kim was freaking out, and when she called, she said that her door was open, and then Adam went to go check on her too. Adam was supposed to be going to meet her. And when he pulled up to the house, the door was open and she was passed out, and he woke her up.
Were you there for that?
No,
How do you know that?
because he told me.
Okay, so he told her what happened, that he stole the guns and everything. And this is, he's been convicted of this. And I just wanted to go back and go over some of it while we're waiting on him, with them to start up the trial back up day one. So he's not in the court because he's refused to come into the court for, I guess, the opening statements. So, but I'm sure he will be in court tomorrow.
When you say he told me.
Adam told me.
So he told you that he went to her house that night?
Well, I already knew he was supposed to be going there
Okay. How did you know he was supposed to be going there?
because he was supposed to meet her to do something with drugs. It had something to do with drugs because that's the only time we really were seeing her.
Was that typical for the defendant back then to go to her house by himself?
Around that time, yeah, because he was the one with the car license, and we weren't gonna bring the kids out when it's nighttime and it's time for them to go to bed.
You described living on Guilford Street, and I think you said Kim lived on
Russell Street.
How far apart, or how long would it take to get from your house to Kim's house?
How many kids? Does anybody in chat know how many kids she has? How many kids does she have? Does anybody know? Trivia.
I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes. Could be less, a little less or a little more, but she lived all the way on, like almost near Hooksett. She lived like the
2 boys
near the store that I met her working at, the South Beach Street store before Livingston Park.
It took about
2
10
boys
minutes.
and 1 girl off
Yeah.
from Adam.
Okay, and I want to back up just a bit. You said the defendant told you that he went to her house, but you already knew he was going to her house.
Yeah.
And he told you that her door was open?
Yes.
And then what else did he tell you about that interaction?
And he said that she was passed
Were they in the car that night? Why wasn't he beating on those kids?
out, and he was, he woke her up, and when she woke up, she was freaking out about the guns missing.
When did he tell you that story?
It was that same night.
When he got home?
None at the moment. Yeah, true that.
And can you describe for us him getting back home?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you walk us through him returning home that night?
I know I was waiting for him, and I was laying down with the kids, and I think I heard him come through the door, because I always heard him come through the door. And when he came through the door, I don't remember him having anything when he came through the door.
Did you see him come through the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think he was going in and out, and from what I remember, I don't remember seeing him bring anything in. I don't know where he put anything yet. Like, I don't know. I don't remember.
Did he have drugs with him that night?
Yes, I believe so.
And
I don't know. It's a fog, because I know we were just getting high a lot.
And you said you didn't know where he put them yet.
No.
And what are you referring to by them?
So this is all over the guns. This right what we're listening to. So we're just kind of tuned into this while we're waiting for the trial to start back up, because they took an hour break. So I think it should kick back up in what, like 10 minutes or so? 15 minutes?
Because they were in the attic.
Let me know when it starts back up, guys. Don't red stop signs in the
Sorry,
chat.
when you say they were in the attic, what are you referring to?
The guns.
Okay, and did you see the attic of the house in those photos that I showed you?
Yes.
So you told us about this story that the
She
defendant
talks
told
so
you about
slow, I
going
agree.
to Kim Frane's home, finding the door open, she's passed out, and then she started, I think you said, freaking out
Yeah,
about the missing guns.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you a different story about that night?
No.
Did you confront him about the guns?
Thank you, Missy.
I just didn't know what to say. I was kind of upset about it, because that they're supposed to be our friends, but I don't know. It was just messed up, that whole situation.
And when you say they're supposed to be our friends,
Kim and Chris,
Then why you
were
steal from
why
them,
were you upset
druggie?
about it?
because I didn't like the guns, first of all, and
Y'all like
second of
enough to
all,
steal 'em.
he just took them without even and he could have given them back after they realized they were gone, but he didn't.
And you said he just took them. How do you know he took them?
She gives me
Because
Leilani
he's
vibes.
told
That's
me that he
a
took
little
them.
bit too.
Okay, and so I want to stop you just then. So you told me the story he told
Drugs
you
got
about
Leilani too.
going into the home, finding Kim passed out.
She
waking
told me
her
she
up,
had been
her freaking
clean.
out.
Yeah.
Was there, it sounds like there was a subsequent conversation. So another conversation later when he told you that they were stolen. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that conversation?
All he said was that Kim was passed out and he ended up taking the guns. That's like, there wasn't really a story with it.
And that upset you?
Yeah, because he took them from friends and I didn't want the guns in the house.
Took them from friends.
Yeah.
Were you still working with Kim at that point?
No, we worked at separate stores.
Did you ever talk to her about?
Yeah, she's high as a kite. Or coming off
Not
the
that
drugs
night,
to make
no.
you seem like that
Not
too.
that night, but did she discuss cameras with you at some point?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that interaction?
She told me that she called the police department and put a stolen, reported stolen items, and she said that she's gonna see whoever did it because there was cameras, her neighbors had cameras, and she said that she was getting the camera, like the camera footage or whatever, so that she could see who took them.
Did that concern you at all?
Yeah.
And you'd already seen the guns at that point.
Yes.
What did you do with that information?
I told Adam.
What was his response?
Honestly, I don't remember. I know he was a little worried, I remember that, but I honestly don't remember.
So you just previously you described an interaction a night or two. It sounds like it was the night after the theft where Mike is
Drugs
there,
are bad, just say
Ish is
no.
there, and Manny's there.
Yes.
The defendant offered them the guns for sale or for trade.
Yes.
Drugs or money.
Yes.
Did you ever witness any other transactions like that with those guns?
Not that I remember. I know there was another transaction, but I don't remember how it went down, or I don't remember any of that, but I know there was.
Let me back up. The first
Drugs will
transaction
aid you so
described
quick.
with Mike, Ish, and Manny. What were you doing during that?
I don't know. I was all around the house because the kids were awake and not in bed because they woke up from all the noise, which happened every time. And I was trying, I tried keeping them in the kitchen and was trying to
He definitely
get them
burn
to
out.
relax, but that wasn't
That's
happening.
what drug abuse will do.
And it was just a lot going on at once. The guys being in the house, and then also people getting high in the house, those people. But then they would be there and then they'd be gone real quick. They'd come in and they'd leave.
They done turned their house into a trap house with the kids.
Did the guns stay in the house that night?
Yes.
And I believe you said they were stored in the attic area?
Yes.
We got 685 likes, guys. If you're just tuning in, make sure you thumb up this video. We'll go back to the court case in just a few minutes. Somebody said it was like 25 minutes. So we got about 20 minutes or so before court kicks back in. Adam Montgomery chose not to show up for opening statements, so he's not in the court, but we will get to hear the opening statements today. And you never know, Dolly got a bag pack. We might go cover some of this live if you guys are interested in that.
Were they still in something?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were
cases?
Aiding in that proper foundation.
Rephrase the question, please.
Do you remember them being stored or wrapped in something?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember meeting with law enforcement? Do you
Yes.
remember a June 3rd proffer back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling law enforcement at that point?
Coach?
Okay, they muted for some reason. So they're holding her on these perjury charges. That way she can testify against Adam. Okay, hold on. Let me check on what's going on this other stream real quick. So we don't want to miss anything. Pause that. Let me check on what's going on Court TV. Okay, still got a little bit left on the Court TV setup, so we can jump back over here, listen to a little bit of this previous trial. And I don't know if you noticed, but he looks like he's like mean mugging her the whole time she's on the stand. We pull this back up. See how he's looking. That is the look of an evil man right there. Okay, that's the look of a baby killer. They should bury this dude under the prison. I mean, under the prison. When does the trial start? The trial started today. They're at lunch break right now. They'll be back in like 15 minutes. And then for opening statements. And they're saying opening statements are going to be kind of long. So I'm assuming they're going to be a couple hours long, opening statements. And then, of course, it'll start. The main day, I guess, will start tomorrow. Well, it's like today. Day is the day one. So tomorrow's day two, but he should be in court tomorrow.
You may proceed.
During that proffer, do you remember disclosing that the firearms were stored in a blue sheet and blanket?
Yes.
Is that what they were stored in?
From what? In the attic, because we didn't sleep in the attic anymore. But I know they were stored in the storage room. But I do remember the sheet.
Do you remember what color the sheet was?
Blue.
Was there also a blanket?
I don't remember a blanket.
But you remember a blue sheet?
Yes.
How many times did you see those firearms in your house?
That link right there, PJ just posted, is the link to help Dolly get to CrimeCon. Not CrimeCon, CrimeCon, damn it.
I believe. I don't remember, but I know at least 3 times.
Okay, and I want to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to ask you, do you know someone named Kevin O'Leary?
Yes.
Do you know him by another name?
No.
Okay. How do you know Kevin O'Leary?
He lived up the hill from the Guilford Street house, and Adam met him somehow. I don't know how, but I guess he knew him or something. And he was smoking weed. That's what it was, smoking weed.
Not the weed.
And
oh my God,
he smoked a blunt with him, and
them damn blunt smokers.
That's how I remember them meeting, but I don't know if they knew each other from before. I don't remember.
Okay. Would you see him regularly, Kevin?
Yes.
How often
Go
would
and
you
be
see
our
Kevin?
eyes and ears, Dolly.
Almost about every day, like from back in that period of the fall 2019.
So very frequently, it sounds like.
Yes.
What was your relationship like with Kevin?
He wasn't really my friend. He was Adam's friend. So, but he would obviously, like, he had respect for me because I'm Adam's wife, and he was very nice, but I didn't really I didn't not like him, but I don't know. He was just there to me.
And you said he was Adam's friend.
Yes.
Adam.
Did you ever observe a transaction between Adam and Kevin?
No, I don't remember a transaction happening, but I remember Kevin looking at the gun. One of the guns. I don't even know if we had them all anymore. I don't know, but in the house, but I know he looked at one. He was looking at one.
Do you remember, sorry, when Kevin was looking at the gun, was that with you or was that with Adam?
Both.
Okay, so you were there for that.
Yes.
See, what's
What were
going on
you
Court
doing at the
TV?
Getting high.
Not there yet.
At some point during that interaction, did Kevin and Adam leave your house with one of the firearms?
Not at that time, like not right at that moment. Kevin went home from what I remember, and because they did talk about leaving with it, and Adam had it put away under the bed we were sleeping in at the time. And I remember getting in a fight with him because I didn't want him to leave the house, especially with the gun. I just didn't. I got in an altercation with him about it and
I
tried
think so,
taking it from
Jenny.
him. And
10 minutes, 11 minutes.
he still took it and left anyways. And like, it was just not good. And if we kept arguing about it, the kids were going to wake up.
Was it nighttime?
Yes.
And so the kids were asleep?
Yes.
And you said you didn't want him leaving with it, you didn't want him leaving especially with a gun?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was nervous and scared that he'd get in trouble.
Why would he get in trouble for having a gun?
Because he's a felon and not supposed to have one.
So you told him not to?
Yes.
Because he's a felon, and she told him not to have a gun.
Did he leave anyway?
Yes.
You know where he went with it?
I remember him and Kevin talking about going up behind Rock Rimmon to shoot it off. That's what I remember.
Okay.
Do you remember him coming back that evening?
I don't remember. I was sleeping with the kids at the time.
And after he left to go to, I think you said Rock Rimmon?
Yeah.
To shoot the gun, was that gun under your bed after that?
Not that I noticed.
Do you know any other individuals that the defendant attempted to sell those guns to?
No, not that I know of.
Do you know someone named Mark Reed?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know someone named Tone?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever offer the firearms to them?
Yes. I don't know about Mark, but Tone, yes.
Can you tell us what you know of that?
Just
Okay.
offered to
Just looking at some
trade
stuff
it
on
for
the internet real
drugs.
quick. Give me 1 second.
Do you know Tone's full name?
Anthony Badero.
Kayla, I want to back up. So you mentioned these two firearms. Do you know anything about a stolen pistol from the Frayne home?
No, I do not.
Did you ever have a conversation with Kim about a missing handgun?
Not that I don't remember.
So I want to back up to that June 3rd proffer that we discussed earlier. During that proffer, do you remember telling law enforcement that Kim mentioned a still or misplaced handgun, but that was well before the stolen guns in this case?
Yes.
Does that you remember that conversation with Kim?
Yes.
Is that what she told you?
Yes.
And was it well before your husband stole her guns?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were back on December 30th, 2021?
Either in a family shelter at Fit or at my mom's. I don't remember which one.
Okay. Judge, may I?
Yes.
She seems to be on some strong Xannies or something. Maybe so. I don't know. She seems like she's on a little something. She seems real calm. I think Dolly should go and find out if these people are fake or not. Well, you know, I'm thinking about going. I'm trying to figure out how far of a ride it is from Norfolk. I'm about to map it here in just a
And I'm
second.
going to ask you to turn to
Norfolk
page 8.
To what part of this? Where is this at? What part?
Okay.
10 hours and 44 minutes.
And you can set those aside. So with respect to 46E, do you recognize anyone in those photos?
Yes.
Who do you recognize?
Kelsey and myself.
That's a pretty good height
And
by car.
you had mentioned
Good
a Kelsey
Lord.
Small earlier.
Yes.
Is that Kelsey Small in those photos?
Yes.
And you said yourself as well?
Yes.
What were you doing in those photographs?
Trading in phones at the phone machine thing that's at Walmart for
But
money.
it's a long drive.
So how did you
I'll be checking
arrive?
plane tickets in a minute.
You mentioned Kelsey Small. Were you with her that day?
Yes.
Were you with anyone else?
Adam.
You can take the train.
Did
Is there a train?
Kelsey and Adam leave you at some point during
Is there a train you can
your
take?
interaction there or your time there at Walmart?
Yes.
Norfolk Station.
Do you know where they went?
No.
So Kayla, I want to switch gears. Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your relationship with Tara?
She was the property manager at the apartment that we were last living in together, on Union Street in Manchester. And we ended up having a friendship. And it was a good friendship. Like, our kids played with each other outside, and we cooked together, had barbecues and stuff like that. It was we were friends.
And when you say
Let's
we
check
cooked
this right
together,
here.
had barbecues, who do you mean when you refer to we?
Real quick.
Myself and Adam and Tara and her boyfriend,
Do you remember his name?
Josh.
Were you ever party to a conversation between Tara, her husband, and the defendant regarding firearms?
I don't remember.
Do you remember a conversation where the defendant accused you of telling the police on him in front of Tara?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
All right, let's see what I can find up here.
He was.
Yes.
Okay, so we're about 6 minutes away from the trial starting back up. And this dude is definitely a monster. Jim, you know what a lamb? No, I have no clue what that is, Monkey Shadow. Dolly got to eat. Hit that like button. That is right, Rosemary. Thank you so much. It's been in the high 50s, 60s here for the last week. I'm so spoiled. I'm getting cold again. I will survive. BRB, gonna call hubby real fast. Okay. I'm just looking at what the best route of maybe going to go sit in on this stuff is. So I'm trying to figure it out now. I mean, I could ride 5.5 hours tonight, ride 5.5 hours tomorrow. That would put me there. But it wouldn't put me there in time for court tomorrow. But it would put me there in time for court Friday. And then it has me there in town all weekend with no court. Or I wait to this weekend and go up there. And then I can be in court Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and come back Thursday or something like that. How far are you away, Dolly? I am 10 hours. But I don't think so. I don't too much care about the Super Bowl. Hey, Super Bowl. Well, PJ, like I said, PJ has to work. She wouldn't be able to be there with me anyway. So we don't have much options on that one. Let me click over here to see if they're back in court yet. Nope, not back in court on Court TV yet. So the judge said an hour. So we got 4 minutes left. It should kick back into the trial and we'll get to hear opening statements. Third planet from the sun has been a member for 6 months. Damn, thank you for being here so long with me. That's a pretty good minute. So big virtual love to you. Virtual hugs. Thank you for all you guys that are members and have hit that like. Been hanging out with me this morning. We've been here for a while talking about this stuff, 4 good hours. So, but I'm pretty curious to hear the opening statements now. I done been here this long. I might as well hang out and kick it and see what goes down. Dolly, take us sightseeing. That would be cool. Well, if I can find a route to get there that ain't too crazy, if I drive, it would take me 10 hours, 11 hours to get there. I mean, I could fly in, but then I got to rent a car, all that shit. It's all good. Stop complaining. You'll be all right. Let's see. Why ain't we got any sound? Let's jump past this a little bit.
How did you come to be there for that proffer?
Because I got subpoenaed.
Save your money for crime con.
To be questioned about Harmony.
I'm getting cabin fever.
I lied to the grand jury because I was scared.
So let me back up. Had you been charged with a crime prior to meeting for that proffer?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I?
Yeah, but if I drive up, it wouldn't cost me much. It's a long drive, though. too cold for turtles in the north. Don't go north, Dolly. It's too cold for turtles. I got a bunch of jackets. Okay. I do got winter clothes this year. And a lot of people said they wanted to see some live coverage from up there. So we took a poll, and I think the poll was like, they want to see Dolly there.
So, Kayla, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. And if you can just take a minute and look at that. And then we'll get that down.
I got a heated sweatshirt. Milwaukee. I'll be okay.
So what is that document?
The memorandum agreement between the state of New Hampshire and myself.
Okay, it should be time now.
Is that the...
Let's pause that. Let's jump over. Okay, we're just waiting on court TV at this point, and it's been an hour. Yes, please go cover this, Dolly. Please never tell your next move on here, smart. Ain't none of these people doing shit. I ain't worried about none of these people on the internet. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do. If I'll tell you I'll be there, I'm going to be there. I ain't worried about none of these people. I don't base my day around. I don't care what people know where I'm going to be. Just don't mess with me. You'll be all right. So, but the judge said they were going to take an hour lunch. You know what? It's kind of crazy. I got almost as much likes as Court TV. Court TV only has 983 likes. Well, 84. So y'all hit that like button for me. Let's see if I can keep up with the same likes as Court TV. And they got 3,000 people looking at their blank screen. Okay. Bojangles has been a member for 4 months. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I think this could all be done in one day. Guilty. Throw the book at him and let's move on. I think all this shit just wastes his court time and money. Dolly is a grown man. He can make his choices. I personally think it's a waste of time, money. He would have a lot of extra expenses, rental car, hotel, everything being broadcasted. I don't know. You know me, man. I'll pull over to a truck stop and go to sleep in the car. I ain't pick out. He done froze to death like the Kansas City 3. I'm like that too. Like when I travel, sometimes I just pull over to the rest area and sleep. You know, I sleep right in the car. It don't bother me none. I don't, you know, I can sleep standing up really. Hello, Jimmy. Hey, Sheila, 22 months. Big love to you. 22 months. That's 22 months of love. Looking at this face. I don't know if there's going to be any witnesses today. I think today is just opening statements. And then tomorrow they'll go into it. But they're saying, you know, they're estimating 3 weeks maybe. We will still watch you cover it. Thank you. Congrats on 22 months. That's OG status right there. When you get to the 22 months, that's a long damn time. That's 2 more months. You've done been here 2 years. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Okay. Telemarketer calling my phone. Hell no, says Satan. Nope. Can't. Not today. No, it's not. No, it's not. You know, that sucks. That really sucks. But I think there's surrounding areas that are, you know, I don't know how far in striking distance, but we need to find that out. All right. If Dolly's visiting, I want to stay, you know, that's kind of what I did in Oregon, you know, in Idaho. I stayed in Oregon and then I just kind of commuted into Idaho kind of thing. So that's kind of solved that problem. And from my understanding, Boston, I don't know exactly how far everything is from each other. you know, everything's legit.
Please be seated.
Okay, here we go.
Can you approach for just a minute, please?
Everybody had their chicken nuggets? Let's get it. Let's see. Bam. Okay, we just lost audio again. They cut the volume off. They don't want you to see the jurors coming in. They asked the cameras not to pick up the jurors. Kentucky will be the last because everything's backwards. Where are you at in Kentucky? Okay. Well, you know, there's turtles up that way. You're 40 minutes from Boston. Oh, well, then we good to go. Okay. Yeah. Then we going, I'll stay in Boston and we'll commute to court every day. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Y'all want some live coverage? It is in New Jersey. Indiana's pretty backwards too. It is legal in New York, but that's a long ways from there. Judge called lawyers to the bench. Okay, well, we don't got no audio on court TV yet. Hey, Mary T. So I'm ready to get these opening statements going. Who's ready? Who's ready? If you ready, give this video a like and then press 1 in the chat room. I'm ready for these opening statements. I'm ready to hear what they got to say. I know they're going to say this man's a damn monster. What else could they say? We're going to hear this dude come out here and say my client is innocent. Now, if I go up there, I want to be able to get into the courtroom, but this court don't look packed. Like when they were showing the court, it don't look like a ton of people in there, and it don't look like a ton of people outside of the courthouse. So maybe I can just go, you know, when I go up there, maybe I'll just be able to sit right in. They turn the audio off when they're at the bench. Okay. It's like a little quiet time. We get to stare at the Bella. He's like, damn, they staring at me over here. He can't even scratch his ass because the cameras are staring at him. Don't put the pressure on this poor man. He looks like he's a couple of days from retirement. Okay. He's like, man, I fucking hate this job. If it wasn't for the benefits, I'd have been quit. You know, it's like being in court every day. You know, it sucks. It's like watching Law and Order every day. Look, this guy's playing on his phone. He's watching Dolly Vision. What you watching, Depp? Dolly Vision. Make sure you sub, like, and comment, man. He's leaving a comment right now. Okay. That's Heather. That's Heather whatever right there. Look, Heather whatever is the deputy. Okay. The comment came in at the same time. Sorry, Heather. I thought it was you. I thought it was you because, you know, he would comment it and then Heather whatever's comment popped up. Oh my God, Dolly. You know, he's just counting down his days to retirement. He's like, damn, man. Can't I just die in peace? Oh my God, Dolly. Hey, Dolly, if you're staying in Boston next week, the 15th, Karen Reed pretrial. Okay, yeah, Dolly's going to be spending some time in Boston with you guys. Okay, so my Boston Turtles, y'all get ready. Okay, y'all get ready. He's ordering Dolly soap. He better, because I'm going to need some money to get there. Okay, if I'm going to be hanging out in Boston, we got to get there. So, let's do it. I'm ready to go. We'll have a Dolly soap sell-a-thon. You won't be able to record in the courtroom. We'd have to watch on another channel. Yeah, but I can come out and give updates, things like that. I can try to score interviews. I can take you by the locations, things of that nature that, you know, after court stuff. Like, okay, We'll go to the house. We'll go to the apartments where they were staying. We'll ask the locals questions, things like that. So it won't just be go sit in the courtroom because that's boring as shit. Okay. It'll be outside the courtroom, the people, you know, that type of shit. And plus we'll get, you know, might stay there, see the town, blah, blah, dolly videos, blah, 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 blah. It'll be the whole dolly thing, you know? He's placing his order so he can meet the one and only Dolly. Maybe so. He might get to meet me. So we'll interview this deputy when we catch him walking out. Be like, hey, man, we just wondered how far you have to retirement. Okay. That's my one question for you. Okay. His friends rented the U-Haul for him so he could transport and dump her remains. There's a lot going on. Personal delivery. She has 2 boys, Dolly, from another man. Okay. Well, I'm just waiting for this stuff to kick off. I'm ready. I'm ready for opening statements. I don't know what's taking so long. Like, y'all done had lunch. Let's get this party started. Let's do it. They had the baby's body in the fridge they were eating out of. That is disgusting. Okay. That is absolutely disgusting to even think that, you know, who would put, but then again, who would beat their baby to death? And who would put it in a bag and carry it around with them for months? That is just totally sickening. Like, I hope this dude gets what he got coming. I don't know why it's going to take so many weeks to convict him. I don't even think the jury would have to go back and deliberate. They're just going to be like, guilty. This is going to be the quickest deliberation ever. They're going to walk out the room, walk right back in. Be like, all right, he's guilty. PTSD for sure. See you later. Have a great day, Turtles. Later, Regina Smith. This is going to be a sad, sad trial. Okay. It was believed to be in the fridge at the place of employment. They squatted at a house where he could put her in the ceiling. I remember that when he was sticking her in the vent, like an air conditioned vent in the house, and then somebody started complaining about the smell. So, and I even heard at one point he took her to the homeless shelter, right? He kept putting her in the trunk and moving her and hiding her places. I mean, and then, you know, to get up in court and with the gun charges to be like, you know, I didn't do this to murder. They stuck it to him on them gun charges. Now, I've heard people getting gun charges and not getting 30 years in prison. So they gave him the supermax on them gun charges. I wonder what they're talking about at the bench that is taking so damn long. All right. Depp, tell them to tighten up every chance they get. Okay. He's like, this job is so damn boring. This man, he got a coffee pot though. He got his own little setup. He's like, I've been working this damn job for 40 years. All right, he's calling in. I don't have the call in number up right now, Depp. Okay. Who's he calling? Who's he calling right now? Y'all guess in the chat. Who's he calling? I think he's calling Donald Trump. He's like, Trump, you ain't gonna believe this shit. As soon as I retire, I'm coming to Key Largo. Save me a spot. Okay. I don't know what he's doing. Who's he talking to? We want in. We want in. I thought a media was allowed. We need audio. Come on. I want to hear what the deputy's talking about. His wife just called. Somebody said his wife just called. No, terrible. He's like, honey, I'll be home soon. As soon as they're done with this baby killer, allegedly. He's like, honey, I'm on TV. Everybody's watching me right now. That was his wife calling saying, they're streaming you on TV. Don't scratch your ass. Act calm. Act normal. Act like nobody's looking. Everything's going to be okay. Cross your hands like you're important. Just sit there and stare. That's the first sign of Alzheimer's right there. Look. I'm just playing. He said, give him the electric chair. I hope so. Look. Well, this man did. Look, what if this deputy gets up and punches Adam Montgomery in the face, right? He would be my favorite deputy of all times. Okay. He'd be my hero. I would send him Christmas cards every year if he just run across the courtroom and punch him right in the face. Uh-oh. All rise in Dolly Vision. Everybody get up. I ain't getting up, but y'all get up. Okay. I got a bad sciatic nerve. I ain't even trying to move. I could not be quiet all day. Right? So what I plan on doing, guys, is going into the courtroom, listening for a little bit, running out, telling y'all what I, hanging out for a minute, going back in, recording a little bit. If, outside, I ain't gonna record it in there because I ain't the media. So, and plus y'all be able to see that on TV, on court TV. The only difference is you'll get my outside scoop and we'll be able to go to locations, hang out there and all that good shit. You know what I'm saying? The extras that you don't get from the news. Stop picking on my data. Yes, I agree. Here we go. Turn on the audio. Look, see, there's an opening spot for Dolly right there. Look, I can sit between these two people right here, or this dude with the bald spot, my bald spot, because you can't wear a court hat in a court. So my bald spot will blend in with his bald spot. You know what I'm saying? We could be like the bald spot crew. I'm not quite that bald. Okay, guys, that's a pretty good round. That's almost like the size of a yarmulke on that dude's head. But he's going to have to scoot over and make some room for Dolly. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Looks like Harmony's mom talking to the attorney. She is in a black coat, pink skirt. Okay. Well, when we get up there, maybe we'll try to speak with Harmony's mother, say hello and, talk to her. That type of thing. Get you a couple interviews with some of these people. His 30-year sentence could be 60 due to him being a career criminal, which is a legal term. Here's the thing. At 30 years, he'd probably never see daylight anyway. This is just to put the nail in the coffin, I believe, because he's never getting out of prison. Let's be honest. He's there for the stay. Anybody see Drake's video? I don't watch Drake. That's a rapper, right? Like a entertainer. I mean, I've heard the name, but honestly, I couldn't even tell you who the dude is. I think he's the dude from Canada with the curly hair. Is that Drake? Why is he not there? Like, does he get a choice to attend or not? I don't think he has to be there for opening statements. And now we got people leaving again. Okay, is that the jury? I think that's the jury that just left. I don't know. Maybe that's just other people leaving. But I think the jury is on the right. I'm not for sure. I don't know what the hell's going on. We ain't got no audio. And the judge ain't even on the bench no more. Can we get an update? I bet you $5 you won't go. Dreamweaver? $5. You got a bigger bet? Because I need more money. And $5. The people at Child Protective Services were devastated. I bet they were. The judge just went to potty. How do we know that? Court TV has no audio. Is there another source that has audio? I see that disrespect to Harmony for him not to attend. Hey, but that's me. Have they been back since lunch? This is them. Yeah, they came back for a second. And I don't know what's going on. We are just kind of in limbo at this second. Gunnersville Girl Woods says everybody seems confused. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We'll find out in a few minutes. We're just waiting for the opening statements. They called the lawyers to the bench and then they took another break. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're explaining something to the lawyers. Adam doesn't care. He is so disconnected from humanity. I agree, man. He don't give a shit, you know. The dude is an evil man. He's done horrible, horrible things. And he's going to pay with the rest of his life, at least. They'll probably beat the crap out of him. We couldn't get that lucky. Okay. Uh-oh, now we get to stare at the eagle. The American eagle. See, that's the ticket right there to get 1 million subs. You got to have a traffic cone. You got to have an eagle. You got to have a cop car. Something just to let this camera stare at. That's the key to success on YouTube. Okay. Just to let you guys know, I got my very own traffic cone now. I'll be sharing it. It'll be making its debut here soon. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for being here with us. So, man, what is the holdup? How long does it take to give an opening statement? You want me to give the opening statement? Okay, Dolly will give the opening statement for you people. This man, right? Mr. Montgomery, he's accused of a crime that is unthinkable. Unthinkable! And he is guilty as shit. That's the end. Send this man to the pen. Let's do this. It should already be over with. What is the hold up? Everybody in the country knows this man did it. Just pull his toenails out. Let's call it a day. Then bring him back tomorrow and pull his teeth out. Then bring him back the next day and punch him in the face. You know, something that justifies his crimes. This is all like smoke and mirror technicality type shit. Let's just get this over with. Everybody knows the man did it. Drake was at that bad concert. Too many people were there. Oh, you talking about where the people trampled each other? I remember that. And he had the stage like he was in Satan or something. And everybody said it was like some occult shit. And they sacrificed all these people at the concert. I watch a little bit of conspiracy on YouTube. Just a little dabble. A little dabble. Okay. This is the greatest court case I've ever seen. Okay. Good Lord. Boring as shit. At this point, can somebody start breakdancing in the courtroom or anything? Just something. Travis Scott. Honey Dip, no, the baby has not been found. He ain't told where the baby's at. They just declared the baby is dead because of the statements that, the stepmom gave, that he beat her in the face and all that stuff. And no, he's never told where the baby's at. That's why they should pull his toenails out. Lock him in a room with me, and you don't put me in jail for the outcome. I guarantee you I come out the room knowing where that kid was at. We just live in a society where you can't waterboard people. Send his ass to Guantanamo Bay and we'll know where that little girl's at. I guarantee if you let a third world country prosecute this man, they would know where that baby was at. Because they're going to cut his arms off with machetes. Our justice system is just too soft when it comes to people like this. When we know, by law, we should be able to force it out of you. When they know, okay? It ain't like he don't know where the baby's at. He knows. They should be able to use force to get that information out of you when they deem they know. Right? But then it only comes a problem when they know and you really don't know. Then you just take an ass whipping. But for the most part, let's just say it works. Kick his ass, Seabass, until he talks. I don't think that's unjust and humane. Some people in this world deserve a good ass whipping. Amen. Preach, Dolly. Totally agree. See? I mean, it ain't just me crazy. There's a lot of other crazy people in this world too. I just want justice. I don't, if that word even exists, justice, is it even real? Is there really such a thing as justice? I mean, in some cases, maybe, but for the most part, nah. I've been listening at Dolly. A couple in China was sentenced to death for killing their 2 children. Well, that's what they get, you know? You shouldn't kill your kids. If you don't want to have kids, don't have kids. Then you don't got to kill them. It's simple. Easy math. Justice is starting to disappear, Honey Dip says. Well, it's blurred. I think justice in our country is blurred. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it don't work. Sometimes you can buy your way out, sometimes you can't. It's like a blurry mess. It works good for some people and terrible for others. I know way too many abandoned wells in the backwoods of Tennessee or Alabama. That's what I'm saying, 100. If we did that in America, maybe we would have less of these tragedies. A lot of people just want our kids for all them benefits. A lot see them as paychecks and not human beings, says Meg. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess there is women out here that take advantage of the system and they spit out, you know, that live off the system, like a welfare and things like that, shitting out kids. I don't know. It's one thing if you love your kids and take care of your kids. The problem is when you get people that don't give 2 shits, you know, and there's so many people out there that can't have kids. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of people families that would love to have a kid that can't get one while people are out here throwing their babies in the dumpsters, beating their babies, dropping them off at landfills, putting them in the trash at hospitals. You know, you just look at all the women killing their kids. And all they have to do when they do this, they destroy their whole lives. If you don't want to be a parent, okay, the world can get that. I get that. Then give that baby up for adoption, drop that baby off at a safe haven, let that baby have a chance in this world. But to be like, you ain't going to take care of the baby, but it's my baby, so nobody else can have it. I'll kill it first. You are insane. You need help. You know, some counseling, some therapy, some shit Dolly can't give you. Your daughter had 6 miscarriages. And that's sad. That's what I'm saying. There's so many people out here that try to have families, or people that have families and would let a kid, you know, take in an extra kid. You know, so he's no man, let alone a father. It's horrible, man. This story touch your heart real time. You know, it ain't like he was even trying to discipline his kid. He was physically beating his child like it was a man with a closed fist, beating her in the face. What did he think was going to happen? What do you think was going to happen? She's going to be okay? And how could you take your baby around somebody with her whole side of her face fucking beat in? Trigger warning, people. This poor kid, between her mama being, you know, a drug addict and her being in and out of care of people and tossed around, and then even in her last days, how she was treated, and even in death, treated horribly. And there ain't a prison they could bury him under that I'd feel sorry for this dude. You know what I'm saying? I hope they put him in there with damn Richard Allen and the Odinist, and they beat his ass. Dolly, more about the money from the state than any love. Our system had let her down. yeah, you know, and I heard that the stepmom was taking care of her kids with the benefits from the dead baby. And like, that is so shit, right? That is like, and you know, she struck a deal. How many Harmony Montgomerys are out there? Tons of them in that same condition right now. Tons of them. Tons and tons. Like, we probably, like, I couldn't even put a number on how many kids are being abused in this country and living shitty lives. Every state in America has Harmony Montgomerys. People not taking care of their kids, strung out on drugs.
Council approach.
All right, here we go. They're killing me with cutting this damn audio off. All right. Come on. Are you going to let us watch the case, or are you going to let us look at the bald head deputy? All right. It's like, man, damn, can they take that camera off of me? You notice he scratched his ass when they turned the camera real quick. They were like, let me get the scratch in. He's sniffing his finger now. He's like, oh, man, it smells like butthole. At least they didn't catch me on camera. I don't think they did anyway. That's what he's thinking right now. Okay. Jimmy, you delayed. Okay. Well, I'm delayed. What am I delayed on? Education? Learning? It says live right there in red. We called it special ed in my day. Delayed. Is that the new PC word? I'm possibly delayed. Okay. Poor Depp. He's like, man.
All rise for the jurors, please.
All right, let's rise again. Everybody get the hell up, man. I've been up, down, do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around. Damn, Judge. Getting tired over here. It's on, guys. Here we go.
All rise for the jury.
Buckle up.
You may be seated.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. My legs were
All
getting
right.
tired.
Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
One thing I think you
killing
will
us.
learn as you go through this process is sometimes things go exactly as we plan, and sometimes they do not. Right now, they are not going exactly as we had previously planned. So I apologize for the delay. And you know, there are a lot of moving parts in a trial. So sometimes we need to switch things up. So originally I had said that we were going to come in and do opening statements.
Oh, shit.
We're going to do something a little different than that. As I said, we're going to be going on a view today. So prior to a view, the lawyers will give you what's called a preview statement to give you some information about where they want you to, what they want you to look at.
Okay, when we go there, we're going to look at everything they look at. Okay,
we're going to do that first. So I'm going to give you an instruction regarding the view. Then the state and the defense will give you their preview statements. Okay, and then we will wait for the bus to come, and when everybody's ready, we'll get on the bus and we'll go for the view. Then depending on what time it is after that and other circumstances, we'll determine whether opening statements will be this afternoon after the view or whether they'll be tomorrow. Okay, so listen carefully to this instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin this case with a view. We will be traveling to several locations within the city of Manchester to observe certain areas you will be hearing testimony about. The purpose of the view is to make the testimony you will hear more understandable. If you have the opportunity to look at a scene, the testimony may make more sense to you. Your obligation on the view is to look as carefully as you can and to remember what you see as well as you can.
A view.
You may not ask questions.
What?
You may not take any notes or measurements. You should look carefully at what the lawyers will be pointing out to you. What you see on the view is evidence in this case. Please stay as close together as possible so that you will all be viewing the scene from approximately the same perspective. If you cannot hear or see, please call that to my attention or to the attention of one of our court officers. After the view is completed, you may not revisit the scenes on your own during trial. Also, you may not engage in any discussion among yourselves or with anyone else concerning what you see at the view. As you know, you are not to talk with each other or with anyone else about the case until the end of the trial when you are conducting your deliberations. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, counsel will have the opportunity to make their preview statements to you concerning what they expect you will be seeing on the view.
Okay, that it?
Yes, you may.
All right, what's he gonna say?
What we're going to do, and first of all, since it's my first opportunity to talk to you as the jury, big J as opposed to little j, let me thank you again for your time that you're going to be putting forward not only today but throughout the trial. It's very important both to society, to the government, to the citizens, and it was very, very much appreciated. The first part of your job, for the most part, is going to be taking place in this room. The vast majority of it dealing with the witnesses and the exhibits that you see. But as you just heard from Judge Messer, another part is going to be the view. This is evidence, what you're going to see today.
They're going on the view today, yes.
It's going to be work on the view. You're going to have to walk around in 2 different locations, and the rest of them will require you to look out the windows of a bus to be able to take into account the neighborhoods that you were in. And I'm going to explain every place that we're going to go in just a moment, and the defense counsel will also have that same opportunity. Together,
We'll
we
take
are
our
going
cameras.
to see where this happened. You're going to get to see the same places, the same locations in person that you are later on going to see and hear evidence at trial. And you've already heard, again, Judge Messer's instruction. You should consider today's view to be like evidence. In a few minutes, we are going to get on a bus, maybe not now, and we're going to see a couple different locations in Manchester. In some ways, it's going to be the beginning of a journey that you will likely never forget.
Oh, Lord.
The last journey that Harmony Montgomery took while she was alive and where her body went afterwards. It's a journey that's into the actions of the defendant on that day and the days forward. And we're going to drive by places where Harmony was first assaulted, where she was later killed, or she was later consolidated and crushed. And then finally, the different other locations of where the defendant had her in the city. What you are going to see today is part of the evidence.
Do they
Some
take
of the
cameras with
locations
them?
that we're going to drive by, we are just going to pass by in the bus for a minute, and the bus is going to pull over to the side of the road. So you have an opportunity to look at that location and take in the surroundings. And on 2 of the locations, we will physically get out. One will be a parking lot, and the other one will be an intersection. We will not be going into any residences. Later on, you're going to hear testimony about different homes. We may be driving by an apartment complex today, but we will not be going inside in the actual rooms where Harmony was, or where Harmony later was.
Okay, so they're not going in the house.
Outside for the 2 times that we get out of the bus. So before we do that, I want to kind of start at the beginning. The first place that we're going to go to, and this is Ms. Johnson, forget my art skills, high school. We're going to start at the courthouse. And the first place that we're going to go to is we're going to go down past Elm Street. Definitely not to scale. We're going to come across Merrimack, and we're going to go up here on Market Street.
Market Street.
And at that point, we're going to pull the bus over to the side of the road, and you're going to be able to look out, and I would say look out the right-hand side of the bus to the area of 20 Market Street. That's the location of the methadone clinic.
The methadone
where
clinic.
The defendant took Harmony that morning with the rest of the family inside a 2010 gray Chrysler Sebring. When you're there, I want you to be able to take into account just the outside of the building.
I'm gonna take you guys on this
Look at the
trip when I get there.
I want you to see the number of other businesses that are nearby, the number of other cars that are nearby, the number of the amount of foot traffic that may
We
be
can
there,
figure
that
that
road
out. The
there.
methadone clinic, the
You're
house,
going to
the
hear
apartment.
in opening arguments that it was at that first location outside the methadone clinic that the defendant came out from getting his medication, got into the car, and understood that Harmony had had an accident, saying words to the effect of, "Really, Harmony, again?"
Objection.
Approach.
Oh, they killed it right there when he said, you know, that she had an accident. So we get to get muted again. Okay. If you're just tuning in, guys, make sure you smash that like button. And if y'all want to see Dolly go up there and cover this live, press 1 in the chat after you hit the like. He's not in the courtroom. No, he chose not to be in there for opening statements. So he's not in the court right now. Okay. I see some ones. I see you guys are interested in this. Is that the bag, the evidence bag? I mean, I'm assuming something in these bags are tagged evidence with red tags. So I'm assuming, yeah, these are evidence bags. So right now we're staring at evidence bags. What do you think's in that bag? It could be anything. It could be a dead body. No, it ain't, because they haven't found her yet. But the horrible things this man done, and he's the only person that knows where she's at. You know, we need a law, man. There needs to be a law. Put that under Dolly law too, that we can torture you to find out information when we know you know. There's no reason he shouldn't be telling where to. He knows he's done. Then what does he think he's going to get out of this? His lawyer should be saying, hey man, tell him where that baby's at. Maybe they'll go a little lenient on you. But how lenient can you go if you know you ain't never getting out of prison? It's all those chicken nuggets they got, right? That little bag got the dipping sauce in it. I wish they would stop calling timeouts.
Street out.
Oh, wait.
Here, we're going to go out on Daniel Webster Highway. And there's a Burger King. When we get to the Burger King again, we won't be getting out of the bus. We'll be staying inside, and you'll have a chance to look at that parking lot.
We're going through the drive-thru.
What the state is asking you to do is to pay close attention during that drive. How many stoplights roughly? Roughly. What are the road conditions like? How long does it take to get there? You're going to hear testimony later on about that same drive. You're going to hear testimony how during that drive, the defendant's assaults continued. He continued to hit Harmony as they stopped at red lights, as they stopped at stop signs. That's why you need to pay close attention during that drive. And we're going to go out to that location. After we've had a minute or two to sit in the bus there at Burger King, you've had a chance to see the traffic.
Teddy bear for Harmony when you go. Yeah, we'll do something if we go.
We're then going to turn around. We're going to come back down Webster, continue north on Elm, and then we're going to cut over.
Copy that map.
Area on West River Drive, approximately 59 West River Drive. And there, we're going to make our first stop where we get out of the buses. 59 West River Drive is one of the street locations for Colonial Village Apartments.
Write it down, BJ.
You can see poorly drawn river. It's right on the backside there.
Copy the map.
We're going to be pulling in between those buildings and going to a very large back parking lot that's behind there. This is where your testimony that the defendant lived in his car after they had been evicted from their Guilford Street home, and where the defendant kept Harmony and the rest of his family after they left Burger King, after he continued to hit her, and drove back there to eat his food while Harmony was moaning. You're going to hear testimony that that's where he used his
horrible.
Drugs while Harmony died.
She died in the
When you're there, I'm asking you to notice the number of apartment buildings that are nearby. Look at the number of cars that are in the parking lot, how big that parking lot is. I'm also going to ask you to take notice in that back parking lot area, look towards the tree line. Look at the very back row, closest to the river, where different cars can park. Notice all of that while you're there. It's going to be more than 1 or 2 minutes. So you can get out, you can certainly walk around, take your time to really look in that area and look at the different details that are there. Also look up at the side of the building. I'd like you to know whether or not you see lights on the side of the building that illuminate that parking lot, whether there are street lights that illuminate that parking lot. So do that while you're there. Once we're done, we'll get back on the bus and we're going to drive back towards the city, back on West River Road, back to Elm, and then south to the intersection with Webster. The buses are going to pull over on the side here, and we're going to get back out yet again. You'll hear testimony that it was here that the defendant's Gray Sebring died, in the intersection. That it was here that where, with his family, the car stopped working, and that it was here, just before he needed to get a tow. You'll hear how he went to the back seat, found that Harmony was no longer alive. I want you to look very closely around that intersection. Look at the traffic going through that intersection. The number of people that were available at that intersection. We're also going to hear the testimony that at that time, when he realized that she was dead, that when you look at the different businesses around, I want you to remember that when later on you're hearing testimony, how his actions was to take Harmony and to stuff her in a duffel bag.
Damn.
You'll also hear later a trial from a tow truck driver, and you'll hear about a gas station on the corner. So while we're in the intersection, and we're not going to stand in the middle of the intersection, obviously, we're going to stand on the sidewalk. But while you're there and you can move around, take note of how far away that gas station is and the short distance that the tow truck driver had to bring the car. And once we've spent enough time considering all of these, then we're going to be going to another address. You're going to hear a testimony about a lot of different addresses where the defendant brought Harmony's body out.
Yeah, because he moved her around like all over the place.
Two addresses, that one that involves, you'll hear involves a deck, another one that involves a red cooler. We're not going to be here, we're not going to be driving by one on Lake Avenue as well, that you'll hear testimony later.
Lake Avenue.
Where he stored Harmony in the ceiling. Where we're going to go is 644 Union Street. So from this intersection, we'll come back onto the buses, onto Webster, come over to Union Street, and head south.
Okay. I'm going to follow the same map.
And the intersection of 644 Union Street is right at the intersection of Union and Orange. So Orange is the cross street. You're going to see two buildings. We're going to be stopping right outside here, 644 Main. Testimony that you will hear later on involves also a parking lot that's general in the back. But here we're not going to be getting off the buses. You're not going to have to go inside. We're going to ask you to again look out the right-hand side of the buses and the size of the building. While you're there, we're going to ask you to please take a look at the number of apartments that are there, the number of neighbors that the defendant would have had based upon looking at those apartments. Look at the traffic, look at the lighting, look at the neighborhood. Later on, you're going to hear more testimony about that apartment and what took place in that apartment. Again, we will not be getting out the buses. You do not have to go in that apartment. When we're done at Union Street, the buses will pull away. We'll come down to Bridge, back onto Elm, back south to Merrimack, and then back to the courthouse. I'm going to ask you to look at one last thing on this drive. As we come back to the intersection of Merrimack Street and Elm, roughly here, compared to how I'm pointing right now, down at that intersection, right across the street from each other, there's the Thirsty Moose Tap House, which is right on Merrimack. Right across the street from that is a Chase Bank right now. When we drive back down Elm, and then we take that left-hand turn to come up Merrimack Street to come back to the courthouse, I'm going to ask you to look out the right-hand bus of the window. We're not going to be slowing down there. It's Elm Street. We're too busy. But I do want you to look outside that Chase Bank. In the winter of 2020, you will hear testimony that that was not a bank, that that was the Portland Pie Company, pizza shop, that that was where the defendant worked. And you're going to also hear testimony that that was where, on one occasion, he ordered his wife to bring a CMC bag containing.
So it was a pizza place that turned into a bank.
Inside a freezer. seen by other witnesses. So when you hear those witnesses and they talk about Portland Pie Company, we're going to be driving by that location. Again, it's a bank now. It's not a pizza place anymore. But understand where that location is to better understand the testimony that you're going to hear throughout the rest of this. And let me stress again, what you see on this view is going to be evidence. The locations we're stopping at: the Habit methadone clinic, the Burger King up on Daniel Webster Highway, coming back to Colonial Village where we'll get out, to the intersection of Elm and Webster where we will also get out, the drive by 644 Union Street, then back to Elm and the drive by what was Portland Pie Company before we come back to the courthouse. This will be your only opportunity, as you heard from the court, to look at these places in person until the end of this trial. So take your time. If you need more
He's been
time,
in jail. I don't know if he's in general pop though.
we will stay longer in the parking lot. We will stay longer at the intersection. We have
The car broke down the
great
same
deputies
day.
there.
Yes.
Who will allow you to be able to explore the space in a safe way, so that you're not going to feel like you're got traffic right on top of you or anything like that. So do please take your time. But when you listen to the testimony from the different witnesses, these are 5 of the key locations that you're going to hear. So it's important that you know what they look like.
All right, we'll have to hit those 5 locations if I go there. I'll talk to PJ
Based
about it
upon
when she
that,
gets in
again,
the
after
day.
you hear this, and if you see all of the evidence of this case, we'll ask you to return verdict that is just. But I would also ask you if you would please do also pay close attention to defense counsel's comments about the view, because again, the more observations that you can make on today's view, the better it will be for you to understand the testimony you see later on. And it's a one-only shot. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
They can't put the jury on camera. No, the judge asked not to show the jury.
Good afternoon. This is where the trial really begins for you, and you literally step into it. You step onto the bus, you go to places. These places are exhibits of your mind. These places in your...
So guys, up that area, I can stay in Boston where, you know, there's everything's legal. And then what is it, a 30-minute drive into about 30 minutes or what? I need to look at a map.
mind, you apply to everything else that you hear, see, and consider in this case. The state said that this was the last journey that Harmony made. This is where the dispute starts. This is not the journey that Harmony made, but this will be the journey that we make today. And when we leave here and we go to Merrimack Street, that's a clinic. And it is a clinic that you'll hear testimony that Adam and Kayla frequented all the time, or quite a bit. And that when you're there, I want you to look. We can't recreate what was happening on particular days or particular
Jurors have to be kept anonymous.
who might have been coming and going at what time. So you actually can only look around and see the
Yeah, the road
exposure.
trip is taking place
What is
today.
the
We'll
parking there? What can you see? What is exposed? What is hidden? And then apply the evidence that you hear about events that may
I don't
have
know if that's
occurred
Amber
there,
Heard's lawyer.
and consider could this have happened? Put your mind to the testimony and apply it. This is what I saw. This is what I remember. This is what the witness is saying. It is your evidence, but it's evidence in the case. Then you'll go from the clinic to Burger King. And at Burger King, that's really very, very important to look at that entire layout. Again, we can't recreate the amount of traffic that was on a particular day or a week. We can't recreate any of that stuff. But you look at the parking, I want you specifically to look at how that drive-through works out when you make the order and then you pay the cashier and then you get your food. Take that into consideration. Take the time to think about a route through the drive-through. What is exposed? What is hidden? Who can see what from what angle? Think about the cashier. Think about all of the stuff around the drive-through. And actually, when you're there and stop, think about that from the
Right,
time
Tink?
somebody pulls into the parking area. And again, you will be applying that to somebody else's testimony. And then you'll be thinking and applying that. Does this work? Does this not work? What's going on here? It is your evidence. From there, you heard that we're going to Colonial Village. And that is a place that you're getting out. So
We're getting out at Colonial Village, guys. We're getting out there tomorrow or the next day. One day we're going.
But you want to look, what is exposed, what is hidden from particular places, looking at the building, what can you see, what can't you see? We're going to direct you to particular places and areas and say, take a look and consider from this perspective, something that pictures can never quite do. And you got to hold it in your mind and again, apply it to testimony as it comes in. This is an exhibit throughout the trial, not just for this afternoon. From the Colonial, you will go to Elm and Webster, which is a place that you're going to get out. And that is really critical on traffic because, again, it can't be recreated. But there is going to be testimony about traffic, about reaction to traffic. There's a car that's broken down there and about what people did about the car, about what traffic was like because the car was broken down. And you want to, again, look, what's exposed, what is hidden, and apply your exhibit in your head to the testimony that comes here at trial. Then Fit Shelter is the next place, and you're going to hear about information that happened inside Fit Shelter. So you won't have that sort of same perspective of what's exposed and what's not exposed because you won't actually see that part. And there's testimony about Fit Shelter that is very disturbing, but you still need to go there so that you put it in place about the type of place that it is. And
objection? I'm sorry, I think there's an objection.
Uh-oh. There we go, muted again. Every time they object, they got to mute so they can go up to the judge and talk, sort it out. You know, I think she messed it up when she said you'll find out what kind of place it is. You're kind of putting that in people's mind that it's a bad place by saying that, you know, and I guess that's kind of leading. That's what I would think would be the objection. I ain't no lawyer, but, you know, I did go to court a couple times and get convicted.
Essentially withdrawn.
Messing up my words.
I hate when that mute says Dumpling.
Sorry.
You want to come up and hang out, Dumpling?
You will not be going into Union Avenue, but some very
Kind of lonely up here by
things
myself.
occurred at Union Avenue, so you want to hold this into your head. Think about the building. Think about the location. Remember Union Avenue, even though you can't go into it, and I think you'll be very happy that you don't go into it. All of this is an exhibit inside of your head, and keep the names a little bit better than I did. I'm so sorry about that. But the location is the same, and this is the journey that we are taking. And at the end from Union Avenue, you're going to come back here, and as they say, pass by the corner at Merrimack and Elm. Keep that in mind. I also want you to keep in mind The distance from the two, distance in this case
Has a bit
is
of a Philly accent.
a little bit less important, but still something to keep in mind as a person testifies about traveling from place to place,
Carolyn Smith.
about how long does it take, the traffic lights, what is the delay. And I did forget, at each of those traffic lights, I want you to look around again, just as you're going through the traffic lights, what's exposed, what is hidden. You're going to be on streets. Assume that everything on the street is exposed. Look around on the sidewalks and the areas around it as well. It's a difficult thing. Again, you're not taking notes. And you're going to have to remember this as you apply it to all of the testimony in this case. All of these locations are important, not necessarily for the reasons that the state said. There is a dispute going on here, but there is no dispute that all
They didn't want Idaho for
very,
people walking through the
very
house. There's something up with that.
And we can only ask you to pay attention as best you can. When we get there, we'll just remind you of perspective and specific areas to look at. I believe that we'll be going behind you to make sure that the bus stops long enough for you to absorb all of the areas before you go to the next one, until you step out and actually walk around, starting at Colonial Village. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the preview statements. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the jury deliberation room. This is a good time to use the restroom, have a drink of water. I think we've got a little bit of time before the bus arrives. We will let you know when the bus arrives, and you'll be escorted by the court officers. I will be on the bus with you, as well as some of the court staff. The lawyers will be going separately. So just be patient. As soon as the bus is ready for us and all of our business here is concluded, we will go ahead and get on the bus and begin the view. All right.
So is court over?
Just a reminder about not talking about the case with each other or with anyone else, or doing any independent research. Make sure you don't do that. Okay. All rise for the jurors, please.
Yeah, this is live on Court TV. But, you know, are they going to take us with them, or are they going to take a camera crew, or do we just got to wait till we see it tomorrow, the next day when Dolly gets there? Okay. We got the map. We're going to take a look at what they see either way. Will they film it? I don't know. Come up and chat with me, Dublin. Here's the link. Give me your opinion since you're in the room. Miss Dumpling, true crime chat talk. Deputy got up. He's like, what's up? What's up? They're having problems in the back. What's going on? Oh, no, they're bringing out a TV. They're bringing out a TV. They're bringing out something. Some type of computer. Are they going to live stream it? What's the deal? Or is it that just pretty much it? They didn't take us on an Alex Murdaugh trial. Okay, so I doubt they're going to take us. Yeah, well, that's okay. Because if we go, we'll be able to take the same route. We got the map. Dolly will get out, walk you around it, search, ask questions, talk to the neighbors. You know how we do. We'll find out the scoops. We'll find out the rumors. The best way, hit the local watering hole, sit around, buy a couple locals, a couple beers, and be like, hey, man, what do you know about this? Bam, you get all the dirt, all the rumors. Are you going live down there? If I go, I'm going live. That's the link, Dumpling. The hater man that says, take us, Dolly. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try my best. I gotta talk to PJ and stuff when she gets here. We see if we can line it all up. I mean, I ain't doing nothing. As long as I'm back by Valentine's Day, I think I'm good. You know, I might get stabbed if I miss, that one day. So I got a week. What can we do in a week? This case just hits different whenever it's a child. I told you to go. I know, PJ. We just got to line it up, get everything going, and we'll discuss that when you get here this afternoon. It ain't like I can leave this minute. I mean, I am semi-packed already for the most part. But then again, I did take some of my things. Most of my stuff's in the trunk of my car. I would have to be able to jam it all into a small bag with my clothes, cameras, tripods. This is going to get complicated. And maybe this is why it's going to take so long. This is probably why they're saying it's going to be a 3-week thing. So, we get to look at the dude. He's like, look, babe, I know I'm on TV right now, court TV showing my head, but look, it's going to be okay. I got 41 days till retirement, and I'm out this bitch. I want to interview this dude. I'm going to be like, yo, man, I'm a big fan. I've been watching you on TV. You think I can get an autograph? Okay. Can anybody see his name? I'll remember him when I get there. I'll be waiting for him to come out of the courthouse. We'll just shake his hand. I like his purple pants. Or they brown. I'm colorblind. I can't tell. Looks like they're purplish. I'm not sure. Is that a khaki or is that a purplish? But he got out of the way quick. He's scared that woman going to hit his ass. He's like, let me move. If the court's over, why are we standing here looking at the deputy? Why is court TV still live with the deputy? I can't come up. My daughter is with me today, homesick, but I'm listening. You're on your own. Damn you, dumpling. Damn you. Okay. Well, I just sit here and make fun of the dep. But it's all in fun. He looks like a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? I want him to tase me when I'm there. He'd be like, yeah, you that dude that was talking about me on the internet, won't you? I'm plotting your location on the map and everything. Well, plot me to the legalized part, and then I'll drive from there.
Each and every element of the offense of falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse. Is that okay? And did you speak with your lawyers in detail about that?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed the opening statement in which they will tell that to
He's
the
on the
jurors?
monitor.
Yes, I did.
And do you wish for them to acknowledge your guilt on both of those charges, falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse?
Yes.
And do you understand that it would be the state's obligation to prove each and every element of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt before the jury could find you guilty? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And that by agreeing to allow them to acknowledge this in opening statements, the jurors can find you guilty of those two offenses, relying on that information. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Is he confessing?
And that is what you wish to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any further question about that?
No, I do not.
All right. Anything further that the state requests?
Is he confessing, saying he's guilty of the crimes of abuse of a corpse and shit like that?
Intelligent voluntary waiver of essentially proving his facts and proceeding this way.
Is he going to plead out?
So anything you want to add, Attorney Smith?
Not on that issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Montgomery, having heard from you that you've discussed this with your lawyers, that you've reviewed the opening statements, the draft of the opening statement, that you acknowledge that you understand that the burden of proof is on the state to prove each of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, and that it understanding that it is your desire for them to proceed with that strategy. The court does find that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your rights, and will allow them to proceed on that basis. Okay?
Oh, yep.
Okay. So,
Oh my
while
God.
I have you, today you did
Told you he was
refuse
gonna break.
transport, so I want to talk to you about tomorrow. As we discussed with you this morning, you can't change your mind midway through the day, but you can inform the court if you wish to come tomorrow. And what I would like to do, and each day thereafter. So you can come and we will send a transport for you. That is your absolute right. But as I explained to you this morning, it's also your right to waive your presence and for us to proceed in your absence. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct the sheriff's office and the Department of Corrections that someone will ask you tomorrow morning, do you wish to come to court today? We will have transport available to you if you want to come, but I am not inclined to send a car up there to pick you up only to have you refuse. So do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any concern about that procedure?
No, I do not.
Okay. So it is our intention to have someone ask you tomorrow morning whether or not you wish to come. And whenever they come to ask you that question,
He
they're going to
just
need an
said
answer from you
he's
so
guilty
that
of
we
the
have sufficient time to
wrongful
make sure that
corpse
we
thing.
get you down here in order for us to start the trial in a timely manner. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I believe your counsel will be speaking to you later, at some point later today?
Not today.
Oh, not
We
today.
can't.
Okay.
24-hour notice.
Okay.
He's gonna say the baby died other
That's going to be the
ways.
procedure for tomorrow morning and each day thereafter of this trial, unless and until the court makes a different order on that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything further from the state while Mr. Montgomery is present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Montgomery, you're free to go now. I appreciate that that you are speaking with us when we need to speak with you, because we are keeping the jurors waiting when we do this.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. You're all set. All right. Counsel, we will wait to hear when the
Holy
bus is
shit.
here. As soon as the bus is here, I
So he's
guess I'll
confessing to the lesser
just-
crimes.
Have you all notified? Yes. Yes, I know. Oh, the bus is not here, right? When we thank you, Peter. When the bus is here, let us know so that we can gather everybody up and make sure everybody's in their respective vehicles at the right time. So we'll have somebody, probably the court officer. will
They
check
offered
in
him a
with
plea
you
deal
while
for
you're
some
on the bus,
information.
with the court staff and the
There's
jurors,
multiple charges against him, though.
you know, when we get the go ahead from everybody. Okay. All right. Very good. Let me know if you need me before then.
He's going to show up to
you, buddy.
court.
Counsel.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So it looks like he came up there and basically said, you know, it sounded like to me, am I right that he sounded like he said he was guilty of the abuse of the corpse and the other things, and he was waiving and he's pleading guilty on that? That's, wow. And it might be that he may come up there and say the baby died from something else. And then they got to prove that the baby died from blunt force head trauma. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my God, sickening. Wow, I didn't expect him to come out like that and be like, yeah, I'm guilty of this. So he's going to use that as the baby died some other way, and I did expose of the corpse, because he's already got 30 years. He's just trying to beat the murder charge. I think that's the main thing. Beat the murder charge. And if that's the case, that means he's going to tell us where the baby's at, right? Okay. If you're committing that you abused a corpse and you disposed of a corpse, then you know where that corpse is at. So this is some behind the scenes working deal shit, lawyers, and trying to find where this baby's at. Because let's be honest, the most important thing is we know he's never getting out of prison. The most important thing right now, I think, is recovery of this child. Okay. Let's give Harmony Montgomery the rightful burial. And it sounded like this may come out to be that. Okay. He's saying, hey, I disposed of the body. Hey, I did this to a corpse. then that confirms that Harmony Montgomery is dead. You disposed of her. Where did you? They're going to be recovering this girl. They're going to recover her. Did he do it in that state? He did some traveling. Wow, that's pretty developing, right? That was like a what the hell? It changed like that, didn't it? It was like went from I object to he's on TV. He says I'm guilty of this in a matter of seconds. Like a he's going to say that Kayla did it. Do you think that's what he's going to argue? And after they recover her, she could be passed away from blunt force trauma. But if that's the case, does he tell? Or does he go, I can't remember what I did with her. I don't know the exact location. Because if he gives up the body, then it'll show how she died. Okay? We got to think about that too. Right now, he's saying he disposed of a corpse. Yep. They can't prove you did it. You know, now they go against each other. I mean, that's smart lawyer shit. The husband and wife turn them. And, you know, because the state's already turned her. You know, so now you get them going at each other. He blames her. She blames him. He is so weak not to appeal. Wow. Abuse of a corpse. She still loves Kayla. She is all he has. He committed perjury, so he is going to say she is a liar. Dare you? Oh, because she's charged with perjury. She is charged with lying to the courts, right? So, yeah, that is maybe, I don't want him to get off, of course, but that, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't see that coming. Did anybody see that coming? Raise your hand. Now, I ain't a court legal expert, right? I definitely ain't. I didn't see that coming. Like, that snuck me. I'm like, I'm glad I turned it back on. I was like, you know, I was getting tired of looking at the bald spot in the man's head and shit. And I'm thinking, there ain't nothing to this. Next thing you know, he's on TV talking about, yeah, I'll plead guilty to the disposal of a corpse. Right there, you admitting she's dead. You disposed of the body. Like, we knew that anyway. Come on, guys. Let's be honest. We knew that. We all knew that. About time he talked. Now, just bring that girl. Let that girl be laid to rest. He knows he ain't getting out. He knows it's over. Trial's starting. He knows he's done. At some point, you got to know in your mind you're done. When you've done all these evil things, even the devil knows when he's trapped. He was boxed in. He was done. He was stick a fork in it. You might as well try to save yourself as much as you can and make your life a little bit better. Because they're probably behind there talking about, man, we're going to put you in the worst prison we can humanly find. We're going to bury you under a rock. You better do something. I think it's a good defense. Good defense. Let's blame the lady that looks drugged out her mind, that's already lied to the courts, and he's going to say this lady beat him and he was driving. Okay? Think about this. Think about his defense. He beat her in the car at red lights while he was driving, or was it her beating Harmony while he was driving the car? You ever tried to drive a car and turn around and beat somebody? It might be a little hard, because you remember back in the day, parents be like, yo, don't make me turn this car around, you know? Or was it she was the one rampaging and he's protecting her? I mean, I most likely think it's him. Either way, look at her picture of what she looked like. Can y'all see that? Right there. You see that shit? Oh my God. He looked evil as hell in this picture. He looked evil. He looked evil. And she looked strung the hell out her mind. Like she don't know what is going on. I mean, way out there looking. This is what drugs. You see the lady, don't look bad sober. cleaned up or feeling like, I don't know what she was smoking, but good Lord, was you smoking it through your pores? She looks 100 years old and looked like somebody beat her in the face with a brick. Literally. If that ain't a just say no fucking poster, I ain't seen one. Okay. All right. I'm good with that. I don't want none of that. You keep that shit. All right. Pass that to the next person. Wow. So already we know that the state ain't wrong, that Harmony Montgomery is dead. Rest in peace to little Harmony Montgomery. We knew this anyway. Everybody knew. And he's disposed of her body. Wow, that was quick. I thought we were going to have to be a couple days into the trial or something. I didn't know in the first 30 minutes he's going to jump on camera and be like, yeah, I did this shit. But he didn't confess to murdering her, because that's the only charge he's trying to get out of, is the murder. So he's really, at this point, fighting the murder charge. He's saying, yeah, I did this and did that. But, you know, he's going to say that this baby died some other way. And, you know, another person that's going to use that is Leilani Simon when she goes to court. That's why she never talked, never said nothing. She never said how the baby died. Not once. She didn't mention it, didn't hiccup it, not nothing. Okay? The state is accusing her of beating the baby to death, but they don't have a murder weapon. And this woman's going to walk into court and say that baby fell down the stairs or fell in that swimming pool in her backyard, and she didn't know what to do and she threw the baby away. I just know, because she hasn't said nothing. So if you're being charged with murder and you can show that, hey, this wasn't murder, these people died and I just covered it up, that's totally different charges. Totally different than murder. You know, maybe one day he'd still never get out of prison. He's never getting out of prison either way. So whatever leniency they give him, it really don't matter, because he's never getting out. Okay. With the 30 years he got from the gun charges, with possibly 60 years because he's a career criminal, they may never let him out. Just on that time, they add the years for disposing of the corpse, wrongful death, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's still going to, at his age, it's still going to keep him in prison forever. And then when he gets to prison, he has to survive the gladiators that know he killed his kid. Okay. So he's done any way you look at it. Stick a fork in him, stick whatever you want to in him. That man is 100% done. And this should give us answers, because I wouldn't do nothing for him. I wouldn't take shit off the table or nothing until he tells where that baby's at. All right. So now we 100% know, you know, where it's at. You disposed of the body. You just got up there and said it. Our justice system is twisted and laws and right. And he said it so, like, not even with a care in the world in his voice. Yep, I did that. I disposed, you know. Wow. Wow, what a game changer. What a major game changer. Now, I don't know if they're jumping on a bus to ride around New Hampshire or whatever they're doing right now, but damn, I don't even know what to think about that one. I wasn't prepared for that. I thought this was going to be one of them, you know, prove it kind of things. And he just like right off the rip. The word this time should have never come out of his mouth. He should never have touched her at all. He should have never been putting his hands on that kid. Now, here's the thing. What if he comes out and says, but see, he's been denying it so long, right? If he knew that woman beat that kid to death, why didn't he tell it? You know, just like, why didn't she tell it? I wouldn't give none of them deals. Okay. I wouldn't give, the only reason they're offering deals is because that mama is still out there. I wouldn't give none of them no deals. I would give the lady 50 years in prison and I'd put him away forever. I wouldn't give no breaks to either one of them. Okay, so they start blaming each other, right? Well, what do you do in a situation? Put both of your asses away. Y'all are both there. Neither one of you reported it. Like, who cares? I say y'all get locked up. And, you know, this woman's going to testify against him. He's going to try to say she did it. You know, but then for him to do that, you got to put him on the stand. Okay? So that means he would have to testify against her, come in and say, this woman did this, blah, 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 blah. And he don't seem to be wanting to fucking show up to court. He wants to be brought in on a video monitor and answer shit that's only important when he thinks it's important. I know when prisoners got rights. Okay, you didn't see that when the dude hit the judge, did you? They shackled him up like damn. They had him. Remember the dude that jumped over the bench onto the judge? They had that dude in shackles, braces, hip restraints, a mask on his head, mittens on his hands. He couldn't have hit nobody. That's how they need to drag his ass into court every day. Don't give that dude no option if he can come to court or not. Make him face the people. Dolly, you kind of look like Harmony dead. I ain't got no teardrops, okay? My kid is raised. My kid is about to turn 24 years old, got 10 fingers, 10 toes, ain't never been touched, okay? So I can look like the man. I ain't that dude, okay? My soul don't look like his. His soul is evil. I can't help the shell God gave me, but my soul ain't nothing like that. I couldn't hurt no kid like that. I couldn't beat on no kid like that. And if I ever seen a person hitting a kid like that, I would go to prison for trying to do bad things. I mean, it's horrible, and especially when it comes from people that's supposed to love you. That's the worst. And none of you're beating that kid, you scarring that kid for life. And just the way they describe what happened is just horrific. There ain't no other word for it. You don't look like him at all, Dolly. No neck tattoos, okay? I ain't never been to prison. I ain't into hurting people. That ain't my thing. I ain't a career criminal. I'm a YouTuber, okay? He's free to go. We'll pick him up. Yeah, he has a black soul. I can see it. See, Granny Bassmaster says the man has a black soul. It's nothing worse than a black soul. So I'll start looking into some things, you know, and maybe I can pop up in New Hampshire. So definitely, if you're from there, shoot me a message on Facebook. Okay. I want to touch down with all my people. I'm going to map how far it is from the border there, because, you know, they got these weird laws there in New Hampshire. So I got to stay right outside of New Hampshire. I just want to make sure I'm in striking distance of everything, kind of like I did in, where was I at? Where would that convict escape from? Pennsylvania? Was that where it was? Was it Pennsylvania? Dolly be getting around. I don't even remember where it was. Delaware? Pennsylvania? It was Pennsylvania. What was that dude's name? Anybody remember? I can't even remember dude's name now. That's how, you know. He was a big deal there for a second, but then, you know, of course, once they put you back in prison, nobody cares. Cavalcante. That's it. Cavalcante. And it was Pennsylvania. But I stayed in Delaware because, you know, the laws. Dolly likes the legal system in Delaware area. And then I just kind of bounced into Pennsylvania. And that's kind of, I guess, how I'll do it here. Okay. If we make it happen. I wish my health was better. I'd love to meet you and PJ up there. Well, PJ is going to be with me in Nashville. Okay. So everybody wants to meet the world famous PJ. Okay. You'll be able to meet PJ in Nashville. We're going to have a meet and greet outside of Comic-Con. Oh, and while I'm thinking about this, I want to thank a bunch of people. Okay. Let me jump over to the screen right here. And these are the people that have been donating to get Dolly to CrimeCon. Okay. And let me show all. Let's see all. And I'm going to give a quick shout out to these people. Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. I'll share it. I mean, it's public. It's open to the public, so everybody sees it anyway. So, Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Tracy. All right. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I'll read your comments too. Nancy just hearts. She just left a heart. Tracy Roberts says, Dolly and PJ, have fun, stay safe, X's and O's. All right, and guys, you will get to meet PJ here. Y'all might not get to meet her in New Hampshire, but you will definitely get to meet her in Nashville. She will be with me. All right. Sunny Days says, this should be fun, and thank you so much, Sunny. Ashley says, have a great trip. Thank you, Ashley. You guys are awesome. Short Leggies is up here. Big hugs to Short Legs. Crime Con rocks, and may we have love for each other. May God give us to know how to find the missing. Amen. Well said, Short Legs. Okay, so you get comment of the night. Okay. Comment of the night, Short Legs. That is true. Amy says, look forward to watching the adventure. Enjoy Nashville. Okay, I went to Nashville, I think, last year to see the Upchurch concert. Nashville's cool. It's a little crazy, and it'll be fun to hit the town with PJ, you know, after the event and get to see a little bit of stuff. So definitely going to be good times. Turtle Madness rocks. Okay. Love you, Dolly and PJ. Granny Bunny says, love you too. Learn a lot. Bring back stuff. Love Granny Bunny / Criminal Med. Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. Wish you the very best and an amazing experience at CrimeCon 24. I wish I could give more. I just don't have it. This will help you through and make me very happy I'm able to be a part of your experience. And Jennifer, it don't matter if you gave a quarter. What matters is you liked enough and you cared enough to give my ugly face anything. You are absolutely awesome. Okay. It ain't about what you can give. It's the fact that you could give and you gave to me. That makes you super cool. It don't matter if it's $5, $10, $1 million. I love all you guys the same. Everyone matters. Thank you. Even if you can't give to me and you just like the videos and share, I love all you guys the same. I couldn't do hardly any of the cool shit that I do if it wasn't for each and every one of you guys. Jennifer says, Dolly and PJ are the best. Have so much fun, you guys. And thank you guys. And look, so we're at, let's close this. And we have 64 prayers. Thank you guys. 15 shares. So thank you to all the guys that have been sharing it. 25 donations, and we are at $910. You guys are absolutely the best. Okay. The best. And we are doing a Dolly Chromacon shirt, and we're going to have some merch, and we're going to put the names of all the people that have donated on the back of the shirt. So if you don't want your real name up there and you want something else, just let PJ know beforehand, and we'll let you know when we're getting ready to do these shirts up. And we'll put the name that you want on the back of the shirt as a Dolly sponsor. My gifted membership just ended. Zeddy says, okay, well, feel free to join up. It's cheaper than a cup of coffee, right? It's cheaper than this cup of coffee to be a member. It's like $2.99 for 30 days. Okay. And I don't do too much member stuff, but sometimes when the chats get crazy, we do put it on members only on the weekends. So we're going to have a good year this year. We're going to do some awesome stuff. That's my plan anyway. And I got a little bit of free time. So once PJ gets over here, we're going to start really mapping out this whole thing. And hopefully I can bring you this case, some coverage from this case live. I'll take you to the places that they named. We'll go live from every place that they showed on that map. We'll do a little bit of research into some of the people that may have lived around them at the time or may have seen them, that type of stuff. We'll do a little digging into a little sleuthing, let loosen, a little mix it up. I do a little touristy stuff because I've never been there, so I'll go check out the town a little bit type of stuff when I, at the court. And maybe what I'll do is I'll set up the stream here so it's broadcast in the court. Okay. And periodically I'll run in and out the court and pop up on the screen and tell you, talk a little shit. Okay. Because I can make that happen even from here. I can have the studio set up to where it airs, the thing, and I can still pop in and out. So we may do something like that. So you'll be able to watch inside the courtroom, outside the courtroom, that type of stuff, kind of simultaneously. I don't see nobody doing that. All right, so I'll show you inside the courtroom, and then I'll be outside the courtroom, that type of thing. So that way I don't constantly got to be inside the courthouse, but still I'll be viewing with you guys what's happening on TV. So one thing I do need to do is, and I can do this later tonight, is I need to hook up my Wi-Fi box. So that way I can bring my laptops, I can be streaming things, and it's not just me on my phone. And I did buy a new light stand because I broke my other light stand when we were filming that car. But I bought this one, but it came with a little baby light. But it might be good because, I don't know if y'all can see that. It's just smaller than my other one. Same thing, just smaller. And it has a better knob on it. And it'll fit in my book bag, so I can take this on the plane with me. So I did get me another light. It's a little smaller. Same basic thing, though. It ain't quite as bright as the other one, but it'll do the job. Higgy is at 420 as a new member. Thank you. See, look at that. Keep it going alive, baby. All right. One sub at a time. One sub at a time. So I'm ready for a little adventure. You know, if I can make it happen, I'm going to make it happen. You know, so all my Boston, New Hampshire people, if it's really close together, I really got to see it on a map, you know, and make sure everything is dolly kosher. Okay, court TV is standing by in case opening statements happen when they get back. I don't think opening statements are going to happen today. Look, it's already 2:15. Okay. They ain't on the same time frame, East Coast time, right? New Hampshire, East Coast time. Everybody with me? Anybody know? I feel stupid not knowing, but. Hey, Alexa, is New Hampshire Eastern Standard Time?
From sky4k.top. New Hampshire is in the Eastern Time Zone, ET, and observes Daylight Saving Time, DST.
Okay, yeah. So it's already 2:16. All right. They're going to road trip. They're going to get back at what, 4 or 5 and start opening statements that could take hours? Nah, they ain't going to do that. They said they were going to do something different. Opening statements are going to be tomorrow. They on a field trip right now. Way too soft for criminals who hurt children. Okay, that's why I got Alexa. You know, Alexa tells me most everything I need to know. You know, I need one that's portable. Court ends at 4. That's what she said. She said from 9 to 4 daily with an hour lunch break. Okay. So if I do show up in New Hampshire, you know, of course, we'll bring you to live court here. All right. Make sure y'all watch it. Dolly got to eat. And, you know, I will be there and I'll pop in and out. Because what I'll do is I'll set it up on the StreamYard. Okay. So StreamYard here in the studio in Virginia will be airing the court trial. And I'll have StreamYard in my hand on my phone and I'm able to jump in. Right? It'll just be the court and me, but still work that way. So I'll show y'all when it happens. You're going to be like, hey, that's pretty cool how Dolly did that. Right? So that way you don't miss what's on court. You get to see what's there live. You get to see my interactions with people. You'll get to see it all in one place. If everything works out right. And like, for little y'all know, I've been building onto the studio a little bit, right? Adding different things because I'm going to launch a new channel in, what is it? What's the day? 8 days. Okay. So I got a new channel that's going to launch in 8 days. It ain't a brand new channel. Like I didn't just create the channel. I took one of my old channels and I'm turning it into a new channel, new type of topic, but it's going to launch in 8 days. Okay. So I've been adding things for this launch of this channel because I'm going to have one setup running one thing, another setup, you know what it's just, it's growing. Okay. Let's just say it's growing. So my capabilities are growing a little bit with it. So we'll be able to do, yes, I'm doing an MMA channel for any fight fans that are in here. My MMA channel is called MMA Cage Buzz. That's what it's called. It's about the buzz that's going around in the fight world. Rumors, things of that nature, who's fighting who, that type of stuff. And that channel is going to launch in about 8 days. So I'm working with that channel with some people. So it ain't like it's 100 of Dolly doing the work, but it is a creation of Dolly. Okay. I just got people helping me with it. Whereas this channel is pretty much me and PJ. Me and PJ do everything here. This channel, I'm bringing a couple outside people in to help make the channel run smooth, and where it don't take away from my true crime time. Okay. Congrats on 33.5. Is that a congratulations on 30? I don't think you get a congrat at 0.5. I think you only get it at 34. Okay, so you can't congratulate them. We got 500 more people to go. All right, so share the video. Then you can be like, congratulations, Dolly, you got 34,000, 33 and a half. I mean, we can celebrate that. 33 and a half. But 34 sounds a little bit better. Okay, when is Turtle Games? Okay, here's the thing. Turtle Games. I don't know. There's been some delays. Some delays in Turtle Games. But also, Turtle Island season 4 is about to come back. Okay. And I don't know if y'all seen PJ's post. Did anybody see PJ's post? Give me 1 second. I will show you guys something. Give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Okay, so look, the Turtle Island season 4. You can't see the green because my green screen's on, but the Turtle Island, I can't even talk. Turtle Island season 4. Can y'all see that? That ain't really a good one to see because you can't really see the green. We got them in different colors though. Tie-dyed season 4. So there's the new buffs for the new season of Turtle Island are in. So, you know, that means it's not too far from the launch of Turtle Island season 4. Now, like I said, I got a lot of things going on. When we'll hit launch, we're going to have some pre-shows to it where people can vote people on to the island. Okay. So there'll be a few series of pre-shows. And then once after the pre-shows are done, we will launch the season of Turtle Island season 4. Last season, Bombshell Reloaded won. She won season 3. Season 2 was won by The Lab. And the very first season was won by Justice for All. So we're going into season 4 of Turtle Island here soon. Okay. Depending on how busy I get. Because Turtle Island just usually basically goes around when I ain't super busy. We had it to a super tight schedule last season because, you know, one, that's wintertime. It's, you know, I can lock myself into a tight schedule. This time with us getting ready to shake and bake and be doing a lot of moving, you know, it's a little harder to lock into exactly when it's going to launch. Okay. It may launch and it may be a little bit more rapid season because of, you know, other obligations that we're already tied into. But either way, it's coming back. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time. And we just got a ton of stuff coming for you guys. We're working on so much stuff behind the scenes. Some things are top secret. I can't even tell you, but it's really important, especially in the true crime world. Okay. It ain't always about clicks and views. Sometimes it's about making sure people go, the right place that they need to go to, you know? So behind the scenes, we've been grinding on some stuff, and we might get lucky and our hard work pay off. We won't know until it happens, but we praying to God that all this shit we're doing behind the scenes, it pays off in a good way. And I ain't talking about for me or anybody. I'm just talking about in the world. You know, we're just hoping some good things happen. And it seems like it's going in that direction. I just wish I could tell y'all people some stuff sometimes, but I can't, you know what I'm saying? I just can't. But anyway, I'll try, but just because you said so. Now we could wait them out until they get back, but I think I'm going to go ahead and grab me some lunch because Dolly haven't had a chance to eat. When PJ gets here, she'll be here in a couple hours. We'll figure out the move as far as heading up to New Hampshire or whatever it may be, plotting, mapping, seeing what's the best route going. Is it cheaper for me to fly up there and get a rental, or is it going to be, be drive up there, spend days and hotels, and just see which one is the cheapest version for me to go. And we'll see if we can make it happen. Right. It seems like it's possible for a little bit anyway. So I'll know more this evening when I go live, and I'll let you guys know what's up. Okay. So if you guys are from that area though, definitely shoot me a message on Facebook. I don't know if the link is in the description of this video, but my Facebook is first name Jimmy, last name Jams TV. Okay. And Jams is with a Z, JAMZ TV. And it's a person. It's not like you like it. It's not when I have a page like that, but find the account that is an actual person name that you add as a friend, Jimmy Jams TV. And if you're from that area, shoot me a message. I just need to know the vibe and how everything's going on around there. Okay. Until then, I'll see you guys later. Peace.